Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Well, we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Never to be seen again. Space Fams, good to see you here. This evening, Saturday. Sorry about the lack of stream last night. I know I'm sure many people were disappointed. But here we are, today, Saturday. It's time for a stream. A lot to talk about. First, though, shout out to Herman Horologist here. HBX, Charlie Janier. The reference frame, Frizzla. Joe 4771. Vicky. Mordant Inky Cap. And Michael Reich. Over on the YouTubes, on Twitch. Got Herman Horologist, Nadia Yvette. Amanda the Pivot. And Chill Penguino. Well, like I mentioned, we got a lot to talk about here tonight. Gonna try and keep it moderately chill, since it's still sort of the holidays. We'll be talking a number of things, including Socialistmas. That's right, Hassan. Hassan celebrates Christmas, apparently, this year by gifting gifts to his own chat. Rogan, crazily bad take on Epstein. Other Epstein updates as well. Secret part of the stream. It's not even in the title. Emma Vigeland on the Gianmarco Cerezi podcast. Hold on, I'm not done. Nicki Minaj loses 10 million followers after going MAGA. Wow. Hunter Biden goes on the Sean Ryan show and calls out Jared Kushner. What else we got? We got a lot of stuff to talk about today, don't we? Of course, today is the second day. I'm just realizing I don't have a Kanara out, which is a Kwanzaa menorah. Today's the second day. Kwanzaa. What else do we have to talk about today? United States striking Nigeria. Well, ISIS supposedly in Nigeria. Is it justified? Probably not. What else is going on? Storms across the country from the west coast to the east coast. And much more. All right, everybody, let's get to it. America, fuck yeah. Ooh, this is big news. Here we go. This is how we start the stream. Oh, seasons greetings. Miracle, Christmas miracle. Oh, God. Oh, happy day. Oh, God. I can barely contain myself. Oh, I bring you good tidings. Oh, space fams. Oh, but just hold on to something, or maybe sit down. This is huge news, okay? The spokesperson, the Tsarina of the Ministry of Truth, Caroline Levitt, has big news. Oh, God. That's right. The Ministress of Truth, Caroline Levitt, has a big announcement. A holiday, a miracle. Oh, God. She's pregnant, everybody. Oh boy. Oh, God.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced today that she is pregnant. In a social media post, she described the news as, quote, the greatest Christmas gift we could ever ask for. Leavitt says she and her husband are expecting a baby girl due in May 2026. This is their second child.
I don't know about that. I could think of a better Christmas. That's just me. I could think of a better Christmas gift. I'm not gonna lie. If pressed, I could come up with a better Christmas miracle. But there you go. Now, what I'm wondering, and I don't know if you're wondering it already, but does that mean that we're no longer going to have Caroline the Truth? Or who will bring us the truth if not Caroline Leavitt? Okay, at the Ministry of Truth, the person whom we expect the truth from is Caroline Leavitt. And now who are we to expect? I'm also shocked that her elderly husband is still able to, Yeah, I know. Yes, I see somebody in chat mentioning that right now. Yep, yeah, that's something I've been wondering, but, I guess it is really a miracle of science. But there you go. But at some point, we're going to have somebody else at the Ministry of Truth giving us the truth. And I am already I feel like all weird about it. I don't even know what to expect. Can we actually expect the truth from the Ministry of Truth anymore without head spokesperson of truth, Caroline Leavitt? I don't know. My whole world is broken now. Was I supposed to gain her political points? I have no idea. I have no idea. Who's to say? Who's to say what it's going to gain to Caroline? Or what Caroline thinks from at any given time? Oh, wow. Somebody in chat thinks the pool boy got in there. Why is there reverb on this right now? That's unacceptable. It's also super loud. Why is that so loud in my ears? Wow. Multiple people in chat seem to think that Caroline Leavitt, that her husband wasn't at all involved in this baby. Oh, God. All right. Now, I'm afraid to tell you all, but we are not yet done.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein. Nope. And if you didn't hear, there's a bipartisan interest in filing contempt charges against AG Pam Bondi over the Epstein files release, or the lack thereof, really. Oh, shit. Green New Deal, spending the space cash. Space cash. For sunglasses. There we go. Oh, there we go. Thank you. It's bright in here with all these lights. Jeffrey who? I don't know who you're talking about.
Out to the fallout, and it continues over the Justice Department's failure to meet the deadline to release that's what the law requires, all of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna and Republican Congressman Thomas Massie, they authored the law, announced late last night that they will bring inherent contempt charges.
Oh, shit. Chill Banguino spending the space cash on the tinfoil hat. Beautiful. All right. I'm fully prepared for the stream now. And it's probably best that I start prepared. There's a lot. There's a lot we're going to be getting into here tonight. Best to go into it already equipped.
Against Attorney General Pam Bondi. In a statement, Khanna called the DOJ's failure to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, quote, an obstruction of justice, unquote. CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen joins me now. Jake, walk me through what this means that the two lawmakers are trying to set in motion and what it might mean for the Attorney General, if anything.
Well, what it might mean, Major, is a potential $5,000 a day fine after a 30-day grace period. Our audience will remember on the 19th of this month is when these Epstein files were due in full to be delivered to the
Let's get the
American
files and
people
figure
in
it
some
out.
kind of searchable format. That has not happened. We've seen a trickle come out even as early as overnight from Monday into Tuesday. The Department of Justice has said these filings and these drops of documents are going to continue as attorneys continue to sort through them, redact sensitive information, and then release them. But again, the language of the law was very clear, which is what Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have pointed to, is that these files should have come out
Zero
on the 19th.
Megastar just cheered 100 bits. Nice hat.
Oh, Megastar, breaking the ice so quickly into the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you, and I appreciate that. I think it looks good. I think it looks nice. You can't imagine the prep that goes into these long streams. I don't know. Imagine me watching every single video, and then when I'm unsure about information, imagine me trying to research every, everything that comes up for me. That's basically what it entails. Although I am watching it like somewhere between 1.5 and 2x most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Because there's no way, I just would never have any time during the day. I would literally get nothing done. Anyway, all right, we don't need more of this here, but there we go. Pam Bondi might be facing contempt charges, $5,000 a day fine. Adds up to almost $2 million a year, depending on how long it takes them to actually get out the files. And now it's even more files, according to them, which we'll get into in a moment. But before we get there, let's go here to Democracy Now! From Thursday.
Days after the December 19th deadline for the release of all files related to the late serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and under enormous pressure, the Justice Department has just released more than 11,000 files Tuesday, totaling nearly 30,000 pages of documents. This includes internal FBI emails from 2019 that mentioned 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein, including one who's described as a, quote, wealthy businessman in Ohio, unquote. The emails also note that, quote, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were located and served, unquote. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only Epstein accomplice to be charged.
This, like, oh god, it's still so disgusting that they intentionally redacted. Because, like, think about that for 1 second. The redactions aren't happening automatically, right? They're putting in, at the very least, suppose that they're using a computer program to go through all the documents and to auto-redact certain names. It means that somebody actively put in the names of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein's, and that's how those things got redacted, at the very least, in terms of effort. I mean, somebody could have physically done it with their hands. Who knows exactly in all these cases. But do you see what I'm saying here? Like, effort went into this, which is, just points to how much of a fucking cover-up this thing really is. Really is at this point. I don't think there's any way around it.
And served, unquote. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only Epstein accomplice to be charged criminally. She's currently serving a 20-year sentence on federal sex trafficking charges. This comes after the DOJ Monday briefly published thousands of additional documents related to Epstein. The second tranche of documents were available online for several hours, but then disappeared from the Justice Department's website without explanation. The documents contain wide-ranging references to Donald Trump. One email written by an assistant U.S. attorney during Trump's first term in early 2020 found Trump was a passenger aboard Epstein's private jet on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. On at least 4 of those flights, Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. Trump has not been directly accused of criminal conduct and claims to have cut ties with Epstein decades ago. In a joint statement, multiple survivors slammed the government's recent document dump for failing to redact numerous victim identities while also making, quote, abnormal and extreme redactions with no explanation, like page upon page completely.
Abnormal and extreme. Yeah, I think that is a good description of what we're looking at. It does seem extreme. The whole page, really. And then when we, on some of these things where we've seen these full page redactions, people have of course been going through it. We found out that in many cases, not all cases, but in many cases, you could just select the entire page and paste it into Word or Notepad or something like that. And that much of what was redacted was certainly improper, you would say, in terms of concordance with the legislation which was passed by Congress.
Blacked out. This is Epstein survivor Charlene Rochard speaking on NBC.
I'm very upset with the justice system.
They have no respect for ink. It's true. It's true. They have no respect for ink toner. It's very rude. And wasteful. Remember, I don't know if you remember this. Not that long. It was earlier this year, 2025. We were told that we were gonna get rid of FWF fraud. What was the W? I'm trying to remember. Right. I remember it now. It was waste. Fraud, waste, and abuse. We were going to get rid of that, and yet there's a serious ink waste and abuse going on with these Epstein files.
I'm very upset with the justice system because there's full pages that are totally blacked out. And I don't know about you, but my name is not a full page. We only ask that our names be redacted. That's all we ask for. So pages and pages and pages of black on black on black.
I'm glad she still has enough of a sense of humor to make that joke.
Pages and pages and pages of black on black on black is just unacceptable.
On Monday, 18 survivors of Epstein wrote a joint letter condemning the Justice Department's release of just a fraction of the files demanded by law and called on Congress to hold hearings to ensure the Trump administration is fully complying with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. This is Epstein survivor Haley Robson, who voted for Trump in the 2024 presidential election, responding to the new files. She was speaking on CNN.
At the end of the day, I am no longer supporting this administration. I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign, and I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this.
This comes as Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia, the top.
Goddamn. Ian Leal, Green New Deal. Thank you, both of you, for feeding Leica, getting her started off on some space snacks over here. Yeah, wow. I just want to hear that one more time.
At the end of the day, I am no longer supporting this administration. I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign, and I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this.
This comes as Democratic Congress.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Oh, boy. Wow. Yeah, I don't have any problems with that statement. I feel bad that she ever supported any of them. I mean, it's clearly misguided.
Member Robert Garcia, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, is asking the DOJ's Inspector General to investigate why the FBI failed to act on a 1996 complaint by survivor Maria Farmer against Jeffrey Epstein that he and his associates were producing child sexual abuse material. Garcia wrote, quote, "For survivors like Maria Farmer, her family, and all the people Jeffrey Epstein abused in the decades..."
Does this qualify as a quagmire yet? You know, I don't know how to quantify quagmire, but I think it's relatively amorphous. So I think we could probably at this point, you know, classify it as a quagmire. I don't see why not. It makes perfect sense. I mean, if you just go by the definition of the word, I think it fits. You know, I don't know when a debacle turns into a quagmire, right? But we must have crossed the line at some point.
Followed this unanswered complaint. This was not merely a missed investigative opportunity. It was a profound betrayal by their own government, unquote. Meanwhile, Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna and Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie, who sponsored the Epstein Files Transparency Act, say Attorney General Pam Bondi should be held in contempt, could be fined for every day she fails to release the full Epstein files. For more on all of this, we're joined in our New York studio by Vicky Ward, longtime investigative journalist, host and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing...
Are quagmires measured in giggities? Giggity. Yes, I think so. This has got to be at least a 3 or 4 giggity quagmire, if not higher at this point. It's untenable and unsustainable.
The untold story of the woman in Epstein's shadow, which also became a TV series by the same name. Vicky, welcome back to Democracy Now! First of all, if you can respond to what has happened so far, December 19th was the deadline. That was Friday. Now the Justice Department, days later, after releasing thousands of documents, then erasing them from the website, now calling for for attorneys in the United States to come to the Justice Department and help them redact what has been redacted, what has not been redacted. Can you respond to all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think right from the get-go, right from when months ago, Pam Bondi said in an interview, "Oh, I've got the Epstein files sitting on my desk." I mean, that was the first indication, I think, of the contemptuous, cavalier attitude that has gone on inside this Justice Department.
Right, she said she was going to release the
so-called files. They were there on her desk. I don't think that
got
these
all of the
thousands and
files
thousands
on
of
my
pages were sitting on her desk. I mean, so, you know,
Yeah, and actually, we're going to get to this later. While we're on the topic of the size of the Epstein files, the DOJ just came out earlier today and said they found another million or something like that. Another million Epstein files just popped up out of nowhere. It was all on. I mean, her desk must be really sturdy and also just large. I mean, my God, I can't even imagine what it must look like in Pam's office. 1.3 million files or whatever it is.
It's heartbreaking, frankly, to see these files being dribbled out. It's so against the spirit in which the victims went to Capitol Hill, asked for transparency, which bipartisan Congress agreed with them that they are owed this transparency so that crimes like this may never happen again. And now to have this mishmash, which even I, who am not a victim of sexual abuse from Jeffrey Epstein, but I sat through Ghislaine Maxwell's trial and I found it very, very upsetting. I think most of us journalists, you know, we're hard bitten. You know, we've seen some things. It was really difficult to hear the stories of abuse in that courtroom, and really difficult to learn the scale of it. And these pages have that story writ large again and again and again. And given the chaos of this rollout, there's no easy way for these survivors to quickly search what they're looking for. I want to see...
That was part of the law, by the way, that
Right.
there had to be a working search function on
Yeah.
these documents.
That's what I was saying the other day. I was like, you know, when we were talking about this, I think Voidzilla brought it up or something. CoffeeZilla was talking about how the process they were going through to get through all this. And I was like, you know, this was supposed to be an already existing function. Its lack of existence is really a violation
Illegal.
of the law.
And there isn't. And they have to wade through page after page after page of very, very difficult stuff. I think just on a moral basis, it's disgusting.
It's really important to be talking to you today because years ago, you wrote this piece in Vanity Fair. You're the person who spoke to Maria Farmer. Now, that conversation did not appear in Vanity Fair, and if you can remind our viewers and listeners what happened, because this has to do with the collusion of the press with Jeffrey Epstein, but you know her story very well.
Yes.
This woman who for decades has tried to stop the abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, well, I didn't speak to Maria Farmer just once. You know, in the fall of 2002, when I was assigned to write this profile of Jeffrey Epstein, I met with Maria. I spoke to her many, many times. And she said exactly what has now appeared in the FBI's files. She said that in 1996, she had had a horrific night while up in a guest house of Jeffrey Epstein's home on Les Wexner's estate in Ohio. She'd been up there painting. She was an artist. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had come to visit her. There had followed some horrible sexual abuse, after which she had run out of the house and taken her dog.
The sexual abuse perpetrated by both Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein.
But in...
Everyone feeding Leica over here. Siri is getting in on the action. She's going to be munching for like the next hour. A lot of people, a lot of space fams, trying to make sure that this little puppy over here gets all the snacks.
She had left behind a lockbox of nude photographs of her sisters. Not just Annie, there was another sister. And, you know, she was a figurative artist. She, you know, that's the kind of the work that she did. And she was terrified that Epstein was going to do, excuse me, you know, something terrible with these. And she got phone calls from both Epstein and Maxwell
right now.
threatening her. So she phoned, in fact, she told me she phoned the police in New York first, and they said, this is not for us. This is, you know, going across state lines. You have to phone the FBI. She did phone the FBI. Now, the FBI back in the day, I phoned the FBI.
They threatened to burn her.
but she phoned the FBI about the lockbox. And
it's incredible, like when that part of this came out, and I know like when the response from Annie Farmer was that, I mean, she didn't even know this was going to come out, but it's shocking to see this FBI report and that nothing was ever done about this. All they had to do was just like the bare minimum of an investigation, it would seem, and they would have figured out that crimes are being committed.
Be desperately worried, you know, what could they do with nude photographs of her sisters who were babies, teenagers.
They were her younger sisters.
And
illegal.
You know, when I was reporting this piece, you know, the FBI tend not to answer journalists like me, so I wasn't able to get that record back then. I also phoned the police, and they didn't produce their records, which I wish they had, because they had a record too. But, you know, as I think you know, and a lot of journalists know how this tragic story ends, which was that when, towards the closing of the piece, I had to go to Jeffrey Epstein and to Ghislaine Maxwell with the allegations of both Maria Farmer as to what had happened and her younger sister, Annie, who had said very clearly on the record that she had been taken to New Mexico for a weekend and
to his estate there.
Yes, and you know, at the age of 16, and had to have a topless massage from Ghislaine Maxwell, and then Jeffrey Epstein one morning jumped into bed for quote unquote a cuddle with her. Epstein went berserk when I put those allegations, as did Ghislaine Maxwell. Absolutely berserk. He, you know, suddenly sent over a whole bunch of paperwork that he claimed were letters from their mother, letters from them that showed that no, you know, this could not be true. And, you know, the next thing I knew was that as we were closing the piece, a fact checker sent me a note saying, "You're not going to believe who's now in the office at Vanity Fair." It was Jeffrey Epstein, who, you know, who knows what happened.
Meeting with
Graydon Carter, the editor of the magazine. I do not know what was said in that meeting. I will say, Amy, that
you were about to give birth to twins.
I was at home on bed rest. I thought we were done with this piece. I did find in these files that when the first batch that was released, that there was a section in a binder containing photographs that was called Vanity Fair. I did notice that the photographs in that binder, in that section, were the ones that were used.
Do you know what we're here for?
Accompanying my piece in the magazine.
That is fucking disturbing. It is disturbing just how this guy had such connections and tentacles everywhere, it would seem. His web of power and deceit seemingly reached far and wide. I'm sure it's got to be chilling for somebody like her to be like, oh my God, how does he have access to this? Shaxbay with a raid over on Twitch. Thank you, Shaxbay. Everybody go follow Shaxbay on Twitch. They are a fantastic content creator. I thought you took a break from streaming. It's good to see you back.
Which is very unusual because Vanity Fair normally prides itself on its photography as much as it does on its words. So one has to assume they provided the photographs. One has to ask, what was the quid pro quo? My piece finally ran the Farmer Sisters.
But I mean, it would seem, and I can't remember exactly the timing of this, but I think this is in the 2000s. But like, he had so many connections in the fashion industry, whether it's Les Wexner or whomever else, right? I mean, even though he's dead and disgraced now, people like Jean, wasn't it Brunel, Jean-Pierre? I can't remember. Jean-Pierre Brunel, whatever is, I can't remember his first name. But I think people know him. A French modeling agency guy. I mean, Donald Trump was a fashion guy. I mean, he was all up in there. It's a pretty close-knit world from my understanding. Yeah, and what kind of magazine is Vanity Fair? Right? I mean, they're very much focused on
allegations were not in it, and the reason that is so terrible and devastating is
sure. Eileen Ford, we talked about that. I mean, we watched the Jean-Luc is Jean-Luc, isn't it? Yes, thank you. Jean-Luc Brunel. We watched that 60 Minutes documentary from 1988. I don't remember if people remember this, but we oh my God, it was disturbing. She was pretending like she knew nothing about what was going on, as if it was completely impossible that this guy, and then like, oh god, it's nuts. Like, she seemed to be completely aware of this guy's reputation and yet simultaneously like oblivious to what was going on. It was a weird vibe.
We had exposed them, I had exposed them to Ghislaine Maxwell and to Graydon Carter. And the story doesn't end there. The FBI then phoned me about, I want to say a year later, 2004, about the Farmer sisters. And I did tell them what had happened. So I would like to see my my interview notes somewhere in these
And you haven't
files.
seen them yet?
No, I have not.
But that certainly is not classified information. That is proof, once again, of all of the information that has not been released.
Wow, fascinating. Why is that? Why would that be redacted? That's very strange. You would think that would be an
100%.
easy one to release.
100%. The other thing I think you see, it's not just the rollout itself that shambles. The content in it kind of paints a picture of a shambolic FBI. You know, this is an FBI that seems to take its lead quite often from the press. I will say it's interesting, you know, I'd learned that something I'd reported is kind of laid out on the page clearly, which is that were it not for David Boies, the lawyer who represented Virginia Giuffre in her civil litigation against Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia sued for defamation.
Who brought down
Yes.
Andrew, the prince,
Yes.
no longer.
Right, and Virginia, as we know, tragically died of suicide earlier this year. But you can see in these files, in that litigation, which was in 2016, you can see notes of conversations. David Boies went to the feds. He went to the Southern District, said, you need to look at what is in this discovery, you need to look at these depositions, because this shows the bigger crime. You see the feds tracking this, but you don't see them doing anything until, again, you see them pass around links to the Miami Herald, links to Julie Brown's story in end of 2018.
It's incredible. I mean, it's incredible. This is the multi-decade cover-up. Absolutely. It's out of control. There's no other explanation for that. They're just basically doing the bare minimum. Whatever comes out in the press, okay, we'll look into that. Yeah, give us a second. And yet, simultaneously, the files seem to suggest that they were already following it and doing nothing. It's, oh my God, so dirty.
And it's almost like they are having to follow, you know, almost, you know, like Inspector Clouseau, these breadcrumbs that are left for them by everybody else. And I'm sure the survivors find this really disheartening in a way to watch.
Why do you think President Trump has approached this the way he has? And what about the information and all that has come out around him? Not necessarily criminal, but the removal of his name from so many different documents. And then you see his name once in a document that was redacted, and so you know that it's actually him. He's the one who campaigned on the release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents. Now he had to sign this release into law, but the way they are dragging their feet, talk as we wrap up about what you expect to see, the incredible power of the survivors banding together.
Well, you know, this is speculation, but my gut, and I do know President Trump, it tells me that he doesn't like a story in which there's any sort of grey or nuance that he isn't somehow the best, the absolute best. And you know, and this is a story which again and again and again brings up his past and a past that presented a very different portrait of Donald Trump than the one he would like to portray now. I will say that, you know, having sat in the Maxwell trial, we did see his name come up on the screen, on the flight logs, in that key period when Maxwell and Epstein were grooming and recruiting one of their major victims who was attending Interlochen, a school for artistic gifted children. You did see Trump's name again and again on the manifest, and it was a head scratcher because it was really impossible at that time to put the pieces of this jigsaw puzzle together.
And that's been one of the revelations that we've heard about earlier this week. Not actually, I don't think it was one of the intentionally released files. It was one of the redacted files that got unredacted by sleuths on the internet that suggested that Donald Trump had been on, that the FBI had, there was like an email record between the FBI and I can't remember who it was. I think it was like some a district attorney or something like that, saying that Donald Trump was all up in the files and specifically in the flight logs, and that he appeared in the flight logs way more than had been publicly known up to that point, apparently. Okay. I think I'm going to start the galactic content goal now. They're already started on Twitch, but there we go. We got one on YouTube now as well. All right, let's go to Joe Rogan, see what his fantastic take is.
Remember I told you earlier?
Fantastically horrible take. Really, really just super bad take.
Remember I told you earlier that Trump boosters, the big Trump boosters, are eventually going to escape? Trump boosters that have signaled that they didn't like what Trump was doing with the immigrant stuff, with the mass deportations and whatnot, are basically highlighting their discontent. Well, let's take a look at Joe Rogan. We haven't tuned into Joe Rogan for a minute. Let's take a look.
The Joe Rogan Experience. We were talking about the Epstein releases, like, before we got started. Like... Yeah. First of all,
the
like
photo dump and the emails, it's fucking nuts.
But it's also they're doing it so slowly. Mm-hmm. Like, you guys have had this stuff for a year. Like,
we were promised multiple times. It's coming. It's coming.
Doesn't it seem like you could just throw all that into AI at this stage of the game?
Yes.
And just redact the names of the victims and let's go?
Yeah.
I love Ape Brain, dude. Ape Brain is so awesome. Ape Brain is so awesome. Yeah, just throw it into AI, bro. Yeah, they did do that, I think. And that's part of the reason why there's so many. At the end of the day, even if you were to put it through the AI machine, if Donald Trump is all over this thing and the AI machine is basically saying like, oh, we got to redact all the Trump parts of this, it's you're describing is what happened. It all.
Hey, Columbia Rican, and thank you for the super chat. Here we go for the goal. Yes, goal. We are making progress already. It's beautiful. All right. This is, I mean, I think we all know they really screwed this one up. Whether or not they used AI is not clear to me, but what is clear is that they completely bungled this situation. Whoever's running IT over there, the Doge Boys, I guess. I guess the Doge Boys. Wait, no, didn't they get disbanded? I can't remember. You would think it's somebody Doge adjacent who's doing all of this, but who knows? HBX with another sweet super chat. Ape Brain. FTW. Thank you. 2 of 10 already. Let's go.
Also was redacting not just Donald Trump, but also numerous other people that are very much high-profile individuals.
Yeah, of course.
It seems like that would take 5 minutes.
I mean, it feels like, you can't help but feel like the administration is just like watching their back, and that's why it's happening.
Watching someone's back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all speculative why they haven't released it, but it's not good. It's not good for everybody's confidence.
No.
It's not good that this thing was going on, that they had this bizarre blackmail operation running. That's very weird.
Very strange.
Very weird. But it kind of makes sense. Because if you're a 60-year-old billionaire and you're a freak and you like to get your freak on, but unfortunately you're a gigantic software developer and everybody knows who you are.
Yeah.
Now, this is where things, in my opinion, start going off the rails for Joe Rogan. And he starts sort of making this weird comparison. By basically suggesting that pedophiles are somehow just freaks. They're freaky. They're just freaks. You know, they like to get down. You know, they like to do some weird stuff. It just, you know, that's what Joe. That's where Joe's at. He's like,
it's hard to get your freak on.
Well, that's the thing is like it makes sense when you go like, oh, some of these dudes really like visiting that place.
Yeah.
It's like that's the only place they can go.
Right.
You can't go anywhere else.
Right. And that's why they set it up for them.
Let's not forget, Joe Rogan is nearly a billionaire, right? So he's basically talking about himself, right? Like he's got hundreds of millions of dollars. He's basically talking about himself right now. I mean, I don't know what his sex life is like, whether or not he's, as you would describe, a freak. But I mean, he's talking about
that's the only place they can go.
Famous people.
You can't go anywhere else.
Right, and that's why they set it up for them.
Yeah.
Eric Weinstein said that to me once. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
If you're
Joe Rogan got this from one of his guests, as he gets all of his information from whoever is on his broadcast at any given point. But like the idea that Jeffrey Epstein was like serving a purpose for a lot of the super wealthy who can't just like go to a nightclub and get their freak on, and that's why they would go on Lolita Express and go to the Little St. James Island. Now, I'm going to be as charitable as possible to the ape man here and say that he's not saying this as a positive. I think he's saying like, it's bad that this is happening. I suspect that he now thinks it's bad that this was happening.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think Hassan is being overly charitable to Joe. It's not clear to me, the way that Joe is talking, whether or not he thinks this is a bad thing. He does not make it very clear.
All the wealthy elites, which Joe probably is a part of at this point. I do think he's a part of. Is bad that they're going to a children island.
Former president of the United States. You can't go to a nightclub.
Yeah, he said, I think there are people out there that provide experiences for certain people that have a hunger for them.
Yeah.
I was like, of course. And that's also how they compromise people too, right?
Oh yeah.
That's how they get you to vote the way they want you to vote.
I'm telling you, he's leaning into the blackmail of it all.
Play ball, Bobby. We got video, you sucking a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do? Yeah. Because like, I bet all...
You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean about this? Like, I feel like this is an important thing to go over because, like, honestly, like, do you hear what he just did? He is conflating pedophilia, right, with being gay. Those two things are similar somehow, right? Like, this is wild. This is a wild obfuscation of reality, right? One thing's a crime, right? It's insane. It is insane that he wants to play this game. It's disgusting, really. When you break it down, what he is doing right now is he's you gotta pick one side of it. But you have two options. He's either downplaying pedophilia and saying it's just it's just intrinsic to who you are as a person, right? Or B, he's saying that being gay is criminal. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. If you make this comparison, you have no choice but to take one of those sides. Oh, Columbia Rican with another sweet super chat. Thank you very much. Sorry for reiterating this, but this deserves a super chat. If you're rich and powerful, yes, you should be outed, shamed, and face consequences. Period.
Those people have something on them. That's how they stay in the game.
They have to.
It's like skull and bones. You got to suck the dick.
Well, look at
otherwise we can't trust you.
For the Epstein, look at the level of people that we're visiting. I mean, it's all at the highest level of influence, power, and fame.
Yeah.
And so you go, yeah, this dude wants to do some wild shit. He can't go to Cheetahs.
Oh, it's wild.
You know?
Yeah.
You can't do it. He's got to go somewhere. Yeah. What sounds good? A private.
You see what I'm saying? They're wild. It's just wild. It's just freaky. No, wild and freaky is, I don't know, you like, like sadomasochism or something, right? Like that's wild and freaky. Okay, you like to be like publicly shamed. Okay, that's wild and freaky. This is a completely different situation, and they are just obfuscating reality on what is one of, maybe the most high profile, horrifying sex crime sprees of modern history, right? And they're like, this is just wild and freaky. That's not how I would describe it.
Yeah, he can't just order up a call girl.
It's too risky.
Where are you going? I'm going to Captain Billionaire's house to go suck his dick. I do it every Tuesday. Plus, I'm on meth, and I'm really good at keeping secrets.
Yeah.
The thing is, Joe, this past year you've had numerous people that were directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein on your podcast, including the guy you said should be the next president, the guy who received your endorsement, Donald Trump. You had Donald Trump's FBI director, Kash Patel, on, where he did this half-assed defense of Donald Trump, and it was so bad that even you actually called it into question. You had Elon Musk on. You had Peter Thiel on. You had
first of all,
so many of these
some of the things that I say will be
on.
incorrect.
Isn't there just a moment where you turn around and go, yeah, maybe I'm actually putting these possible elite pedophiles on a platform here and just kind of defending them and making them look better to the best of my ability, even though they're really incompetent and have a really hard time presenting themselves as human.
These guys, it's dark. It's fucking dark.
So some guy comes along and says, I can take care of your problem.
I forget this name. This guy's name? What is it? Segura? I love how he realizes that they are just giddily laughing about this horrifying. I feel like he becomes aware of what's going on before Joe does.
It's
I'm
dark.
not sure that Joe fully realizes how fucked this take is, because he is so so far removed from normal humans. Oh my god, Moa Noep. Gifting some sweet Galactic News Network memberships on YouTube. Who got them? HBX, The Reference Frame, Series, Thomas Walker, and Notchget. Everybody enjoy the memberships. We gotta get those numbers up. Currently, Twitch is crushing YouTube's subscriptions to memberships over there. We gotta work on trying to get back on the emote train over on YouTube's. That's a good way to do it, though. That's a good way to do it.
It's fucking dark.
So some guy comes along and says, I can take care of your problem.
And then
and everybody says, oh, trust me, he's a great guy.
He's really cool.
Yeah. And
he's got a great
he also
sense of
does this
humor.
thing. Yeah, great sense of humor.
Yeah.
His staff love him.
Yeah.
They also do this thing where, it's like you're going to hang out with other famous people, so it must be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bill Clinton's here. This is no problem.
Wait. So Joe is actually People are getting tricked into coming to Pedophile Island now. Is that the take? I gotta hear that one. Is that what he's saying? He's saying, people, Bill Clinton's hanging out and he's luring him in. You know, he's like it's like it's like all these people appearing in the files. I'm starting to think Joe's in the files at this point. What? Oh, people showed up in the files. They were tricked into going there by nice guys like Bill Clinton. This is basically what Joe is saying here. That's wild. That's wild. Okay, people getting tricked into going because a bunch of nice guys that they know are hanging out too. Oh, Bill Clinton and Woody Allen are there. Must be perfectly safe. Perfectly great place to go where nothing bad is happening. Weird.
Don't be creepy.
Weird, Joe.
Do this thing where, you know, it's like you're going to hang out with other famous people, so it must be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bill Clinton's here. This is no problem.
Didn't Trump personally thank him for helping him get elected? Yes, he did.
Idiot.
Yes, he did.
I just received word about Joe Rogan's endorsement.
Seriously, Hermit. Seriously, Hermit. Did he do stand-up? Did he do a set on the island or something? What's going on here? Why? What is this? What is he trying to say to me right now? Some people, they just got tricked. They got tricked into going.
A great honor to receive it. Thank you, Joe, very much.
And I think Joe Rogan here is maybe a little bit brain broken, maybe a little bit audience captured. And that's part of the reason why he can't name Trump, seemingly, even though he's, I suspect he will, by the end of next year, will have moved far beyond Trump and will be doing an about face and will be talking about how he's not, you know, he's not on the Trump train any longer. It is an inevitability for these people. It is an inevitability for these people. They all care about their own personal brand, their reputation, and making money. They saw the attitude and the culture shifting in one direction, and they leaned into it. In certain instances, like with Joe Rogan, there was a level of sincerity. I think he did actually post-COVID break his brain a little bit for sure, and became like a full-blown Republican. But he will eventually dial it back. When you say audience capture, do you mean like confirmation bias, or they're aware that their audience won't accept straying viewpoints? No, Joe Rogan has basically designed this media empire for himself off of, you know, moving slowly but surely away from just like the simple conspiratorial realm into directly supporting Republicans. You cannot hold on to the Trump train if the Trump train is off the rails. The point is, a lot of these guys, they grift. There are many examples of people like this that simply don't make up their own minds on issues at all, but just like look at, you know, the way things are going. They look at how rizless and uncharismatic the Democrats are, for example. And then in comparison, the Republicans are obviously offering a telegenic candidate that will go on their podcast, and that's going to bring them a huge audience. They lean into it. But once that audience slowly but surely withers away for Trump, when people start going, okay, dude, I thought the whole like we're going to dominate the transgenders and the migrants was going to actually yield some kind of economic respite for myself, the average American who voted for Donald Trump, but it's not happening. What the is going on? And now on top of that, I'm beginning to realize that the guy who was supposed to fight the deep state pedophiles is actually a part of the deep state pedophilia camp.
I'm not gonna lie, you gotta be a real idiot. You gotta be a real stupid person to have thought that going into the election. All of those things that he just listed. If you thought that those things were going to solve your problems, you are not a smart guy and or gal. It's more likely you're a guy than a gal, but I suppose it's not exclusive. One way or the other, you are not smart. If you thought getting rid of immigrants or transgender people were going to solve your life problems, you were, boy, oh boy, you weren't thinking straight at all. Hey, Wormy with a sweet super chat over here. Cheers to 26 being a better year than 25. It isn't a high bar, so fingers crossed. Yes, fingers crossed indeed. Knock on Spacewood. I guess it's to like 7, I think. If you count Mo's Galactic membership gifts. I think, yeah, 4, yep. Yup. We're at 7 of 10 already. Making some progress over here very quickly. We barely started the goal 20 minutes ago.
Immediately, if not sooner.
People are going to start feeling a sense of buyer's remorse, the Fell for It Again awards, right? When that happens, people start questioning their favorite content creators who have sold them this lie. They start going, why are you saying these things, Joe Rogan? And Joe Rogan is smart enough at this point in his career as a profoundly successful podcaster and the voice of reason for all of your coworkers, basically. Joe Rogan is going to notice that people are actually pulling that, getting off that exit ramp. And he's going to slowly but surely start moving away from the Trump camp.
This is a statement released by the spokesperson.
This is what I've said over and over again. For many Americans, especially the American consumers, broadly, politics is about vibes, okay? It's not about tangible goals. It's not about organizing towards reaching certain tangible goals. It's about just vibes. It's about being a part of one team over the other, okay? And even liberals entertain this. Even liberals get into this in the same vein, like where they also do team sports, right? When politics is all about team sports, and your goal is simply to be on the winning team, when your team starts losing, you drop it. You drop the team. It's that simple.
Spokesman for Bill Clinton.
Oh,
today.
let's read that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. There's a person who signed it. My name is Angel Urena, spokesman for the former President Bill Clinton. Isn't that weird?
He's the deputy chief of staff for Bill Clinton.
Okay.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? What's weird, Joe? That a political person has a spokesperson? No. Actually, that's very normal.
He's still got a chief of staff. What does he do these days? The Epstein Files Transparency Act imposes a clear legal duty on the U.S. Department of Justice to produce the full and complete.
Remember, virtually all of these people during peak.
It shows you just how really, truly disinterested in politics Joe Rogan is, that he's like confused by the existence of a former president having a spokesperson. He's like, wait, what? A former president has like assistants? What? That doesn't, what is that new?
Whether sincerely or insincerely, we're throwing up the black fist to say Black Lives Matter. Okay? That's what I always go back to. Every single one of the supposedly apolitical guys that boosted Donald Trump, from Aiden Ross to XQC to all these other motherfuckers that literally directly played a role in Donald Trump getting elected to be president, they all did the Black Lives Matter posts in 2020. They were like, oh my God, I'm with you all the way. So much so that they couldn't even believe it. Like, they couldn't even believe that they actually had said those things. They were being reverse canceled by their audiences. Like, Aiden Ross was being canceled by his audience for being pro BLM a couple months prior. XQC even forgot that he had actually done a pro BLM post and literally said it was fake, only to realize, no, he actually had done it because it wasn't sincere.
Okay. I think we got through the parts that I wanted to on this. Yeah, no, that's good. All right. Let's move this puppy along. Still got a bunch of stuff to get through here tonight, including a few more updates on the Epstein files. This is from yesterday. France 24. Shock of shocks. DOJ claims to have found a million new Epstein documents. Somehow they just appeared out of nowhere. 1 million documents. Just want you to think about that for a second. 1 million documents they didn't know about beforehand? Really? Was I born yesterday? Is that I'm to believe that there are 1 million documents sitting somewhere that they were just completely? How do you even just think for 1 second? Just think about how much space 1 million documents must take up. Like an entire room. Like 1 million documents, wherever you are right now, 1 million documents probably fills up the entire space that you're in right now currently. Right? And all of a sudden it just pops up out of nowhere. Oh, whoa, what is this? An entire warehouse full of documents that we were unawares of? This is very strange. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess we can't release the files yet. Sorry. We've got a lot of work to do over here. So sorry. So sorry, buddy. Don't worry. 2-3 weeks.
An 11th hour development that could raise further eyebrows over the handling of the Epstein files. The U.S. Department of Justice said Wednesday it had uncovered over 1 million new documents related to the deceased sex offender and said it would need a few more weeks to release them to the public. The announcement, which came amid growing scrutiny over the delayed release of the Epstein files, prompted fresh accusations of an attempted cover-up, with Democratic Senate leader Chuck Schumer writing on X,
"A Christmas Eve news dump of 1 million more files only proves what we already know. Trump is engaged in a massive cover-up. The question Americans deserve answered is simple. What are they hiding and why? Justice delayed is justice denied."
The Epstein Files Transparency Act, which was signed into law by Donald Trump last month, required the release of all documents relating to the Epstein case by December 19th. But the U.S. Department of Justice, which began releasing the records last week, failed to meet the deadline and blamed the delay on the need to black out the identities of hundreds of victims. On the documents that were released, it appeared not only the victims' names, but also those of potential offenders and accomplices had been heavily redacted, sparking concerns the department could be withholding crucial information to the case.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all can see for our own eyes what's happened here. It's a cover-up. You don't redact the offenders' names unless it's a cover-up, right? There's no other good reason for doing such a thing. And well, I mean, obviously that's not a good reason, but there's no other reason, I guess, just generally speaking, to do that. Truly.
Well, the Justice Department says 1 million more documents potentially related to convicted sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein's case have now been uncovered. In fact, in a social media post, the DOJ stated the FBI and the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York informed the agency the findings and could take weeks to comb through. So let's have a conversation about this. Live now to CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson. Jessica, first of all, good to talk to you, friend. So this seems like it's out of nowhere. Critics will call this a stall tactic. What are the consequences for what some say is late disclosure or lack of disclosure?
So there are a couple of different consequences here. I mean, one is political pressure, which we're already seeing. And then the second question is whether there could be any legal consequences. Reed, as you know, and as we've talked about, there was a piece of legislation and it said that you need to disclose all of this.
Yeah, and there's a $5,000 a day fine potentially for old Pam Bondi at the very least. You know, it's pretty incredible. You know, I still find it incredibly dubious. I'm very skeptical about how you could possibly not be aware of 1 million files. It just the logistics of it are somewhat mind-boggling. How 1 million of anything could just turn up out of the blue. Like, it just seems a little bit weird. I personally find it very strange. Now, Donald Trump had some stuff to say about people showing up in the files. This was on, I think this was on like Christmas Day.
In a beautiful moment of elite pedophilic unity, Donald Trump yesterday came out amidst all of the announcements that he was making about how they're making new boats and all this. He turned around and said, "Oh, I love Bill Clinton." Yeah, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff got him defending Bill Clinton. My friend Bill was good friends with him for many years, unfairly being yelled at right now. Who amongst us has not found themselves innocently on the private jet of a known international pedophile? Every one of us has accidentally slipped and fell into the jet of a known pedophile trafficker. Okay, in his defense, it's hard to hate someone who shares your interests. True.
Happens to the best of us.
I think it's terrible. Look,
very normal. Look, it happens all the time. People don't get that. But those runways are very slippery. You're going to one plane, and all of a sudden you're on the Lolita Express. It's like, who are you? Who? Jeffrey who? I never heard that name. Where are we going? Virgin Islands?
I don't like I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him.
He's got great game. Bubba. Many people are saying I hate Hillary more because she took Bubba away from me. Lock her up so I can have Bubba all the time.
Was I not literally saying this before? I said this before, Hassan. I just want everybody to write that down. We got to go back. We got to clip it. But I definitely said this before, Hassan. So that Donald Trump was actually saying, lock her up. You know, lock her up. She took Bill away from me. Great guy. Great guy, Bill. Nasty, nasty woman, that Hillary Clinton. Bubba is a beautiful man. Loving and warm. And this cold, terrible woman, Hillary, snatched him away from me. We should be together. Maybe one day, if we lock her up, I can have him back. Jeffrey who? I don't know who you're talking about. Columbia Regan with a sweet super chat. Thank you very much. It wasn't that they were caught hiding documents. The Trump administration may have hired a magician. Oh. To serve under the DOJ, and voila, the new documents appeared. Oh, it's like a reappear, disappear type of situation. Like, how did he do that? Where did that 1 million documents come from? It's incredible. What a feat. What a feat of magic. I am incredibly impressed. 1 million documents. So, yeah, he pulled it out of his sleeve. Of all places. Truly incredible. All right. Now, since we're approaching the end of the year, I figured we would do a quick retrospective here with Democracy Now! Talk about a PBS legend, Bill Moyers.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end this holiday special remembering the legendary journalist Bill Moyers, who died in June at the age of 91. In the 1960s, he was a...
Shit. All right, I gotta be right back.
Founding organizer of the Peace Corps, served as press secretary for President Lyndon Johnson. In 1971, Moyers began an award-winning career as a TV broadcaster that would last over 40 years. During that time, Bill Moyers received over 30 Emmys, countless other prizes, many for his programs on PBS. Also, a longtime champion of public television and independent media, his death coming while the Trump administration was stripping federal funding from PBS and NPR. In 2011, Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez and I interviewed Bill Moyers. He outlined his critique of the corporate media.
The consensual seduction of the mainstream media by and with the government is one of the most dangerous toxins at work in America today. They wouldn't see it this way, and there are exceptions, but the corruption of corporate media, corporate power, and government is what makes so vital what the two of you do. I'm serious about that. You don't have the scope of Meet the Press. I mean, look at Meet the Press. who's been on Meet the Press more than any other figure in Washington in the last several years? Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich, I later learned when I was briefly at NBC as an analyst doing commentaries, controversial commentaries, actually came to the brass of NBC and GE. Newt Gingrich has had some nefarious relationship with General Electric, which is one of the huge government contractors, as well as the owner of Meet the Press. And it's just an example of what I'm talking about, the consensual seduction of the mainstream media with power, corporate power, government power, with exceptions, I repeat, is something that without the antidote of independent reporting and analysis that you do and others, we would be in a dark, dark pit with no light shining on us.
I want to go back, since we're talking about broadcasting, right back to the Johnson era and then jump back to here, which is about the founding of public broadcasting and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, especially for young people, to understand why it began and where it's gone.
Well, there were three. Believe it or not, I mean, nobody below 40 will believe this. You may not believe it because both of you are much younger than I am. But when I was 20 years old, there were three networks: ABC, CBS, and NBC. And ABC was only half a network, no news division, all of that. And so we were dependent upon three corporate, advertising-driven, commercial networks for our information. And to his credit, Lyndon Johnson, who made his fortune, part of his fortune, by controlling the three. He had one station in Austin that had a monopoly over broadcasting the product, the content of all three networks. I mean, that's how he made his money, much of his money. But he really did believe. He was a teacher. He had taught poor Mexican students in the little town of Cotulla, Texas. He was a populist from a poor part of Central Texas. Yeah, but he went to South. He came from Central Texas, went to South Texas to teach in this Mexican school. And he really cared about poor, and he cared about education. He felt there should be one channel that was free of commercials and free of commercial values, because he knew what commercial values will do to people who are reporting the news, producing content. The desire to amuse and entertain will cause us to compromise the truth. So when the Carnegie Corporation and the Carnegie Commission, John Gardner had been head of the Carnegie Corporation, and they did a study of what to do about educational television in this country. The report was actually delivered to my desk when I was still at the White House. The Carnegie Commission became the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967. And I wish we had it here, because the speech Lyndon Johnson made when he signed the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967 is a great tribute to a network devoted to the life of the mind, the life of the spirit, and the diversity of American voices. He believed that only white, male, straight guys got on national television in those days, and he was right. And he saw the value, the changes coming in America, and he believed there should be a public media that was devoted to the diversity, the pluralism of American life, and to the highest expression of the creative and journalistic arts.
And the actual act of the creating the Corporation for Public Television talked about serving underserved communities of America.
And unfortunately, as you've probably noticed, that there was a report done by Fairness and Accuracy in Media, public.
Look at Juan looking all spry over here. It's salt and pepper rather than, you know.
Fairness and accuracy in reporting, right? Fair. And they show that even on public broadcasting today, in our mainstream broadcast, it's usually the official view of reality that's represented, far more corporate spokesmen than labor or working people spokesmen, far more white male figures of authority than people of color and marginalized people. And that's just a tendency of human beings that always has to be resisted. And public television, public radio belongs to the people. Go back and read a great document, the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967. And when we stray from it, as we sometimes do, the public has to rise up and say, we own you, we are your shareholders, come back to first principles, come back to first things.
Yeah. It's sad because we're kind of going in the exact opposite direction. And we've lost people like Bill Moyer this year. Specifically, Bill Moyer. And watching that makes me think we can't, we gotta up our game, the independent media space, independent journalism space. We can't just rely on Democracy Now! Forever. Like, somehow, somebody's got to take the torch. Because, I mean, people like Juan and Amy, they're getting up there. I don't know their exact ages, but I know that I know that they've been through multiple eras, And seeing the attack on public media and the corporate-run media this year, I feel like has really put that more in perspective than ever. I just figured we would watch that today, like I said, because I don't know if I'm feeling nostalgic necessarily, but it is, it's the end of the year, almost. I'm working on New Year's Eve stream retrospective. In fact, I'm considering doing like a 2025 recap before New Year's Eve Day, whatever you want to call it, just for purposes of us having more fun on New Year's Eve. But yeah, I just figured we would throw in a couple things like that here today, as well as this. Because unfortunately, with the attack on public media this year by Trump and Republicans, things like this, closing of stations, something that, I mean, I don't know if I was necessarily the one predicting it. I certainly said it multiple times. Yeah, I guess I predicted it, but it was not the only person. Many people were saying this. Many people were saying this year. That you take away the funding, and stations are going to shut down.
Before we go, we want to acknowledge a difficult change for us here at the PBS NewsHour. Over the past 6 years, our bureau in Phoenix has provided excellent reporting from that region and produced an updated broadcast for stations in the Pacific time zone known as NewsHour West. But even strong and successful partnerships sometimes come to an end. With our partners at Arizona State University, budgeting realities brought about this change. Some of those on our NewsHour West team will be staying on with PBS News, while others move on to new endeavors. NewsHour correspondent Stephanie Sy has been the anchor of NewsHour West, and she joins us now. So, Steph, it's great to see you. Tell us what you and the team are proudest of as you look back on the work you've done there.
Yeah, I have some stuff in the prompter, but I just want to go from my heart here, Jeff. I mean, this has been an incredible, important, worthy, and successful experiment. For the last 6 years, this NewsHour West Bureau nightly has updated the news summary for our West Coast viewers, making sure that they have the very latest news. That has meant that we were on the air when the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. We were on the air when Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, when Congress passed major legislation, and we did that all with a surprisingly small and scrappy team. I mean, there were only 4 of us on the editorial side at NewsHour, and what we really depended on from a technical standpoint was our partnership with ASU, and that meant we were more than a newsroom. We were a teaching hospital. That's what we would call ourselves, because we were mentoring and coaching students who were helping to put the program on the air. I don't know of any other national news program that is nightly put on the air by college students from a campus in Arizona. So it was an incredible endeavor. I'm also really proud of the fact that we had 30 interns working with us throughout the last 6 years, and many of them are now working journalists with this incredible experience of having worked at the NewsHour.
So the news updates are ending, but you are staying.
I am, Jeff, and I'm very fortunate to be able to continue to report for the NewsHour. My heart goes out to all of our public broadcasting colleagues who have seen their positions eliminated, and I sure am going to miss this team. All right, guys, come on in. I just want to bring all of the folks in. We have our editorial folks here on my right. I want to name some of them: Phil Meraviglia, Madison State.
This is such a shameful moment in our history, and it's one that I worry will be incredibly difficult to undo. Another 3 years of this, you know? It's disturbing. And I don't think they're going to be the last ones either. And here's the other thing that I've noticed. And I think I can't say with 100% certainty that this is the case. But here's the facts. I've never received a copyright claim from PBS in the 2 years I've been doing this show. But since getting the channel back, I noticed a few copyright claims from PBS, from multiple PBS stations. I don't know if this is a result because they need to find a way to, get money, whatever it might be, but I do feel like this is a result of that. And now, I feel like it winds up disincentivizing me from using their videos that I have genuinely come to rely on. PBS has, in many cases, been a great source of information for us, especially things like PBS Terra, whom we've gone to on just numerous times in the past, and it's disappointing. Not only that, but of course, people in the West Coast are going to have less news, less relevant news available to them, as well as all those people losing their opportunities and their careers, college students and adults alike. It's a real shame. All right, well, while we're talking about the media... Oh, wait a second. I almost... Oh, wow. Okay, well, we're already through the first half. Somehow I wasn't paying attention, and we just blew through it. An hour and a half has already transpired here today. Please, you just got your channel back. What does that mean? No, copyright claims, not strikes, just copyright claims. I get copyright claims all the time. Monetize PBS, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. That's basically what I'm saying to you, is they're trying to monetize over here, and it's disturbing to me. It's partly why I felt this was a good thing for us to go over today, because I was just perturbed by this development. Like, I noticed it, like, literally a couple days ago, like a Monday, I think. Not Monday. What's today? Saturday, Friday? Thursday? No, it's a disturbing development, no doubt. But no, it's a copyright claim. I get claims all the time. Copyright strikes are different. Copyright strikes are people taking down your videos over use of their content. Copyright claims are an ability to monetize because it turns up as being someone else's content, technically. But it's not actually a strike. It's convoluted. It's convoluted, but it's a thing. All right, everybody, we got to take a quick galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over there on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do not forget that, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to contribute. Things like subscriptions, super stickers, super chats, over on YouTube. We got the bits. Wait, I take it back. What am I talking about? No, you memberships, gifted memberships on YouTube. My brain just broke. Subscriptions, bits, things like that over on Twitch. We got Cash App and PayPal. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout outs at the end of every show and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Oh.
NRGFL0 just cheered 250 bits.
NRG Flow. Thank you for the bits over there on Twitch, getting us even closer to completing the goal. Much appreciated. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream, so you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss the beginning of the next half. Okay, here we are, people. Back once again. The second half is beginning. Just want to say thank you to Columbia Rican for all the sweet, sweet biddies over here. Just gigantifying a incredible number of emotes. Really, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 emotes. 9, 10 gigantified emotes all over the place. It's crazy. It's out of control. Were we on emotes only for a second over here? Because I see a lot of emotes. Although I don't see a redemption for emotes only, so which must have been an incredibly exuberant chat over here with the emotes. Anyway, that's a lot of biddies, and also a donation over on PayPal from Frizla. Much appreciated, Frizla. Although I will say this one thing to you, Frizla, which is weird, and I've never seen this before on the PayPal, and we've seen a fair number of donations on the PayPal. You donated to the stream. You donated a couple of streams ago, and that hasn't gone through, and neither has the one that you just donated. It shows it. It shows the dono. Shows the amount of the dono, but it does not show that it's gone through. It's very strange. And it doesn't actually show in the balance on the PayPal. I don't know if it's because you're donating from another country or what it is. Hopefully they go through in the near future. But regardless, I'm going to call it on the goal. Great job, everybody. Oopsies, I hit the wrong music. Oh, whatever. All right, everybody. Well, I gotta do this, I guess. There we go. Look at Leica. She's excited. I'm excited. You should be excited because we just completed the galactic content goal. I'm gonna end it here on YouTube. Even though it only says 5 out of 10, really, thanks to all the different ways people donated, we actually have in fact completed it. Do the same thing on Twitch. Bit goal. Done. 870 bits donated over on Twitch. No new subs. It's okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. Alright, there we go. Beautiful. We've done it. Bask in the glory, space fams, of the... Really, of your own... This is really... Reap the benefits of the fruits of your own donos. Space fams like you, contributing to this moment, ensuring that we get all the sweet, sweet space content tonight. All right, everybody, that's it. Last moment. Take it all in. It's coming to an end. We still got a bunch of other stuff to talk about tonight, guys. You can't be doing confetti parties all night. No, no, no. I got actually a bunch of stuff that I want to get through. Pretty formidable list tonight. Speaking of formidable things, let's go here to this. This is a long clip. It felt like a reasonable thing to do. It's the weekend. It's the end of the year, the holidays. Why not do something fun-ish? Go here to the Gianmarco Soresi podcast from 4 days ago. Who's this person? Emma Vigeland? Emma Vigland. No, it's not. That doesn't sound right. Emma
You should be ashamed of yourself for having
Vigiland.
that thought.
Emma Vigiland on
This is
with
a headgun
Gianmarco
podcast.
Cerezi.
You know what's so hard about this is like we moved everything so we could release this next Tuesday. It's coming out Tuesday.
Nice. Okay.
But the problem with fucking politics and anything in the world right now, I don't know if it was always this, whether it feels more chaotic now, whether things used to move slower, but I'm like, I don't know, everything could change. Trump just announced he's doing like a speech Thursday night on TV.
Yeah.
Who knows what that's going to entail?
Yeah.
What if he's stepping down and this whole
He's not
episode's
stepping
negated?
down.
Maybe.
It's the nature of the news. It's always new, so it's hard to
Yeah.
pre-record podcasts like this.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's not good news.
No.
It's not gonna be something we like.
You don't think it's like an apology for the Rob Reiner post?
No,
You think?
no.
I realized while watching this, Emma's tall. Also, she has legs. I assumed, just like Sam, that Emma did not have legs. So that was weird. Then I also realized that she's definitely tall. Like, she's at least the same height as Gianmarco.
He learned.
Oh
Three
my
ghosts
God.
visited him, and he's like, "Oh, actually, yeah."
I think
Really
if
close
three
to
ghosts
it.
visited Trump, they'd be mad.
Maybe
that
a
they couldn't
little
kill
shorter.
themselves.
Yeah.
Like they'd be like, "This guy is impossible." Welcome to The Downside. My name's Gianmarco Cerezi. I'm here with my co-host Russell Daniels.
Hi.
We're joined today by the Majority Report's Emma Vigland.
That's me.
Hi.
That's me. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for doing it. We know each other through Twitter,
Yes.
which I even went to check the other day. I was like, "Are you on Threads?" No.
No.
You're still on Twitter.
I'm still on
what
Twitter,
are we doing?
but less so. I mean, I feel like really I move most of my kind of online activism stuff to Instagram at this point. Like Twitter's basically dead. It's just all bots and people,
Yeah.
you know, saying
But
you're
it's still
Jewish.
mean.
Right.
There's
right.
still stakes, and people
Right.
still get dragged. And I do think I enjoy the blood sport of
Yes,
it.
I definitely have a sickness where I do enjoy the blood sport of it. I think both my parents are lawyers, so I confuse like arguing with love. So when I go on Twitter, it's just like perfect. I get to be, it's right at home for me. Arguing about politics, please. This is like, being a child again.
Oh, that's horrifying. My childhood was like Elon Musk's Twitter. That's a brutal time. Emma, what's the political commentator?
Yes.
Is that's kind of your
Co-host of the Majority Report. I mean, yes, definitely not a journalist. I don't like when people call me a journalist because a journalist is a very specific kind of thing. I'm a commentator.
Like, my lack of arms, you just can't see them. They're just, I have arms. How dare you?
How rude.
How dare you? I have arms. You just can't see them all the time because of the angle of the camera. And that's the only reason.
A pundit.
And so define what's a commentator. I kind of know, but versus a journalist.
Well,
You're saying you don't have
I don't have sources. I'm not like digging into a story. And journalists, like, people should be clearer about what a journalist is because it's
I agree.
important right now.
I think the New York Times said Andrew Schultz is the number one journalist right now or something like that. And I said New York Times.
Dude.
New York
That
Times.
is,
Dude, I
that
mean,
is- wow. That is pathetic. New York Times. This internet says Emma is 5'6". Does that mean that Gianmarco is shorter than I think? Because in my mind, Gianmarco is like 6 feet tall. Huh. I want to assume the internet's correct. Emma's been out there for a minute. I mean, she was doing things. She's been doing things. And in fact, now that I think about it, actually, that probably makes sense. Yeah, because actually, right, because she used to be like a on-the-ground reporter for TYT. I remember watching her back then. She never stood out as incredibly tall to me at that time. So maybe she is only like just like a regular. Maybe I guess 5'7" is maybe a little tall for. What is the average height for a woman? Still, I think that must mean that Gianmarco is actually shorter than I think.
Journalism is an important important practice in this country, and there are processes, like there's sourcing. You can't print something unless you ask someone for comment and all that kind of stuff, which makes it so that we have a system of ethics in the press that should be adhered to. But now everybody and their mother's calling themselves a journalist, and they don't have any of those ethics. Like, I mean, Laura Loomer's at the White House press conference asking questions. Give me a break.
Yeah, she's coming on next week.
And she'll have a new face next week. She changes them like, like you change your water filter.
Wait, there was a picture going around for
No, it was fake.
It was fake, right?
It was fake.
Okay, I was one of those mysteries
yeah.
where you see once and you're like, I think that's fake, and then I saw it like 4 more times, and I was like, I am gonna try to look up the real thing, and then I forgot to look up the real thing, but I thought it was fake.
It's hard. I shared a thing recently. I shared it. It was Trump with the walker.
Oh, you did.
That looked real.
It did look real.
Yeah.
But I
is
had
getting
the
really
instinct
good
to be like, it's fake. Yeah.
Have you ever shared something, since you're not a journalist, and you went, oh fuck?
Yes, absolutely.
Fuck.
Absolutely.
What?
How tall is Hassan then? Because Emma's not short one next to him. Do I got to go through? Are we really going to deep dive Emma's height now? Is that what people are asking Nightbot how tall Emma is? It says John Marco is 6'4". Something's wrong here. Something is clearly wrong here. So at least one of these facts cannot be correct.
What was the worst?
I don't even remember. Now I'm trying to think. It was probably something that was AI generated.
It turns out Israel did nothing wrong.
Right. Yeah. I was wrong the whole time. Right. I've been
so many AI generated.
So much Hamas propaganda, obviously. Or what did the crazy Zionists call it? They call it Pollywood. They call it Pollywood. Have you heard about this?
Like PALI?
Yeah, like Hollywood, but for Palestinians, basically trying to say that all of these images are manufactured.
Because we haven't made it in Hollywood, and maybe there's. I go, oh my God, is that Russell?
They're flipping the trope. They're flipping the trope.
Yeah, I just saw on. I had a joke. It was.
Well, here you go, chat. You forced me into it. Emma Hassan photos. I'm going through it. Honestly, I think 5'6" might actually be right. Hassan, he's what, 6'3" or something like that. He looks about 8 inches taller than her, maybe. And he's kind of slouching here. But also, how tall is Sam then? If Hassan, I guess Sam must be at least 6 feet tall then. He's not that much shorter than Hassan in this photo. You see what I'm talking about? God damn it. Look at these three everybody looks so happy in this picture. Blurry but happy.
About that account, Stop Anti-Semitism, that labeled Miss Rachel as one of the top 10 anti-Semites of the year.
Yeah.
And Stop Anti-Semitism commented just like an hour ago, being like, Miss Rachel spreads Hamas.
I like doing your anti-Semitism rankings like a BuzzFeed list. Right?
Yeah.
Top 10. Scroll down to see who's number 1. Spoiler alert, it's the children's educator who doesn't want kids getting blown up all the time.
It's also like, if I were to take all morality out from a strategic position, I'm like, Miss Rachel is so beloved that you're going to make this the face of like the thing that you're fighting, and all the kids love. It's so...
Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? And I have this, is Harry Potter. Where there feels like a lot of, like, obviously J.K. Rowling, virulent transphobe, and just putting a lot of money towards the thing. And sometimes I think focusing on, like, shaming anyone who still likes Harry Potter, or every actor who ever does anything with the Harry Potter thing, I look at it and I go... This is a losing battle. There's better battles to be fought than pick the artistic entity that so many people have a deep nostalgic childhood connection.
A good
to.
connection too. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like the property itself, Harry Potter itself, isn't like transphobic. In fact, it's magic. There's all sorts of things that can change.
Yes.
And better to. There's just sometimes I think there's these battles that are picked that are losing battles that. It's the question of being annoying. What is it?
It turns people off from like getting.
I think if you still love Harry Potter, here's my take on this situation. If you still love Harry Potter, just don't support it monetarily. There's other ways to enjoy it, right? I don't want to get too explicit here, but you know what I'm saying. There are other ways in which you can enjoy The Prisoner of Azkaban without giving money to that horrible woman. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Sometimes your thing.
Yeah, and that level of nostalgia, like Harry Potter, your brain is and all your emotions are forming when you're like reading that stuff or watching those movies. That's like so deeply embedded in people's nostalgia that it's the Miss Rachel thing's insane. Because I think that is more of a representative of like the Zionists view her as a real threat because of how wide of a reach she has and the fact that she's unflinching. So like that's why they're going after her, is because the humanity that she shows is such a threat to their project. But when it comes to like Harry Potter and stuff like that, I agree with you. I mean, personally, I have a hard time now even enjoying Harry Potter, but that's just because I'm like I'm not your average Joe. I'm democratic socialist like.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think
it's just like it's going to be around. HBO is not going to cancel the show. It's going to be on for the next 10 years.
Yeah. Yes.
And some people are going to love it. And like, I think the tactic would be more so like Harry Potter is a celebration of transness because it's an exploration of people can change and they have identities and they.
Yeah. Once again, I think if you're going to Harry Potter world, right, that actually money goes directly to J.K. Rowling, right? Like she's benefiting off that. You can find other ways. Read, you if you still have copies of the book and you read them as a child and you feel some nostalgic way about it, rereading those books. Don't do any, don't, and like getting rid of the books doesn't do anything to her. Reading them again doesn't do anything. Like it just, I can see this being a completely net zero sum sort of situation, and you get something out of it, right? But like you start like if you're putting money to watch the new movies at the movie theater or whatever, somehow some portion of that goes directly to that woman. StreamLord with a beanie or a fedora? People want different hat options. Oh boy, that's complicated. That would complicate things. Because then I would have to somehow, once somebody redeems one of the hats, I would have to make it so you couldn't redeem a different hat. Or, because right now, the way we have it set up is that if you redeem the tinfoil hat, I mean, it's so expensive. 5,555 galactic credits. I mean, I don't know how long it takes watching the stream to acquire that many, but it's hours of watching the stream to get it. Not that it couldn't be done. It could be done. But we'd have to then put a time limit on it or something like that. Or you'd only have one hat per stream. So if we don't have... Do you see what I'm saying here? It's an idea. You have 73,000. Wow, that's a lot. It's a lot of hats.
And magic and wonder and like reframing the show itself to make J.K. Rowling hate the show, rather than some friend who at the end of their life will have given $4.50 to J.K. Rowling based on what they consume of Harry Potter, like to lose their goodwill.
I think
to take that away from her.
Overall, I agree also with you about like what is not like effective activism or use of your time in that way. And I think individualized shaming for people's consumption choices, especially when we're in or consumptive choices rather,
Also, a tinfoil hat for Leica. Yes, I know. I've heard you all say this multiple times. That one's gonna be tough. I mean, she moves her head around all the time. She's a puppy. You know, keeping a little tinfoil hat on her. It's gonna be. Think about doing that in your own life. If you have a pet, trying to keep a little tinfoil hat on their head for any extended period of time, it would be difficult.
Everyone's in such a precarious economic situation. Like if you order from Amazon or something like that, it's just like people they have to use the services that are provided for them. We don't have the luxury right now for people to like pick and choose about like what kind of businesses, for most people, right, are ethical. If you have the money to do so, then you can. But when even just the individualized shaming of people as opposed to focusing on the collective, it's a very liberal impulse, as opposed to a leftist one. And so, you know, I think that like people can make choices within their personal lives about how they want to approach members of their family or people in their lives that they may have disagreements with, but the shaming piece, I've never ever seen really any productive stuff that's come from that. It's mostly conversation and giving grace and showing that you're open to their perspective and don't think they're dumb, that kind of thing. But the shaming, I also think it's bad for like the left-wing political project to have that be central in any way. You want to be an inclusive group and not saying these little actions that you take disqualify you from being this kind of moral person. It's just not, it's not a collectivist worldview.
Yeah, it also just totally.
And with art too.
Yeah.
I mean, art is just like,
because you can go in the comment section and you'll always see, like, not a lot, but like no matter what is any kind of clip of an episode, you can pick like there's one thing like, or actually, how about you not prop up blah blah blah, and it's like the smallest, most niche thing that you're like, if we gathered all of those little things that we're not allowed to either talk about or go to or consume on TV, like it's so many things.
Well,
it's such a limited lot. Like,
you know how companies have the, what is it called, where they say that they donate a carbon, what is it called?
Carbon footprint.
But it's
How is it that I did not notice that this whole time? Now that you pointed it out, I can't look away from it. And why is everybody wearing headphones? They're all in the same room. They're 3 feet away from each other. I don't understand. How is that
carbon
helping?
credit or
carbon credit. Like I think
Yeah.
we need to create more like social credit.
I'm so confused. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is that? What? Who's producing this show? Who said no? You need them. No, believe me. Even John Marco's not fully sold on it. Half on, half off over here. He's like, do I need the headphones? I guess I'll keep them on my head.
Comes to like art, so it's like, listen,
Yes.
I donated to this organization that helps trans youth,
so I'm listening to
I'm
Michael
gonna play the
Jackson.
Harry Potter video game and post about my
Right.
favorite
Right.
scene.
Yeah.
That's what I think. We need a system,
But
because
it is nice when you're not partaking in something and you're like, okay, well,
it makes people feel good, right? To be on the shaming side of it. But I think that it's also I think people just feel also really impotent politically. And because we are in such a moment of like anti-democracy, and I'm not like, I am including also the Democratic Party that doesn't listen to the over 90% of their base that wants us to cut off weapons to Israel, the 70% that say they're committing a genocide, the fact that the Democrats didn't have a primary process and just like forced Joe Biden through because that primary could have been an outlet for people to feel like they have some democratic input in a system.
Yes.
And Trump's obviously anti-democratic from in expressly as like a fascist basically. But it's just, I think people are relying on these like, I don't know, little moments in their personal lives that have to do with the only thing that we're taught that we can express ourselves through, which is consumption.
Yes.
And substituting that for political action, and it's not going to build to anything that will change the world. It's just gonna make you more miserable and the people around you more miserable.
This is the downside.
Hello.
1, 2, 3. Downside. What? You're listening to The Downside. The Downside. With Gianmarco Cerezi.
Did I say what the show is already?
No.
This is The Downside. This place we complain, we get negative, we see the world for what it is, but then hopefully feel better by expressing it and letting it out and not pretending all the time. Join the Patreon, patreon.com/downside for 4 bonus episodes every month. This is my last week in New York before I start my Asia tour, and
So those are gonna... Yes, you should join the Patreon. Not Gianmarco's stupid Patreon. No, you should join the Galactic Patreon. Become a Galactic patron. It's only $3 a month. Can you imagine that? 10 cents a day. It's practically free. You get a crazy number of benefits. It's also the only way to get a Galactic avatar on one of the break screens. That's right. You ever wonder who all those people dancing around on the intermission screens that you see with your eyes during the breaks? Well, that's how you do it. That's the only way. It's the only way, I tell you.
Important.
What?
Those Patreons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you got the money, support Gianmarco too, I guess. Just saying.
We're going to be able to check in for months.
And Russell, if it's just Russell, that means I'm in a Singaporean prison because I did talk about drugs on the show.
Don't bring them there.
I know. I read the
Make
Jeremy
sure
Harris.
check all your
Jeremy
things.
Harris, did he get out of Japan?
Yeah, I think eventually.
A playwright, but
I read about that.
3 weeks though.
Yes,
he was gone for a while before they even heard the story. He was like 2 weeks in there.
He's researching a
Was
fucking
it
movie.
was it weed?
I thought it was. Can we look it up, Ty?
It was
Okay.
MDMA.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
it was something he should have gone to jail for. Even here,
It was.
What's the name one more time?
What? Jeremy O'Harris.
O'Harris.
Yeah. No. Well, these days, weed especially, I have a little tablet and a little pill, and I gotta look through every
You gotta
crevice.
dump the bag out. And
Yes.
shake. Yeah.
Right. No, I feel like traveling with weed, it's like, all right, what do you expect from people? I mean, not to Singapore, though, not even there. Just warning you.
That's the attitude in any other.
Well,
hey, what
I
do you
don't
expect?
know.
What do you
I don't
expect?
know.
Xi Jinping, please.
I think in America
please.
though, you can kind of like put, it ends up in a baggie. It's.
I'm going loose.
Yeah,
I remember like 2 years ago, I went to North Carolina with gummies, and I mixed them in regular gummies, and I as if I had a snack pack, and I slipped 2 in there, and no one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember what we would have to go through, what we've been through with weed?
Wow. Oh, you thought that was being serious when I said don't join Gianmarco's Patreon? I was kidding. Of course I was. I was being sarcastic. I would never actually say that and mean that. No, don't support that. Don't support that guy's Patreon. Certainly not somebody who we've supported in the past, who we have watched for their comedy, for their craft, like Gianmarco. That would be beyond inconsiderate.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And anti-gay and anti-trans ways and all of that stuff.
Every
but
single
once
person
that
on this
turns
planet
into
is
something
gay.
darker and they don't get pleasure out of what he does anymore, then I think that's when it gets a little bit squishy.
When it's not attached to any sort of policy thing, it's like because sometimes they could say in the past like, oh, I don't like how he's saying it, but immigration is a huge issue, so the cruelness in the tweet about immigration, they can still be like, well, I still agree with his policies, but in the Rob Reiner thing, you're like, oh, this is just an unnecessary.
And everyone's had a loved one who's died.
Unnecessary, cruel thing to say.
And everyone can hear
connected to it. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone can hear what happened, and it strikes you. You go, oh my God, that's the worst thing I've ever
in the world.
heard.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
when it comes to, since you mentioned it, because sometimes it feels like the conversation about the R word, it's a degree where it's like, it's so, you're like, can we get over this? But clearly it symbolizes something to a lot of people. And it's like, I was watching, it was Gavin Newsom, another phenomenal actor. I mean, just truly
straight out of central casting, as Trump would say.
Yeah. And he was on a podcast like talking about how Trump called that reporter piggy. He said it like that, like piggy. And I'm like, Gavin, please. I'm sure you've called women worse things in private, but yeah, please. But he said piggy, and then he said the R word, quoting Trump. But he did say the R word, interestingly enough. But I go like, Will Menaker, Chapel Trap House.
Yep.
He quote tweeted saying like this tactic of like, I don't like the way this guy speaks. It just hasn't seemed to have had sticking power. We've watched this guy win 2 presidential elections, and the left or liberals are generally harping on like, you shouldn't say that, and just that vibe of being annoying. At the same time, you know, I've heard from other people where you know, the R word, it's dehumanizing XYZ. I understand that part, and there's this degree where like, I don't know what the solution is, because it doesn't seem to convince people to, per the Harry Potter point, because for some people saying the R word is nostalgic. That is like their childhood.
I said it growing up. I mean, I don't feel like proud of that, but that's what our friends would say. I mean, we weren't saying like the anti-gay slurs. I think that had passed, although I'm sure boys my age were saying it. But like, but that was still a thing, the R word growing up.
I think though that sometimes a lot of like problematic jokes or like baseline jokes, there is a nostalgia that fuels it, that really is like, oh, it's just like, that's how my boys and I. So with straight guy, you'd be like, that's so gay. Like there's.
I think that just because some people find it, whatever you want to call it, nostalgic or cathartic, I think we still have to be able to at least call it out, right? And say, like, regardless of whether or not some people like it, like, I think it really is the responsibility of like media personalities. And I know John Marco comes at it from a different angle as like a comedian, but even then, like, I do think that you gotta find a way to do this stuff without engaging in that, and without, encouraging that, and being willing to call it out when it happens, especially when super powerful people are doing it, like Donald Trump.
Something that like, oh my God, I'm back in middle school. I didn't know I was gonna die, and that's and so it's just like. It's that thing where like, I don't know what the answer to the conversation is, because I think as like a comedian, I think about like my favorite comics of all time, and a lot of them, they said crazy shit, and I go, and it's funny. At the same time, when the word becomes like too culturally comfortable, people lean on it and they say it all the time, and they use it as an insult for everything.
That's the thing, is it's used, it's too much.
It's rarely like, oh, this guy made one racist joke. It's more like, then he made 4 in a row because it was so easy and dull. But when you get mad at someone for a word, they roll their eyes and they go, God, you're so fucking annoying.
Here's the thing. I think for me, I feel like when comedians turn to podcasting, that's when they go from being comedian to being a media figure. And I do feel like to some degree you have to check yourself. And if you're gonna start talking politics and stuff like in the different format that's not stand-up comedy, right, or some form, like it change. I feel like it changes your responsibility to some degree.
And I don't know. I don't know if it's evolved, but I used to be more like, guys, just don't do it.
Right.
And then I saw that doesn't work, and you're a cop. You become a language police, and it does get boring. Has your views evolved at all on that, or what do you think?
I would say, I mean, maybe I don't know if I ever had like fully formed views about it. I'll just say like our show, before I joined, the co-host of our show, Michael Brooks, tragically passed away, but he would he would do all these impressions that even at the time maybe he was ahead of his time to a degree, because like he was doing Obama impressions or Mandela impressions. Right-wing Mandela was one of his favorites, and like perhaps there was a time where it'd be like, white man, don't do black voice, like don't do a voice like this.
Yeah.
And he was never about that. I mean, it was always about, if it's funny, just go with it. And that's more of my inclination, and I'm around a lot funnier people than me.
He's
Sam,
got a great Mandela.
You're like my Cedar used to be in comedy, or Brian, our producer.
How deep was Sam into comedy?
I mean, he was. Have you ever seen that Sex and the City episode where they go to L.A. and he spits out a steak? That's Sam Cedar.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
That's Sam. I mean, Sam was right. Like he was writing. He had a show and all this other stuff. Yeah, he has
another actor getting into fucking politics.
Exactly. And then I think in.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just figured we'd watch a little bit of that today. One of our favorites, Emma. One of our favorite comedians, Gianmarco Soresi. Talking all sorts of different things. A super long discussion, so we don't have time to go through the whole thing. Unfortunately, it's like an hour and a half long. We got to do other news and stuff today. Let's see. Let's go here now to Kyle Kalinske over at Secular Talk a couple days ago.
You're not even allowed.
Well, let's talk about MAGA and whether or not things are going badly over there. Spoiler alert, it would seem, yes, they are not going well.
You're not even allowed to say Merry Christmas anymore. They came to me and they said, sir, we have a problem. And the problem is they don't allow you to say Merry Christmas anymore. So I said, you know what?
Illegal.
We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring back Merry Christmas. We're going to tell the Democrats, you can be quiet because no more happy holidays. What does that even mean? Happy holidays. Say Merry Christmas. We're going to do that from now on. So I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Thank you guys for joining me. I tried, man. I tried. You can see the backdrop is red. I tried to wear, this is like a purplish jacket, try to get like kind of close to red, and I got the green tie, trying to look all festive and shit. I don't have one of those little Santa hats, or else I'd wear it. I know one of the kids has it, but I don't know where they,
Is the, I mean, it might be the camera, but weirdly enough, doesn't look green or red to me. It's maybe purple. Purple and like aquamarine. I guess, is aquamarine technically, I guess it's kind of
where they put it. So anyway, we're here, man. We're here. I still got a full show for you on Christmas Day. Hope you guys are out there having some awesome family time, getting some good presents and whatnot, getting some time off of work. But I do have a lot of stuff to get to. So I have an amazing Christmas present for you on Christmas. Namely, MAGA is absolutely crumbling. They are crumbling to dust, and I have the evidence to prove it. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. I'll also get into Trump's criminal billionaire sugar daddies who were just exposed. I'm talking about the ones who are funding the Epstein Memorial Ballroom. There's a lot to say about that. We have a whole list on that front. Then we'll get to later on Erica Kirk. She cannot stop humiliating herself. She cannot stop making people suspicious. The way that she's acted since Charlie Kirk was killed is just absolutely disturbing stuff. And then also later on, we have a video that is incredibly disturbing, and I will ask the question, is Narco Rubio coked to the gills like a frat boy?
Move it along.
That is the question.
Move it along,
and
Kyle.
you will have to answer that question.
God damn it.
And then also, Hunter Biden finally...
You are killing me right now, Kyle. You're killing me, guy. We're here to talk about MAGA. Remember? Do you remember that? Remember that time we were talking about that?
I never will. I want to stay true to our founding principles, and we're going to do that. You can also support Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, and go subscribe to Corin's World, so you can see the live Kyle and Corin podcast every Monday night. And I will say that would also be an awesome Christmas present for Corin if you go ahead and subscribe to him today. So, all right, without any further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and jump right in ski. So, let's start with this one. This came out on December 17th, but Trump's economic approval hit a brand new low of 36%. He's underwater on literally every single topic now. Now, normally Republicans are okay when it comes to immigration, for example. Like, he's always been above water on immigration and stuff like that. Even on the economy, usually Republicans fare better than Democrats do, according to the numbers in the polling. Now, not anymore. He's underwater on immigration. He's underwater on the economy. And the Democrats are doing way, way better on those things. All right, let me give you some more. YouGov poll, Trump's approval trends among 18 to 29-year-olds.
Ouch.
February, the approval was +9 among young people. +9.
Trump is down 50% from where he was at. From 52 to 26. His approval halved. Halved among you. Remember, we won young people. Landslide, all the young people love us. Oh, Megastar with a sweet, sweet super chat. R.I.P. Bozo, #Mega. Much appreciated. Very much appreciated, incredibly generous.
Now, it is -43. That is a net 52-point negative swing against Trump. I'm not kidding when I say I have never seen anything this severe. To just go from February to December, a 52-point negative swing, it's almost like if I was president and I tried to make a demographic group swing that hard against me, I'm not sure I could pull it off. You would have to call a presidential address where you tell people to fuck off and suck your dick. you'd have to do an Oval Office address where you tell people, lick my asshole, you disgusting freaks. Fuck you. I'm going to tank this country on purpose. That's what you have to do. But here's Trump. He actually...
Clearly, that's not what you have to do.
Positively gone. Well, let's take a look at Hispanics now. In February, Trump was -2 with Hispanics. So 49% approval, 51% disapproval. Basically, I mean, look, it's within the margin of error. You could say it was even Stevens on that, right? You're not over water, not underwater. Well, guess what? December, now he's -42. That is a 40-point negative swing. His disapproval among Hispanics is 71%. 71, y'all. 71. So that's another one where he picked up with Hispanics in the last election, and Republicans thought, this is going to be permanent. Let's do some gerrymandering along these racial lines now. Well, turns out, not only was it not permanent, you've now not only reverted to the mean, I think it may have even gotten worse than the mean. That's how much you blew it. That's how much you pissed everybody off. And stop and think about it, man. With young people in particular, what do we just learn? They're going to start garnishing wages to pay back student loans. We just learned that. Well, that's going to make young people swing against even more. Why? They have fucking massive amounts of student loans. Hispanics, I mean, you are deporting count.
There you go. Young people, Hispanics. Seemingly really not a fan. Really not fans of the president, it would seem. Getting real bad. Getting real bad for Donald Trump. According to the polls, all right, we're gonna keep talking about the approval of the president and how Americans are feeling about everything. Let's go here now to the Humanist Report.
This is going to come back to you.
Tribunals are coming.
You're domestic terrorists!
Donald Trump is propelling the United States of America to have its wokest era yet.
I truly don't think that conservatives comprehend yet just how intense the backlash is going to be when the Trump era finally comes to an end, because the extent to which this regime has destroyed the country cannot be overstated, and it is leading to unfathomable levels of anger and a desire for retribution among everybody else. Like, Trump had his retribution, and now everybody else wants their retribution. And I'm not just talking about woke extremist lefties. I'm talking about normie Americans who've become radicalized in response to the rise of fascism. And this sentiment is really starting to bubble up to the surface, to the point where people are taking notice of how even liberal wine mom types are noticeably more ruthless. And memes like this speak to what we're all seeing. Cringe Maoist LARPer. Have you considered the economic anxiety of those poor Trump voters? Nicole, suburban mom and successful corporate lawyer. Every Republican alive is an affront to God. And there's also variations of this meme where liberal wine moms who were once saying when they go low, we go high, are now calling for the streets to turn red from the blood of the bourgeoisie tyrants. And these memes are obviously hyperbolic, but there's a kernel of truth in them. We've all seen this. Jennifer Welch, who's kind of viewed as the prototypical liberal wine mom, has sparked outrage on the right, specifically because of her hilariously vicious rants towards Trump supporters and how they should take their fat asses to Cracker Barrel instead of a Mexican restaurant, because they shouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of multiculturalism if they're voting against it. And the reason why she's blowing up online, aside from her sheer talent, is because she's relatable in the sense that we can all see our own moms and aunties in her. Just speaking anecdotally, one of the nicest, most loving women I have ever known just randomly dropped a "I hope he dies" when Trump's name came up. And it caught me off guard. It was so funny because this is not characteristic of her. Like, for her to say something like this is crazy to me, but it just really speaks to the frustration and hopelessness that regular people like her are feeling as she watches the country that she loves get burned to the fucking ground by fascist extremists. And I played this clip on the show before, but just look at the savage responses liberal women gave to right-wing pants shitter Caitlyn Bennett.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, man?
He was horrible on the
Why would you
campuses.
say something like that? Why would you say something like that? I'm very upset.
Yes.
Why would
like for real, like, she's out here hoping for that answer, and and yet she comes back with, why would you say that?
you say something like
That's
that,
the best
man?
she's
He
got.
was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible.
That's true. That is true. This lady right here, she's right, actually. He was horrible on the campuses.
Arguably the
That's just
greatest work of
accurate.
nonfiction of the 20th century.
You know what? I do the exact same thing. Would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
Maybe.
What, if she would die? I don't know.
Excuse me?
No, I don't know you, but I didn't know him either. But he was not a good person.
He would go to college campuses.
And
He would go
I
to.
think he got shot because he wasn't a good person.
That is disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself.
That is disgusting. How dare you? How dare you say that?
Ashamed of yourself.
You know what? You want me to not call him Hitler? You want me to say he's
Your
not
friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
You can't tell me that they'd be this ruthless if the country didn't get taken over by fascists. And Kyle Kalinske said it best when he
just laughed at
talked
her
about
face.
this clip.
I love how
Your friend just said
I love
she'd
how-
be happy
I love how
if
she-
I died.
I love how she goes to her friend for it's not clear that they're actually friends. They're just at the same protest. I love how she goes to this other protester for for validation, and she just laughs in her face like, yeah, you deserved it. You seem shitty. You seem terrible, actually.
Bro, you can't tell me that they'd be this ruthless if the country didn't get taken over by fascists. And Kyle Kalinske said it best when he talked about this clip. He said that these are your grandmothers. And he's right. Like, these are the nice ladies who always have granola bars in their purses that they're willing to share. They're the kind of people who are always there for you to watch your kids or offer you a shoulder to cry on. And the fact that they're talking like this, the fact that they're talking like lefty shit posters on Twitter, speaks to the anger that Trump's regime is creating. And I can assure conservatives that the backlash to what's happening now will indeed be immense. But despite what that lady said, I don't actually think that she wants violence. In the extended clip, she admitted that maybe she was saying what she...
Yeah, no, she never actually said that she wanted her to die. She said that she would be fine with it. Like, that's all she ever said. She's, I'm fine. Yeah, like, I don't care. Like, get over it. You know? Like she never called for violence. She was just like, look, maybe it was fine that he died. Like, maybe it was a net positive, actually. It's not that she's actually calling for anything to happen. She's like, look, if you died, you want me to care? I don't even know you. Well, I gotta care that you die? You seem shitty. You seem like a shitty person. Maybe I don't care if you die. Is that a problem? Like, do you care if people die because they're losing their health insurance? Like, that's what I would have said in that moment. It's like, what about the tens of thousands of people that will die as a result of Republicans and Donald Trump, the people that, literally you support, they're taking away health care from everybody. Do you care about those tens of thousands of people dying, or do you just care about you and your friend Charlie? Because that's what it seems like. Like, you're really upset about one person dying. You don't care so much about tens of thousands of other people dying. And I don't know what your value system is that allows you to think like that.
She was saying because she was mad and didn't really mean it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's still not going to be consequences for what's happening, because one thing's for sure, the days of when they go low, we go high are over. And I don't even think that Democrats comprehend just how angry their base is. And in a clip from a recent episode of the Dangerous Ones podcast, they made their expectations for Democrats running in 2028 very, very clear.
Whoever runs for the Democratic nomination, I want them to punish the other side, not just come into office and be like, well, no. And I remember Lincoln after the Civil War, everybody wanted Lincoln to punish the South for what had happened. He didn't live long enough to do that, but he also didn't want to do that. Yeah. I disagree with that now. Whoever comes into office should not only fix every goddamn thing that has just happened, but I think there should be some punishment involved.
I think that there has to be, because one of the things that's breaking in this country is rule of law.
Right.
Getting back to what America is meant to be, a land that's governed through justice, requires that people be held accountable for shit that they did during this time period.
And it's going to be a heavy hand that comes down.
Yeah,
right away.
Because I'm not voting for a Democratic nominee who isn't saying, when I get in office, not only am I going to fix this, but there's going to be consequences.
Yes, and I need them to embrace where we are. And this little, we're going to form a committee and look into it. No, we're not.
No, we're not.
No, I think the days of that are over.
And I'm curious what you guys think at home, too. You remember in the 40s with the Nazis, and then after the war was over, they went and found them all?
It's nice to hear the libs out there talking Nuremberg trials. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. It's a good sign for the future.
And all those Nazis tried to claim, hey, I was just following orders. I say, I'm here to tell you right now, you fucking ICE agents that are doing this shit, this is going to come back to you. The internet will find you. Yep. And you will be exposed. I mean, don't think this is going away. You treating people like that when you know it's illegal, going, oh, just following orders. Yeah. No. We're gonna find out who you are.
Yeah, I hope you fuckers are getting disowned by your families right and left.
Yeah.
The tribunals are coming.
Yeah, there has to be
tribunals. You say? Tribunals.
Otherwise, history will repeat itself. Democrat after Democrat after Democrat has failed to hold Republicans accountable, and we're now having to live with the consequences of their inaction. Ford pardoned Nixon. Obama didn't prosecute the Bush war criminals because he wanted to look forward and not back. Merrick Garland dragged his fucking feet on Trump's prosecution, and the rest is history. History that we're very much living through right now, mind you. The days of just letting things go are over. And I don't think that the base is going to accept more mealy-mouthed bullshit from Democrats, especially now, because if Republicans can get away with all of this, they can literally get away with anything. You can't have a country where elites can violate laws and the Constitution with impunity. And it's not just about accountability and justice, it's also about revenge, quite frankly. Conservatives who voted for this
we can't watch this whole thing, but Mike over here killing it with the investigations.
Donnie won.
Hey, are you dirty MAGA fucks starting to realize that you've been the screaming minority, not the silent majority? Are you starting to realize that the socialist victory in New York City is just the beginning and we're coming for the fucking Oval Office? This goes out to the Democrat Party too. You're either gonna bend the knee and accept socialism or you're gonna get fucking trampled on in every single election. This is the people's fucking movement. We make the goddamn rules. You fucking work for us. And to all of you inbred hicks that support Donald Trump and his fascist regime, I hope you know you're gonna have to pretend that you never supported it in the first place. Because when we get the Oval, we are reversing every single thing that Donald Trump did. We are rounding up every single ICE agent and putting them on a tribunal. 85%
Right,
more
Jim,
you
right
dirty
away.
fucking mask Gestapo deputized white supremacist Proud Boy Nazi fucks is gonna spend the rest of your days in a goddamn prison labor camp. We're gonna milk you for fucking work, bitch. And you're gonna bite the bullet, you're gonna smell the fucking roses, and all of you red hat wearing, plankton bucket hat wearing motherfuckers are gonna have to cope, mold, and seethe. Because woke Sharia is here, bitch. We don't give a fuck about your opinions.
Woke
You have
Shar-
proven to the
woke
entire
Sharia,
public
he
that
says.
your opinions, your takes, your wants are bad for society, and they will be ignored. Not only will they be ignored, we will be taking everything you want and getting the fucking inverse. You dumb motherfuckers. You think this is a Christian nation?
Immediately,
this is a
if not
secular
sooner.
nation, bitch. You bitch and moan about, oh, Zoran Mamdani's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City. You want Christian Sharia. You're
Zoran
white boy
Mamdani.
jihadists demanding fucking Christian theocratic fascism. You are everything that you accuse the fucking left of being. You're domestic terrorists.
Incredible. Just
illegal.
Incredible. And after decades of fear-mongering about socialism, Republicans inadvertently willed it into existence because after giving us the purest, most ruthless form of late-stage capitalism and telling us that this is the best economic system in the history of mankind.
The wokest era of all. Will that be what comes in the near future? A lot of questions. Lot of questions going on. But it does feel like there's something of a tone shift out there in the world.
Serious fucking question. Why do so many people in this country have such a fucking hard-on for billionaires? The ACA was unsuccessful. Yeah, because billionaires are fucking greedy. Grocery prices, everything is sky high. Yeah, because fucking billionaires are greedy. Zoran Mamdani, he's gonna do terrible things to New York because all the billionaires will leave. Fuck those billionaires. Fuck them with a 10-foot pole. In fact, fuck them with a redwood tree because at least one billionaire is walking around this country happier than a pig in shit. So happy, in fact, that she's at least a little bit charitable. Is it because you have some fucking crazy idea that the American dream is gonna come knocking on your door? Because it's not. Because your Lord and Savior fucking Ronald Reagan killed the American dream with trickle-down economics. In fact, I made a list of all the things that are more likely to happen to you than becoming a billionaire in the United States of America in 2025. Being struck by lightning. You have 40 times more likelihood of being struck by fucking lightning than you do becoming a billionaire. Being killed by a shark, 7 times more likely. Winning an Oscar. Winning an Olympic medal, 50 times more likely to win.
Wow. I think I might win an Oscar tomorrow with those statistics.
Olympic medal than you have it becoming
Any day now. Any day now it's coming in the mail.
becoming a pro athlete, dying in a plane crash, finding a pearl in the oysters that you're eating. You know, that way you can fucking clutch them. Being born with albinism. All these things more likely than becoming a fucking billionaire in 2025. Some of you just love being fucking teabagged by the billionaires every goddamn minute of every fucking day in every aspect of your life. Like, what the fuck?
Bars. And I am so glad that people are coming to the realization that everything wrong with our system is the direct result of the ruling class.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Great video from Mike Figueredo there at the Humanist Report.
These
All right, how are we doing on time? Oh boy. Can we do this all in one go? Before the break. Oh, are we already here? That happened quick. That happened quick. I didn't get through that much. I'm moving slow today. Do we do Nicki Minaj right now? I don't think I can cover this quickly, can I? All right. No, it's fine. I'll do it. I can do this, I think. Right? No, I'm over. You know what? I'm calling it. We're gonna go to break slightly early. But do not worry, we've still got a hell of a lot of content left for us to get through tonight, and no concerns about not getting all of it, as we've already completed the galactic content goal. So, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do not forget that we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have lots of great ways for you to show your support. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships over on YouTube. Got the bits and the power-ups, the gifted subs, the Twitch Prime subs, the regular subs over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal, as well as you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Amazon or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is always going to be Patreon, where you can become a Galactic patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. That is, of course, the only way to get an avatar on the stream, one of the break screens. If you ever wondered who was dancing around here, it's mostly your patrons. You could be one of them. Shout-outs at the end of every show, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is time once again for the show to get going, so you'd better get yourself back in your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the third half of the stream. Oh, shit, I was muted. Whatever. It's not important. Not important. Don't worry about it. Seriously, you've been on the toilet for 20 minutes? I was eating snacks, actually. All right, let's talk about Nicki Minaj. What do you say? Nicki, she's been doing all sorts of stuff recently, last month. Let's just go back in time briefly. Oh, wait, before we do that, I just forgot. We're going to do TPUSA. We could have done this before the break. This would have made more sense if we just did this before the break. If I remembered I had this video in my list. Idiot.
Megyn Kelly now calling out Barry Weiss.
Yes.
So it appears, I mean, Megyn Kelly is definitely walking a tightrope here, right? Like her audience, she wants some of that Candace Owens audience, but she also wants to stay in the good graces of like the more mainstream
Republicans.
World. Yes. So she's sort of walking this line. I mean,
and
she's been able to go back and forth over the years. Remember, like she was a villain to Donald Trump, and then she became a full-on Trumper. She was a full-on feminist when she left Fox because she was being sexually harassed. And then, was on
she got hired by
NBC.
the Today Show. Yeah.
And then when they realized that was a big fail, she sort of tacked back to the right. I mean,
she's a little harsh for morning television. I don't know if they could have picked up on that.
The Santa's a white person angle, it was not one that like played to the audience that was just in the dentist's office.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Santa's white, she said back in the day. Incidentally, I should just tell you, for those conservatives who are tuning in right now, Santa Claus is not real. He doesn't really exist. He's fictional regardless.
Yeah, and he's non-binary.
There's... I mean, I've noticed there's no fly on that suit. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You're going all the way around the world.
Yeah.
People with beards can be non-binary.
Uh-oh. I think Candace Owens has to get on this transvestigation. She's already doing the first lady of France. She might as well get on it. I think it's this is a valid route for her to go down right now.
Going through the fly, you do it because you're on the move, right? I'm just saying.
So true. So true.
So here's Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, no, Sam
calling
making a
out
good
Barry
point.
Weiss now.
There was also some response where it seemed like that call was being co-signed by the new head of CBS News, Barry Weiss, and I wanted to know if you wanted to respond to that as well.
So it's a similar situation with Barry. None of this is about them calling me out for anything I've said or haven't said, or it's certainly not about Erica Kirk, as Ben tried to make it sound last night. It's about Israel. Those two are very pro-ardent Israel activists, which is fine, but they don't get to dictate how the rest of us feel about Israel or what we do with respect to our friends and our friends' opinions on Israel. And I'll tell you, Barry Weiss wants to...
What is your opinion, Megyn?
Couch herself as Erica's protector, Erica's defender. She's retweeting the Ben speech, saying anybody who doesn't call out conspiracy theorists is a coward. Erica Kirk barely knows Barry Weiss. Barry doesn't know anything about Erica. Barry Weiss has never been to a Chinese
This is what is just so annoying.
Shots fired from Megyn. My God.
approaches a substantive argument, like right there where she says Israel, and why I interjected there, she doesn't say what her opinion is. It's back to drama. You don't get to say what I have to say, but what do you have to say? And it's just amazing how they perform. It is like a play, and it's like a bad play. It's like a middle school play, and the audience eats it up, where it looks like political disagreement, but they're just fighting for money. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, because they don't even talk about the disagreement at hand.
And they all are trying to place themselves either as like closer to Erica. I mean, it's fascinating.
It reminds me of Bacon's Rebellion, a Virginian colonial rebellion, where both sides were saying, actually, I'm the one on the side of the king. You're not doing what the king would want.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm still snacking. I didn't eat any meals today. But yeah, no, this is like, it's basically everybody coming out and saying, I'm the defender of Erica. I will be the knight in shining armor that will come to Erica's aid. And actually, everyone else is protecting her wrong. You're using a bow. I think that's the wrong strategy.
Right.
I will use the great Excalibur.
Gave Barry Weiss the exclusive. She waited to address Candace Owens by name in that explicit interview. Like, if she doesn't know who Barry Weiss is, she has bad advisors. You're actually criticizing Erica Kirk by even making this sort of point. And also, but also Candace's thing about Erica is not about Israel. It's about lunacy, conspiracy theories. Like,
Candace's thing about Erica?
Yeah, about Turning Point USA. It's not really about Israel at all. It's about just
well, it started that.
There's elements.
It started there, but it really went on to, like, she just realized, like, oh, this is good for me. This conspiracy theory stuff is good for me. Egypt, and first it was Israel, and then it was. I mean, by the time Candace Owens was like called to heel by Erica Kirk, and who knows what it was? Maybe she wasn't called to heel. Maybe she was like offered a sinecure, like you're cutting into our bottom line.
Yep.
Here's some we don't know what went on there, but whatever it is, she came out of there not really stopping with the conspiracy theorizing, but more with, hey, I was just joking about not donating to TPUSA.
Yeah,
keep giving them money. Keep giving them money, because look, for all we know, and we don't. But for all we know, it could be one of those situations. Keep donating to TPUSA, because now I get $1 for every. Now I get $1 for every 10 that gets in there, or whatever it is.
At the very.
That would be quite a lucrative deal. My God, even Candace, I don't think, could turn down that level of cash injection.
It's harder for her to engage in the level of conspiracism she has been about Emmanuel Macron's wife, who is in France and not an American citizen, based on my knowledge, versus, say, a bunch of really wealthy people who know Candace well within her own circles that could take action against her for certain arguments.
I mean, she's being sued.
She is being sued. The Brigitte Chronicles have really cost the well, I mean, not, I guess technically not yet, but I mean, legal fees are going to start mounting. It's been, I mean, I think it's been like at least a couple of months since the Macrons sued her. She's going to have to start paying lawyers, if not already.
By the Macrons.
She is.
For defamation.
True, but
also, I would say, like, she's still, like, just going off on the conspiracies. And when she was called to that meeting, her conspiracies were leaning towards, like, some type of, like, cabal around Charlie Kirk in TPUSA.
Although I will say this about this, because I've been watching an unfortunate amount of I can barely say it. I've been watching an unfortunate amount of Candace Owens recently, and I've been going through some of this stuff, and I do feel to some degree she's turned down the Brigitte Macron conspiracy theories a bit lately, and she's focused it to other French stuff. So it can see, like, I feel like it's a way, like, what do you call it? It's like a bait and switch for the audience. It's like, oh, did you notice I started talking about something else? I'm still talking about something French, And of course, like if it's French, it must have something to do loosely with Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. But I feel like she's not directly going after Brigitte as much lately. Not that she hasn't completely stopped, but I've noticed a distinct turn down.
Friday, she came out with an interview with a guy that I'll say on the surface doesn't appear credible to me, but said he saw Erica and a TPUSA guy, I think, at a Air Force base. And he recognized her eyes.
Well, they are something to behold.
So yeah, more on that later.
But it is interesting that
that's just journalism.
Kelly is trying to make this exclusively about Israel, not about the idea of just general conspiracy theories that Candace Owen is going. And she's trying to make it about like Barry Weiss and Shapiro are on one side with Israel. The funny part is not only is she attacking Shapiro earlier, but Barry Weiss has got to be so depressed because Barry Weiss's whole thing has been, I'm going to bring the conservatives into the CBS world, and that's not going to work. She's like
Dave Rubin. She's just Dave Rubin, but with an Ivy League degree. I mean, she's also gay.
Wait, you're telling me that the neocons and the neolibs would have something against doing a years-long investigation into, a transvestigation into the First Lady of France? What? The audience wouldn't tolerate something like that? That's weird.
Don't be creepy. She's also married to a woman.
She's smart. She's smarter than Dave Rubin, without a doubt. She's smarter than Dave Rubin, but she's not that much smarter.
Not that much.
And
Megyn Kelly's smarter than both of them.
And the problem is that her aspirations are way out of line with what she can do.
Exactly.
Because you can certainly make a fake university.
She's pulling a Hitler, if you will. If you know your Candace trivia lore, you'll know what I'm talking about. But just to be clear, Candace is once quoted as having said, the problem with Hitler was that he got outside of his realm, his realm of influence. Like he should have just kept it in Germany. When he went to Poland and France, that's when he took it too far, right? He was too much of an expansionist. Should have just kept it all, in Germany. And that was his fatal flaw.
Down in Texas. And you can certainly have a good Substack by sort of being like the conservatives, sort of liberal or whatever it is. But it ain't going to work at CBS News.
No.
She may never get fired because Ellison only has maybe just has one agenda. But it's not going to work. She's not going to get the ratings that she wants.
She's announced a bunch of these talks like she did with Erica Kirk as if she's turning CBS into Jubilee. But the Erica Kirk one didn't even perform well.
No.
That one didn't perform well.
I am going to bet that whatever the slate is of those, that they will not all be aired.
Yeah, honestly, the Candace VOD on the actual, the Candace's VOD talking about what happened on CBS with Erica and Barry Weiss did 10 times the views, right? It is not doing Jubilee numbers over there.
No. Good.
Couch herself as Erica's protector, Erica's defender. She's retweeting the Ben speech, saying anybody who doesn't call out conspiracy theorists is a coward. Erica Kirk barely knows Barry Weiss. Barry doesn't know anything about Erica. Barry Weiss has never been to a Turning Point event. Do you guys remember her here? Standing up for what we believe in when Charlie was alive? I don't remember her standing up for our principles. I don't remember her defending Charlie the many times he was called a racist or an anti-Semite. I really don't remember that at all. What I do remember is she had Erica Kirk come on one town hall in which Barry Weiss tried to play both super important VIP executive and super fabulous star anchor at her new network CBS. Pro tip, Barry, that's no way to win friends at your new organization, to try to steal all the hosting abilities of the on-air talent. So good luck with that. And what she did when she had Eric.
Why are we all speaking in French all of a sudden? Ceci n'est pas une référence. Nous voudrions bonbons. Would we? Would we? I mean, are you not sick of them? I mean, it'd be... Good God. Christmas is over and you want more candy? Good Lord.
There was to have the nerve to bring on the man who asked the final question of Charlie right before he got shot.
Hunter Kozak.
To put Erica in the position of having to defend whether Trump uses hateful rhetoric. The nerve.
Also, I think technically in this case, it would be, as the reference frame put it, with an S at the end. Because it would be plural, hence new would be us. So we can't all share one candy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be
Can't do
prudent
that.
at this juncture.
I'll just say,
Okay.
I love that. I
Okay.
love that.
So the guy who asked the question of Erica Kirk, one of the people asked the question, said, "Do you will you criticize Trump for his hateful rhetoric?" After she had said, "We need to tone down the rhetoric," and Kirk said basically no, she wouldn't do that. But what's fascinating is that Megyn Kelly has clearly, like, this was part of her agenda.
Yep.
This wasn't like a question just comes up and I'm rambling off the top of my head. This is part of her agenda going after Barry Weiss, which is sort of fascinating because, like Matt said, Erica Kirk chose to go on, basically gave her story to Barry Weiss in the most high-profile manner possible. And
That's just grief. Sam doesn't get it. That's just grief. That's just Erica Kirk demonstrating her grief by doing incredibly high-profile events day in and day out ever since losing Charlie. It's just how she expresses her grief. You know, it's perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. Speaking of perfectly normal, let's go to Nicki Minaj. She's been acting perfectly normal for the last month, saying all sorts of crazy things.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
This was her last month, BBC News, talking about Nigeria.
Let's go to Nigeria, where gunmen opened fire on worshippers in a church in the town of Aruku on Tuesday evening, killing 2 people and abducting several others. Local media say armed men identified by residents as bandits stormed the Christ Apostolic Church in southwestern Kwara State during an evening program, shooting the pastor and rounding up worshippers at gunpoint. Meanwhile, in the northwestern state of Kebbi, authorities say a team of soldiers.
Okay, we don't need all of this background. We talked about this. I'm just trying to get the clip from. This is the wrong. Did I add the wrong one? Oh no, here it is. It's at the end. That's right. That's right.
Quote, guns blazing if its government continues, in his words, to allow the killing of Christians. The award-winning rapper Nicki Minaj has publicly backed President Trump on this and demanded urgent action.
In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart. And entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray. Sadly, this problem is not only a growing problem in Nigeria, but also in so many other countries across the world, and it demands urgent action.
Well, let's go back now to Chris. So, Chris, is it true that it is primarily Christian?
Spoiler alert, no, it's not just Christians. It's not just Christians that are being targeted. You know, that is not what's going on. And Nicki Minaj is unfortunately delusional. That was her last month talking about it. Now, in the wake of those comments, reportedly, Nicki Minaj lost like 100,000 followers. This is Sky News Australia from last month.
The superstar used her platform to call out the world's failure to defend religious liberty. She's now backing President Trump's efforts to address violence against Christians in Nigeria. Let's just take a listen to what she said.
Faith is under attack in way too many places. Nigeria, Christian.
Hold on, I'm skipping past this part.
How they pray.
Credit to Nicki Minaj. Esther, why is Nicki Minaj one of the few celebrities actually speaking out on this issue?
Because surprisingly, she's one of the few celebrities with the moral compass. And she's picked up on a story that has been largely ignored by much of the Western media. I mean, this year alone, 7,000 Christians in Nigeria have been murdered. Since 2010, you had tens of thousands of churches that have been burnt or attacked. You have whole dioceses in certain parts of the country that are being brutally slaughtered on a daily basis. And for her to say this and to actually give credit.
This is completely unhinged nonsense, just so you know. It's Sky News Australia. But suffice to say, Nicki supposedly lost 100,000 followers after she came out spouting this complete nonsense. It's basically the same thing. This is the same situation as Elon Musk coming out and saying that there's a white genocide in South Africa. It's just false, right? It's slightly less false because, yes, technically some Christians are dying. But it's not as a result of like Christians being like targeted disproportionately to other people by ISIS. ISIS is murdering Muslims and Christians alike. Atheists too, right? Anybody that does not ascribe to what Boko Haram or ISIS or whatever like want, like that's what's getting people killed. It's not just Christians, and it's this ridiculous like Western conspiracy theory right now that makes no fucking sense. It's just not happening. Now here's a clip from last week at the TPUSA event. If you didn't know, Nicki Minaj decided to come out as MAGA, making an appearance at America Fest 2025.
Did Nicki Minaj just make the biggest gaffe ever?
You have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance,
Yes,
our vice president.
She called J.D. Vance an assassin in a conversation with, of all people, Erica Kirk, whose husband Charlie was assassinated just 4 months ago. The singer realizes her blunder and looks mortified. But Erica gracefully brushes it off.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard.
It was graceful. Was it graceful? I wouldn't call it that. The way they edited it, they tried to make it seem as graceful as possible. I saw a different clip of this earlier, which it did not feel as graceful to me. It felt honestly very awkward and weird. But basically, oh shit.
Columbia
What's going on
_
over here?
9505 just cheered 100 bits. Nicki Minaj's new right-wing friends want her deported and even signing a petition to get her deported. Nice friends you got there, Nicki.
Nicki Minaj's friends want her deported. Is that true? I had not heard that, but that's not shocking. Thank you for the biddies, Columbia Rican.
Surprising pairing at the Turning Point USA conference. The rapper, whose songs are often R-rated, sitting down with the new leader of a conservative Christian movement.
I love this woman. She's an amazing woman.
Meanwhile, Michael Jackson's family is blasting the Trump administration today for linking the pop star to Jeffrey Epstein. A photo of Bill Clinton with Michael Jackson and Diana Ross is among the Epstein files.
Okay. Now, let's go here. PBD, the valuetainment.
Zohran Mamdani.
When you think about Nicki Minaj, she comes out, she's vocal about it. Keep in mind, guys, Nicki Minaj is not somebody that's got 3 million followers. Or Nicki Minaj is not somebody that coming out against this helped her business. On Twitter, she's got 26 million followers. On Instagram, I believe she had like 40 million followers. I don't know the exact number. If I go online and I type in Nicki Minaj on YouTube, if we type in Nicki Minaj music videos and we go to most views, okay? If I go and look at how many views, just to know her level of fame, not in the conservative right.
Yeah.
Just period.
I love how I love how he's trying to explain to everybody who Nicki Minaj is right now. Like nobody knows. I guess maybe Tom. Tom's pretty old. He might not have any idea who Nicki Minaj is. Look at this guy. This guy. How old is Tom, you figure? Honestly, with Tom wearing this hat, it almost makes him look older. I know he's trying to look young and hip, but it almost makes him look older. How old do you figure Tom is? Like 70? He's getting up there.
Regular hip hop culture, 2.3 billion views. Okay. Song. Next one, 2.1 billion views. Okay. Next one, 2 billion views, 1.8 billion views, 1.7 billion views, 1.6 billion views. This is Nicki Minaj. She chooses.
I love the way the PBD is coming out. He's like, look, Nicki Minaj, she is a businesswoman. She's making the money. She is making the money. Billions of views. Billions.
Is to go to Turning Point USA. And she's been vocally
1
talking
billion,
about
2
this.
billion, 3 billion.
She goes, does the interview with Erica Kirk at Turning Point USA. Unlike Megan Thee Stallion, who went out there, Nicki Minaj came up and did a great interview, you know, giving her thoughts on what's going on out there. Then all of a sudden, stories comes out that she lost 10 million followers, okay? When she lost the 10 million followers on Instagram, she decided after the backlash of going to Turning Point USA to shut down. Now, we'll verify this right now if it's truly shut down or not. You know, she allegedly shut down her Instagram account after all the challenges that she faced. Adam, I'm going to come to you here. How big of a deal is it for somebody with her level of fame in Hollywood, in music?
Yes, Adam. Adam, tell us how. We need Adam to tell us how relevant this is. Adam, we need you for this. Wake up.
In
You look
hip-hop
tired.
culture to come out and say, guys, I'm for Christians. I'm not with anything else. You guys can buy my albums or not. I'm for Christians. How big of a move?
I'm sorry, what? How hard is it in rap to come out for Christians? I feel like maybe PBD's never listened to rap before. Is this, I mean, how old is PBD? I don't think he's listened to a whole lot of rap in his day because I don't have enough fingers and toes to count the number of rappers who've talked about God and or Jesus and or been photographed wearing at least somewhere between 1 and 6 crucifixes. Like, what are we talking? What? Rappers are suddenly anti-Christian? Is that what we're gonna do right now?
And how risky was it on her end?
Yeah, Nicki Minaj is not a star. She's not a rapper. She's a global superstar, arguably the greatest female rapper living today. Almost said lapper, but lap dance.
Oh, the greatest living rapper.
She has a massive
all
platform.
time.
She has a massive voice. My assumption is this: you don't just show up at Turning Point, sit down with Erica Kirk, and then just wonder why I got all this backlash. She must have known this was coming.
I would love if Adam could just like name one song. He just came out and said that Nicki Minaj is the greatest living rapper of all time. Name one song.
Either you're oblivious or you're taking a stand for something. There's no in between here. It's not like somebody's going to be like, well, okay, are you shocked by the response from a black female rapper, knowing what the Democratic Party is, knowing what Hollywood is, knowing what the rap world is, that you're going to receive this amount of backlash? Nobody was not expecting this.
What
the
now?
level of 10 million being lost in a day? Wow. I mean, nobody has 10 million followers, much as losing that in a day. My assumption is
This is wild. Everybody predicted this. I didn't predict this. I don't know anybody that predicted this, but it happened apparently. I love this take though. It's hilarious. Has anybody in rap ever come out pro-Christian before? From a guy who's clearly never listened to rap one time. Oh my god. Wait, but we need to hear enough from Adam. Adam, you suck. Everybody knows Adam's the least popular guy on this podcast. We need Vinny. We need Vinny to tell us. Oh, here we go. Vinny. Oh, there we go.
Vinny, your thoughts?
Well, hey, Adam, sometimes, you know what I mean? Like your soul, and I get it. And Adam, we know people in the industry, especially in Hollywood. I lived there for God knows how long. It's a cult, okay? And they want, especially in the African American community with the rappers, and they want to keep everybody to wake people up to what's really happening and get their mindsets out of that whole the Democratic Party loves me. It's not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like to go out there on the ledge and go, wait a minute.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, the Democrat. I'm sorry. The Democrat Party loves me in the rap game? What are you talking about? What is he talking about?
The governor sucks, okay? Abortion is cool with everybody. President Trump is actually helping. They're helping with Nigeria and everything. That system will eat you up alive. What? Kanye, and I'm not sticking up for Kanye West, but what I'm saying is, what was his...
That's weird. There's a guy in the rap game, not as big into the Democrats there, you just named.
His downfall, what was it? Wearing that red hat.
Yeah.
Wearing the freaking Donald Trump hat. They went after him like crazy. Okay, this is
Can't
a
step
freaking...
out of line.
Tommy, yep, this is a brainwashed cult. I am so freaking proud of Nicki Minaj.
It's a brainwash. Wait, it's not confused. I'm a little confused. The way that they're talking about it, it's not clear who it is that they is. And I know Republicans do that a lot. But like, it's not clear if it's the audience, like Democrat voters, the rap game, people in the rap game. Like, but because they seem to be sort of oscillating back and forth between these concepts. But it's weird. It's making it hard to follow what Vinny is trying to say.
I understand. Listen, it's not for everybody. We don't care. We're not at that level, especially with industry. But as you guys know, man, these Michael Jackson, all these people that have been through it. Once you're in there, once you're with Sony or whatever, I don't know what publishing she's with, but are you going to go against the great? Are you going to go?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Michael Jackson also unfairly targeted by some unknown cabal of people. Yes, oh, God. Michael Jackson, it's not fair. Not fair. Poor Michael. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you. Good take. Good take, buddy. Really great job. I love how the two people that they thought of, that Vinny was able to think of in comparison here to the old Nicki Minaj, Michael Jackson, and Kanye West. It's fascinating. Fascinating. Those are the two people that first came to mind. All right. That's it on Candace Owens for today. Not Candace Owens. What am I talking about? Fucking Nicki Minaj. Why am I thinking about the reason why I'm thinking about Candace Owens and Nicki Minaj at the same time is I feel like Candace is gonna have something to say about this. I keep thinking it the whole time, and I was looking for a response from Candace earlier today. Nothing. Fucking crickets over there. She's taking the holidays off. Like, what the fuck? Come on, Candace. Come on, you expect me to wait until next year for a response to this situation? People calling you out all week at TPUSA. I can't wait. It's the one soap opera that I just need more on right now. You know me. I don't like to stay too focused on the drama, but this one's got me all wrapped up. Probably because I love watching the characters in this particular drama fight. Canceled. Am I canceled? Why am I canceled? Don't cancel me. I don't even know what I did.
They're building towers in Saudi Arabia.
Hold on, Pat. Hold on there, pal. All right, here we go. Here we go. Candace has a new baby. What? What are you talking about? Okay. Right. Okay, yeah. Let's move it along from Nicki Minaj. Talk about a different person. I was shocked to see this guy on this particular podcast. I cheated on Rachel. Rachel who? I don't know this Rachel that you refer to. All right, let's talk about the son of the former president.
In the race.
Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden went on to the Sean Ryan podcast, of all places. Which is, as always, looking like a dimly lit cigar room.
They're building towers in Saudi Arabia. They're building towers in the UAE. And that's just the tip of the...
Hold on, we don't need all this.
On what planet? Biggest regret that I have is I allowed them to think that I couldn't be around my dad. Because I would rub off. Because I would bring...
What is up with this set? Like, why do they need this many bottles of alcohol and guns? Like, I don't understand. Why do they... I don't understand. Why do you need the guns right next to the alcohol? That seems... I'm not, not necessarily an expert, but to me, that seems unsafe, right? If you're going to drink, that's probably the best time to lock the guns up, right? Maybe you're not going to make the best decisions while drinking, and maybe you should keep the gun somewhere else. Instead, I can see at least 3, possibly more, hard to tell. At least like 3 or 4 guns right next to what appears to be like 150 bottles of liquor. Seems like you're just asking for something bad to happen,
But by the way, like, for instance, like this bullshit, the cocaine in the cubby hole in the West Wing. We were talking about it before. Like,
but it's the microphone. That's not a mic. I don't think it's a microphone. There's an MP5 all the way over here, right? If you look on the left-hand side. Then there's some sort of pistol up here. Maybe a Glock, hard to tell from over here. And then there's some, AR-15, an assault rifle all the way over here. And then it's hard to tell. But over here on this shelf, one of these things this kind of looks like a gun, right? It's not 100%.
I would bring, but by the way, like, for instance, like this bullshit, the cocaine in the cubby hole in the West Wing. We were talking about it before. Like, on what fucking planet am I walking in off of West Exec Avenue with my own Secret Service detail, stopping by the cubby in the situation for that before you go into the situation room, and deciding that I'm going to put a baggie of cocaine into the cubby hole before I make it on my way to the residence. In what world? In what world does that make even the most insane drug addict like sense of anything? But you know how many people fucking believe that? You've had guests on here who come and accuse me of actually that being mine. But that could be, I wasn't even there. You know how much time I spent in the White House over the course of the 4 years? I'd say no more than maybe 8 to 10 days a year, the entire time that my dad was in office. And this is a family that does everything together. You know how hard that was for me? Not to be there? Aww. Just to be there for him.
Honestly, oh God. It's so funny to hear them talk about Joe Biden in this way. So sad. So sad, Hunter. It's really sad. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm just going to go to one of the clips that I've got here. Because this is something that I've brought up time and time again, and I found it fascinating coming directly from Hunter. So, and I'll go. I'm just going to go straight to this, and then I'll get in there.
They're building towers in Saudi Arabia. They're building towers in the UAE. They're building golf courses, residential properties in Qatar. They're building on government property that they bought through Jared Kushner's private equity fund, a government-owned island in Albania. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Jared Kushner has flat out stated that Gaza is all about a real estate play. It is the best beachfront property in the Mediterranean, and they're going to redevelop Gaza. They're going to get the money from the Saudi royal family. They're going to get it from the Emiratis. They're going to get it from the Qataris. They're going to get it from the Russians, from Blavatnik, from all of these guys. Jared Kushner had the biggest real estate failure in the history of real estate in New York when he bought the 666 building. It had to be bailed out by the Qataris when Trump was president.
Well, there you go. Hunter Biden on the Sean Ryan Show. Right-wing podcast, which people like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and others in the government have frequently shown up on. Shocking to see Hunter on there. And I found it sort of hilarious. Because I've been saying this whole time. I'm like, what happened to all of that Burisma stuff people were complaining about? Remember that? Remember all people complaining about Burisma? And like the, what was it, $20,000 that Joe Biden supposedly got as back payment from Hunter? That was used, that was proof of some sort of nefarious stuff going on. Meanwhile, we've got the Trump family and others, acolytes, like Uday and Kuzey Wetkoff, just enriching themselves to the tunes of millions and billions of dollars. Trump starting his own meme currency. Melania gets her own meme coin. Both the Trump boys, all three of the Trump boys involved in different sort of crypto projects, World Liberty Financial. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. The amount of fucking corruption going on there is insane. And all those people that were decrying the Burisma, they needed the Hunter laptop and Burisma and all this other stuff. We needed to talk about it. And now all of a sudden there's the crickets. Suddenly crickets about this corruption. It's very strange. It's very strange. Well, while the Trump family is enriching themselves, of course, they are taking away your health care. The Biden crime family. That's right.
I'm staying in the race.
One last question, and this may be a little bit, it may be too early to see, but I have to imagine that if I am contemplating the idea of going to medical school, and I'm seeing the assault on student loan programs, and two, I'm seeing the assault on science and coming out of the HHS, and the complete like attack on science, on medical treatments, on and then I see, and then I would imagine there's also sort of a separate pressure coming, like that guy who sends out that memo to everybody. They're not looking to hire new doctors right now, I would imagine. Do you anticipate, do you have any knowledge of essentially like a dearth of, like, I would imagine we're going to see it from medical schools that their admissions or applications are going to go down, because I just don't know how somebody says, like, I'm not going to go into this job as a doctor
and put myself into debt.
Maybe I'll be an Instagram influencer and, push beetroot or something. But I'm not going to go be a doctor.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak anecdotally. I'm in my mid 50s. Med school cost me about 70 grand, 30 years ago. But I had a colleague who's in his early 30s, still paying off loans, and he brought this up to me. I didn't see the student loan, piece of this because I hadn't focused on it. He said, I come from like a poor family. He said, I would not have gone to medical school if those were my loan options, right? If I was taking on that degree of debt and it was going to saddle me the way this new setup. And I don't have all the details. You've probably spoken about it and you will continue to speak about it, but it does make it prohibitive for people who aren't rich. So you're going to see, rich kids going to med school perhaps. And then the other piece I think we can look to is the impact of state abortion bans on people applying to medical schools and residencies, going to residencies in those states. Factors outside of individual aspirations to be a doctor, to care for patients, impact people's decisions to do that in certain places. Abortion bans, had a decrease in folks in all specialties because they said, I just don't want to be in that place when practicing medicine involves potentially going to jail. And so absolutely, I think we're going to see a chilling effect. And we already have a physician shortage in particularly these rural areas. Yep. I guess their secret is they close the hospital, close the clinic. There's no longer physician shortage because there's nowhere for them to work anyways.
Okay,
but yeah, I think that's another thing.
Just one more question really quickly, Dr. Davidson. When we're talking about how our healthcare system has so consolidated already, and we see these Medicaid cuts that are going to dramatically affect the margins of even the largest conglomerates in the country. Does part of the silence that you're seeing play into the fact that the administration is going to be responsible for any future mergers and overseeing that? And they're worried about, I heard this from somebody that works in corporate America, their biggest competitor, it's like the threat that they're going to be pitted against one another. And if they don't do what Trump says, that's going to be the one that gets selected for X contract. Like, it seems like that could be playing out right now in the medical system in terms of the Medicaid cuts and their impact.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it. The other piece is private equity, right? Their deep involvement in medical practices and hospitals. I have a good friend in Philly who just lost his job because his hospital, Crozier and Delco, closed down, and he's now driving 2 hours, working night shifts in other parts of Pennsylvania while he's trying to find a new job. That piece as well, consolidation and private equity. And yeah, those folks certainly stand to benefit from the tax piece of this bill. But
it is really disturbing what it is we value in this society. Because what we're reinforcing specific choices, right? I hear Republicans complaining about picking winners and losers all the time, but that's exactly what this government is doing right now. They're just choosing anti-science nut jobs and religious weirdos and fundamentalists, right? And racists as the winners, right? And other sorts of problematic people. They're the winners, actually. And they're disincentivizing people from going into important professions and whatever else, whether it be research or medicine or, other important jobs that we need in our society. Well, whether it's the grants getting taken away or threatened at different schools or going after the law or whatever else. I mean, we're gonna see the effects of this down the line at some point. Sure, maybe it won't materialize immediately. We'll see it eventually. And considering the speed at which this administration has been working, I feel like we'll probably see it sooner than later. Let's keep talking health. Here's a disturbing health-related story for you from CBS New York 5 hours ago. New Jersey health officials warn of potential measles exposure at Newark Liberty Airport.
Gonna want to listen to this one if you've been traveling the last couple of days here. Now to a new health alert. New Jersey health officials are
Oh, thank God nobody's been traveling the last few days, right? Right? It's only the holidays, the most travel-y time of year.
of a potential measles exposure at Newark Liberty Airport. The State Department of Health says a passenger who doesn't live in New Jersey traveled through at least 2 of the airport's terminals, B and C, on December 19th. Anyone who was in Terminal B or C between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., that's a 12-hour period there, may have been exposed to the highly contagious virus. As always, experts recommend.
Thankfully, we have incredibly competent, medical staff and apparatuses here in the United States, like, the HHS, CDC. I'm sure they'll keep us safe, but they're being run by completely psychotic and incompetent individuals. Oh. Well, I guess everybody, we're screwed. And honestly, we haven't really been talking about it much because of all the other stuff that's going on. But measles, there's been a bunch of measles outbreaks lately outside of Texas. That was sort of the nexus of it all. I think it was like Texas and like Oklahoma that were like getting hit hard earlier this year. They weren't the only places, but now we've seen like multiple hotspots pop up in like recent like months, I guess, like the last month or so. And, having measles exposure at an airport could really complicate things. Like, that's sort of like the worst case scenario. Like, that's the exact place where you don't want people like to go when exposed to measles, right? Like, it's the very worst place. Because, of course, if you're at an airport, there's an extreme likelihood you're about to go somewhere else in the country, which will continue to spread things all over the place.
The holidays are about being
further than it would, say, at, I don't know, local Starbucks. Not that you should do that. All right, now let's continue talking about health and healthcare with Zoran Mamdani, the very soon to be mayor of New York.
The holidays are about being with family. For some, it's a welcome break from work or school. Yet for many, the struggle to afford childcare continues all the same. Here's the reality for a family in New York. Affording childcare requires you to make more than $330,000 a year, and that's just for a single toddler. After rent, it's the biggest cost burden on working families with kids, and these are some of the only options they have. Option 1, a parent leaves their job. In 2022, we lost $23 billion in economic activity because parents quit or had to cut hours to take care of their kids. Option 2, families leave New York entirely. Households with young children are twice as likely to move. Option 3, families go into debt because they have no choice but to pay these prices. Prices which force them to make impossible trade-offs. This is the affordability crisis in action. That's why universal childcare is a priority for me when I take office. The good news is there's a consensus. We need to act. The goal is universal, no-cost childcare for every family in New York City. We can expand 3K and pre-K to the youngest children, but it only works if we build it right. Over the next few months, we'll be speaking with families and childcare workers about what this needs to look like. Because with universal childcare, more families can afford to stay. More babies are born in New York City, more kids raised as New Yorkers. We stop losing the next generation and start building the city they deserve. That's the New York we're fighting for. Happy holidays, more to come in the new year.
More to come in the new year is almost here.
Zohran Mamdani.
The new year is almost here. Let's go. Okay. So we're on talking about providing universal health care. Pre-K. Oh, God. So good, so great. However, one person's very upset about that prospect. Oh boy, he's worked up. He's upset. Former New Yorker David Rubin.
Joe Rogan, ostensibly the working class hero.
The everyman.
The everyman.
What you talking about?
And who is he empathizing with? Well, of course, it's Elon Musk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he doesn't say, like, we need to tax more so that we can, I don't know, provide universal childcare or universal pre-K or single-payer health insurance or to guarantee paid leave for the working class. No, he is empathizing with the idea of like how attacked Elon Musk is and how attacked people like Peter Thiel, Alex Karp's boss, and maybe even how attacked Alex Karp is. Like, you got to give more, take more of their tax money. But Alex Karp,
I can't imagine just how difficult it would be just being Alex Karp. Billionaire co-founder of Palantir, creepy, looking like real creepy, and just being just an all-around annoying guy. Oh God, that must be very frustrating for him. I'm sorry, but we gotta skip past Alex Karp. That guy is annoying. I can't handle it right now. Can't do it.
I mean, say what you will about Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran
and I think most people listening would say something positive. But as a critique, it is impossible to say that like his agenda isn't focused on helping working class people. The entire thing is about affordability. What kind of absolute moron would you have to be to critique this? And how would a moron, how could they come up with something that was a clever way of critiquing it? I know. Call him Moron Zamdani. Zamboni. Here we go. I give you Dave Rubin, who incidentally, I know this is cruel for us to do, particularly when he's lost all his friends.
No, he hasn't. He has tons of friends. He literally doesn't even care.
He only lost one
that's
friend.
right. That's a good point.
Well, and
he's fine.
And
Russell Brand, Megyn Kelly.
Dave Rubin is perfectly fine. You know how I know Dave Rubin is perfectly fine? He posted a video on Twitter. And I think to his YouTube channel as well. Okay, that's how you know somebody's fine. All right? It's when they post a video about that thing. Let everybody know that they're fine. That's how I know. He wouldn't have done that if he was not fine. He wouldn't have come out to tell everybody he was fine if he wasn't fine. That would... What? Nobody would ever do anything like that. Okay?
Don't be creepy.
Don't be weird.
And wait a second. I don't need anybody. I've got my T-shirt.
Good morning, New York City. 2 weeks ago, you made history by electing the city's first ever socialist.
It's so hard to take Dave Rubin seriously. Oh my God. I feel like he's gotten harder and harder to take seriously over the years, and at this point he's hit peak stupid.
2 weeks ago, you made history by electing the city's first ever socialist mayor. But now the work begins. Welcome to the transition. On January 1st, you'll have a new mayor, and a new era for the city will begin. Remember how a few months ago he told you he doesn't need money for anything? Well, it turns out he does need money. Your money. And that's why I created the official Moron Zamboni t-shirt. Because if you voted for this guy, you're a
Moron
idiot. None of the
Zamboni.
proceeds will go to New York City because I'm a pure capitalist. It's all going in my pocket to do whatever the hell I want with it. Actually, I think I'm going to buy the world's most expensive stamp. It's the British Guiana 1C Magenta, which last sold for $9.3 million. Good one. Help me make my dream come true at daverubin.store.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to like think of, like what it would have been like to be in the room while they were workshopping and spitting ideas about this, and like what's something that's really expensive that we could buy that is absolutely like ridiculous.
Well, I can only assume in a room of people working for Dave Rubin, it would only be high-level ideas flying around. Free-thinking, high-level ideas, stuff like that. And only the best. Only the best of the best.
What's something that's really expensive that we could buy that is absolutely like ridiculous?
Boss, there's a stamp here that sold for 1.9 million.
Let's do it. I hope I can keep from laughing when I say this. I'm buying a stamp from Guyana.
That hurt me in my soul. That was so bad.
Oh my God.
Also, did you notice the tense switching where it was like he, and then it switched to I for no reason?
I didn't understand that either. I also, what is Zamboni just because it starts with a Z?
First off, it's not tense, it's pronouns, okay? Okay, Brian, smarty pants, Brian.
It feels like a hat on a hat, and I'm not sure
actually
if there was if there are
like
any
the
hats.
absence of a hat
Yes,
on the absence of a hat.
It's a bald cap on a bald man.
It's unbelievable.
So it's a problem that New York City doesn't have funds for the transition. Like, why should he have to fundraise? Because New York City doesn't fund the transition. That's why.
The Epstein Ballroom says this is grok level comedy. I think we might.
Well, we weren't arguing about that, but I thought it was ChatGPT or Grok, but then AI would have gotten the tenses right.
But they could have done two separate things and then combined it again.
Why does he care that he's fun? Oh, it's because it's
probably
the critiquing it.
He's
from
a communist
capitalist.
demanding your money.
Gotcha. Yeah, right. Like, did he do the same critique for campaign donations, or I'm not exactly sure. It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Emma Vergonia Land says Dave Rubin stole a joke from Brewster's Millions, a 40-plus-year-old movie. Is that,
I don't know.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I remember that. It was, I think, Richard Pryor was in it.
Oh, okay.
Dave Rubin does not have his finger on the pulse of New York City doing that video down in Florida. There was just a poll from Siena Research on Zohran Mamdani's popularity. Across the state, Zohran has a 46 to 31% favorability rating. That's up from 40 to 40% last month. So if you want to draw a causal connection between the transition fundraising and his increase in popularity, turns out people like it. Obviously, that's not it.
Well, they want him to do his job.
Yes, but in New York City, he has a 61% to 23% favorability rating right now, up from 55 to 31% in November. So he is.
So since getting elected, Zohran Mamdani, his favorability rating has only gone up like 10 points. Is that correct? Wow. Shocking. It's almost like the more people get to know Zohran, the more they like him.
What you talking about?
It's weird. It's weird. It's like it's a reverse Dave Rubin, you know? I feel like the more people get to know Dave, the less they like him. Ah, poor Dave. He's trying his best, okay? All right, wait, hold on.
Quite well, and I don't think those shirts will. I just have a sense.
I accidentally cut off. There's actually a very whimsical button to this video.
Oh, yeah, okay, let's do that.
Whimsical?
Yes.
Sure. Oh my God.
Gonna need that free healthcare.
Oh God, that good stuff. You know what? Keep that part in.
Yeah.
Keep that part in. I think that was good. It was funny. because
Relatable.
It was like, it's KY.
It was relatable,
KY says,
exactly,
Hard to
Emma.
watch a diva.
He seemed so down to earth as he like ground his way down the slide. Almost certainly wearing down his pants while doing so. He seemed so normal and relatable. Emma's right. That's a normal guy. That's just a regular dude right there. Good old Dave Rubin. Good old Dave. Very relatable Rubin.
Flop this hard, especially.
Well, while we're talking New York City. In New York, let's go down to Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Yonkers got a problem going on here. Hopefully a problem that Zohran Mamdani will be able to solve in the near future. He can't necessarily solve this particular situation, but hopefully prevent catastrophes like it.
Following some breaking news now first at 4, and this is out of Yonkers, where an MTA bus crashed into a storefront deli in Yonkers. Again, this is the intersection right at the corner of Warburton and Ashburton Avenues. The bus was not in service at the time, so only the driver was on board. She had minor injuries. The bus also hit a couple of parked cars. The fire department and buildings inspectors on scene right now checking things out. No information yet on what led up to the accident.
I love the incredibly ironic I love New York sticker on the side for this moment. Well, hopefully Zohran Mamdani will be able to not only make the buses fast and free, but maybe prevent them from crashing into delis and Yonkers, among other places. This one's on Eric Adams. Wow. Columbia Rican coming for Yonkers. Yonkers isn't even inside the city, says Columbia Rican. You're not good enough. You're not good enough, says Columbia Rican.
How rude.
Hurtful. Rude. MTA still operates there, Columbia Rican. Hence the bus. Just gonna point that out to you. All right. One last clip on Zohran Mamdani. Just to get us in the mood. It's coming so soon. It's coming so soon. In just mere days. So I figured we'd watch this one again. We watched this earlier in the week, but I want to get you pumped up first.
New York City, it is the leading city in the entire world, not in the height of its building, but in the services to its people.
It is a privilege to serve as the chief magistrate of a community of 8 million people. It was the spirit of Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Roosevelt, and they dared to believe that public interest must prevail over special interest.
I do not exaggerate when I say that New York is unique in the history of humankind.
We have come a long way, so we gather here in the fresh chill of a new year to begin a new administration.
Dreaming demands hope. Dreaming demands solidarity. Dreaming demands work. If this campaign has demonstrated anything, it is that our dreams can become reality. This is not my victory.
Here we go. Join us January 1st, 2026 for the inauguration of a new era. The very biggest crowd. I feel like the inauguration is going to be jumping. Like there's going to be more people there for that inauguration than Donald Trump's inauguration. Hands down. Hands down. Now, while we're talking about socialists and stuff, thought we'd just take another historical a little tangent, if you will, with Democracy Now! They've been posting stuff like this last few days, I think, because it's the end of the year. But seems like a perfect time to talk about a little bit of music, specifically vicariously through the story of one Yip Harburg, composer, lyricist, blacklisted for his political views.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today we pay tribute to Yip Harburg. His name may not be familiar to many, but his songs are sung by millions around the world, like jazz singer Abby Lincoln.
Bing Crosby sang it. Ike Quebec played it. And Yip Harburg wrote it. I built a railroad, made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime?
And Tom Waits.
Built a tower way up to the sun with bricks and mortar and lime.
Judy Collins and Dr. John from New Orleans. Peter Yarrow.
Say, don't you remember? Don't you remember? They called me Al. It was Al.
That's Al Jolson. And our beloved Odetta.
Don't you remember? I'm your pal. Say, buddy, can you spare it down? Can you spare a dime?
Brother, Can You Spare a Dime may well be a new anthem for many Americans. The lyrics to that classic American song were written by Yip Harburg. He was blacklisted during the McCarthy era. During his career as a lyricist, Yip Harburg used his words to express anti-racist, pro-worker messages. He's best known for writing the lyrics to The Wizard of Oz, but he also had two hits on Broadway. Bloomer Girls, about the women's suffrage movement, and Finian's Rainbow, a kind of immigrant's anthem about race and class and so much else. Today, in this Democracy Now! Special, we pay tribute to Yip Harburg's life. Ernie Harburg is Yip's son and biographer. He co-wrote the book Who Put the Rainbow in the Wizard of Oz, Yip Harburg, lyricist. I met up with Ernie Harburg at the New York Public Library for Performing Arts at Lincoln Center years ago, when they were exhibiting Yip Harburg's work. Ernie Harburg took me on a tour.
In the first place, there's some business about words, and one of them is that the songs, when they were written back in those days, anyhow, always had a lyricist and a composer, and neither one of them wrote the song. They both wrote the song. However, in the English language, you know, you have, this is Gershwin's song, or this is, they usually say the composer's song. I've rarely ever heard somebody say, this is Yip Harburg's song or Ira Gershwin's song. Both of them would be wrong. The fact is, two people write a song. So I'm going to talk about Yip's lyrics and then lyrics in the songs. Now, the first thing we're looking at here is an expression really of Yip's philosophy and background, which he brings to writing lyrics for the songs. And what it says here is that songs have always been man's anodyne against tyranny and terror. the artist is on the side of humanity. From the time that he was born 100 years ago in the dire depths of poverty that only the Lower East Side, Manhattan, could have when the Russian Jews, about 2 million of them, got up out of the Russian shtetls and ghettos, and the courageous ones came over here and settled in that area, what we now know as the East Village. And Yip knew poverty deeply, and he quoted Bernard Shaw as saying that the chill of poverty never leaves your bones. And it was the basis of Yip's understanding of life as struggle.
Let's go back to how Yip got his start.
Yip was at a very early age interested in poetry, and he used to go to the Tompkins Square Library to read, and the librarians just fed him these things, and he got hooked on every one of the English poets, and especially O. Henry, the ending. He always has a little great ending on the end of each of his songs. And he got hooked on W.S. Gilbert, the Bab's Ballad. And then when he went to Townsend High School, they had them sitting in the seats by alphabetical order. So Yip was H and Gershwin was G. So Ira sat next to Yip. One day, Yip walked in with Bab Ballads, and Ira, who was very shy and hardly spoke with anybody, just suddenly lit up and say, "Do you like those?" And they got into a conversation. And Ira then said, "Do you know there's music to them?" And Yip said, "No." He said, "Well, come on home." So they went to Ira's home, which was on 2nd Avenue and 5th Street, which is sort of upper from Yip's poverty at 11th and C. And they had a Victrola, which is like having, you know, a huge instruments today. And he played him HMS Pinafore, while Yip was just absolutely flabbergasted, knocked out. And that did it. I mean, for the both of them, because Ira was intensely interested.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. I wish we could. But it's like an hour. It's like an hour long. It's like an hour long. Yeah, but this is all. Honestly, this is a great. This is honestly like I woke up and just watched this whole thing the other day. Really, that was honestly a great way to start my day. When I watched this, I was like, we gotta watch this.
Lefties, as they were called, Bolsheviks and everything else, were against the war. So when he came back, he got married, he had 2 kids, and he went to the electrical appliance business. And all the time, hanging out with Ira and George and Howard Dietz and Buddy DeSilva, and writing light verse for the FPA conning tower. And the newspapers used to carry light verse. Every newspaper, there were about 25 of them at that time, not 2 or 3 now, owned by 2 people in the world, you know. And they actually carried light verse. Well, Yip and Ira and Dorothy Parker, the whole crowd had light verse in there, and they loved it. So when the crash came and Yip's business went under, and he was about anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000 in debt, his partner went bankrupt. He didn't. He repaid the loans for the next 20 or 15 years at least. Ira and he agreed that he should start writing lyrics.
Let's talk about what Yip is most known for. Finian's Rainbow, The Wizard of Oz. Right here, what do we have in front of us?
We have a lead sheet. We are in the gallery of the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, and there's an exhibition called The Necessity of Rainbows, which is the work of Yip Harburg. And we are looking at the lead sheet of Brother Can You Spare a Dime, which came from a review called Americana, which it was the first review which had a political theme to it. At that time, the notion of the forgotten man. You have to remember what the Great Depression was all about. It's hard to imagine that now. But when Roosevelt said 1/3 of the nation are ill ill-clothed, ill-housed, and ill-fed. That's exactly what it was. There was at least 30% unemployment at those times. And among blacks and minorities, it was 50, 60%. And there were bread lines. And now the rich, kept living their lifestyle. But Broadway was reduced to about 12 musicals a year from a prior in the 20s about 50 a year, okay? So it became harder. But the Great Depression was the dominant fact of life in everybody's mind, and all the songs were censored, I use that loosely, by the music publishers. They only wanted love songs or escape songs. So that in 1929 you had Happy Days Are Here Again, and you had all of these kinds of songs. There wasn't one song that addressed the Depression in which we were all living. And this show, the Americana show, Yip was asked to write a song or get the lyrics up for a song which addressed itself to the bread lines, okay? And so he at that time was working very closely with Jay Gorney. Jay had a tune which he had brought over with him when he was 8 years old from Russia, and it was in a minor key, which is a whole different key. Most popular songs are in major, and it was a Russian lullaby, and it was da 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 da. And Jay had, somebody else had lyrics for it. Once I knew a big blonde, and she had big blue eyes. She was big blue, like that. And it was a torch song, which we talked about. And Yip said, well, could we throw the words out, and I'll take the tune. All right. And if you look at Yip's notes, which are in the book that I mentioned, you'll see he started out writing a very satiric, comedic song. At that time, Rockefeller, the ancient one, was going around giving out dimes to people, and Yip had a satiric thing about, can I share my dime with you, you know? But then, right in the middle, other images started coming out in his writings, and you had a man in a mill, and the whole thing turned into the song that we know it now, which is here, and which I can read to you. And if you do this song, you have to do the verse, because that's where a lot of the action is.
Can you sing it to me?
All right, I'll try. It won't be as good as Bing Crosby or Tom Waits. They used to tell me I was building a dream. And so I followed the mob. When there was earth to plow. Or guns to bear. I was always there. Right on the job. They used to tell me I was building a dream. With peace and glory ahead. Why should I be standing in line, just waiting for bread?
Once I built a railroad, made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Buddy, can you spare a dime?
Yip Harburg singing in 1975.
Once I built a tower to the sun, brick and rivet and lime. Once I built that tower, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime?
When was this song first played?
In 1932, and in the Americana Review, every critic everybody took it up, and it swept the nation. In fact, paradoxically, I think Roosevelt and the Democratic Party really wanted to tone it down and keep it off the radio, because playing havoc with trying to not talk about the Depression, which everybody did. You remember the Hoover thing?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be
not only the
prudent
Happy
at this
Days are here
juncture.
again, but 2 chickens in every pot and so forth. Nobody wanted to sing about the Depression either, you know.
Yet, Yip Harburg was a supporter of FDR.
Yes, but politics are politics, you know, and the thing was that, in fact, historically, this was, I would say, the only song that addressed itself seriously to the Great Depression, a condition of our lives, which nobody wanted to talk about and nobody wanted to sing about.
Ernie Harburg, son of Yip.
You know, it's interesting. It's almost like the plight has changed almost none. Even the guy who was, you know, writing critical songs about the time was a supporter of the of the president, the Democrat president, who maybe didn't do everything perfectly. It's interesting. I just thought this was a great piece from Democracy Now! Though. Like, they go through all sorts of different stuff. Actually, wait, do I want to hear this whole next piece? Actually, yeah, I think this is. He breaks down the characters, because apparently Yip Harburg was responsible for the characters and like the lyrics in the Wizard of Oz, as well as apparently inspired a number of characters. It's like a pivotal in like aspects of the writing of this stuff that I was just not aware of for some reason. It was fascinating, because I've attributed all sorts of other people to different aspects of this stuff, but for some reason, perhaps because of his political beliefs, I haven't actually really heard much about this guy until listening to this earlier.
When we come back from our break, we'll talk about The Wizard of Oz, Finian's Rainbow, and other shows.
In times of confusion like these, when all the world
Democracy
is
Future.
hopeless.
That's actually a brilliant idea, Joshua Keller. I should start another channel called Democracy Future.
And the raindrops tumble
I'll give you credit.
around. Heaven opens a magic lane. When purple clouds darken up the skyway, there's a lovely highway to be found, leading from your window pane to a spot behind the sun, just a step beyond the rain. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over that rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? If any little bird can fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Beautiful, beautiful song. I've always loved that one. Sammy with a 10 stream watch streak. Great job. Gotta keep the streak up. Gotta keep the streak up.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman as we continue with our Democracy Now! Special on our journey of Yip Harburg's life with his son, Ernie Harburg. Ernie talks about how Yip Harburg wrote the lyrics to The Wizard of Oz.
Actually, Yip did more than the lyrics. When Yip and Harold Arlen were called in to do the score of The Wizard of Oz, it was Yip who had this executive experience in his electrical appliance business and also had become a show doctor. So he was, that is, when a show wasn't working, you would call somebody in and try to fix it up. He had an overview of shows, and he had an executive talent. And so he was always what they called a muscle man in a show, all right? And he'd already worked with Burt Lahr in a great song, the Woodchopper's song. And
Wait a second, Burt Lahr, the Lion?
The Lion. Burt Lahr and most of these people were from vaudeville and burlesque. And Yip knew them in the 20s, but he actually worked with Burt Lahr in this Walk a Little Faster and another review. I forget that name, but he and Yip and Arlen gave Burt songs to sing, which allowed him to satirize the opera world, if you want, or the send-off of Rich, you know. And so they had that relationship. Also, Yip knew Jack Haley, the Tin Woodman. And Yip also worked with Bobby Conley as a choreographer in the early 30s on his shows, who was also the choreographer for The Wizard of Oz. So we had a cast here with Arlen who were, you know, sort of Yip's men, you know what I mean? So when Yip went to Arthur Freed to...
Okay, I gotta try and skip over some of this, otherwise we're gonna watch the whole thing, and then, and then we'll spend our whole night talking about Wizard of Oz and the others. Yeah, I feel like I'm killing everybody. Oh, and god damn it. I can't even do it. I honestly want to hear the rest of this part. I'm killing myself. It's really on me. I'm the one.
Producer who was too busy to work on this musical, and Mervyn LeRoy had nothing to do with it practically, because he had never done a musical before. So it became a vacuum in which the lyricist entered, because he was already to do so. Yip was always an active, you know, organizer. And so the first thing he suggested was that they integrate the music with the...
Is it just a music night, says Shade Dragon? No. No, okay, it's not. But this was something I watched earlier. Really more listened to than watched. Which I just felt like, considering it's the holidays and the weekend, we would do, you know, just for valuetainment purposes, right?
Which at that time in Hollywood, they usually didn't do. They'd stop the story and you'd sing a song, they'd stop the story and sing a song. That you integrate this. Arthur Freed accepted the idea immediately. Yip and Harold then wrote the songs for the 45 minutes within a 110-minute film of the Munchkin sequence and into the Emerald City and on their way to the Wicked Witch, when all the songs stopped because they wouldn't let them do anymore, okay? You'll notice then the chase begins, you see, in the movie.
Why wouldn't they let him do anymore?
Because they didn't understand what he was doing, and they wanted a chase in there. So anyhow, Yip also wrote all the dialogue in that time and the setup to the songs, and he also wrote the part where they give out the heart, the brains, and the nerve, because he was the final script editor, and there was 11 screenwriters on that, and he pulled the whole thing together, wrote his own lines, and gave the thing a coherence and a unity, which made it a work of art. But he doesn't get credit for that. He gets lyrics by E.Y. Harburg, you see. But nevertheless, he put his influence on the thing. And
Who wrote The Wizard of Oz originally, the story?
yeah, Frank L. Baum was a interesting kind of maverick guy who at one point in his life was an editor of a paper in South Dakota, and this is at the time of the populist revolutions or revolts or whatever you want to call it in the Midwest, because the railroads and the Eastern City banks absolutely dominated the life of the farmers, and they couldn't get away from the debts that were accumulated from these. And Baum set out consciously to create an American fable so that the scarecrow was the farmer. He thought he was dumb, but he really wasn't. In the factories, with one accident after another, he was totally reduced to a tin man with no heart, all right, on the assembly line. And the cowardly lion was William Jennings Bryan, who kept trying, was a big politician at that time, promising to make the world over with the gold standard, you know. And the wicked witch was probably the railroads, but I'm not.
Well, there you go. A fascinating look into the characters of Wizard of Oz. I mean, I feel like you could intuit some of that, but it's very interesting. The sort of class politics woven into this story that so many of us have probably watched and perhaps never considered. Then comes the dark side of the moon. You think what's it, Pink Floyd are somehow involved in this? Oh God, I'm struggling to think of where we should pick back up in here. I'm not done. Fuck. This is the problem. When I listen to things instead of watching them, I don't know sometimes where I want to go. When do they start talking about this?
If you believed in me. Yeah, Howard was a great composer. So Yip wrestled with it for about 3 weeks. And finally he came up with the word. You see, this is what a lyricist does. The word. To hit the storyline, the character, the music. It's an incredible thing. Somewhere. All right? And then when you put it in an octave, you get somewhere. Okay, and you jump up. And you're ready for take that journey, all right? Where? Over the rainbow, okay? And then you're off. It's not a love song. It's a story of a little girl that wants to get out. She's in trouble and she wants to get somewhere. And
Judy Garland's no good.
how rude! But it persisted, you know? And then in 1956, when television first started saturating the nation.
More than 20 years later.
More than 20 years later. I don't think they even had their money back from the show, see? MGM sold the film rights to CBS, who then put it on.
Who did the Munchkins represent?
We represent the lollipop kill, the lollipop kill, the lollipop kill, and in the name of the lollipop kill.
Oh, in the, you mean political thing? I think they represented the little people, you know, the people. And that's the way they were, it came on in the book. You see, the book, if you're a purist, you wouldn't like the film. It's just like anything else. There are societies of hardly any relationship between the two. All these lines from a film have entered the American language in a way that people don't even know where they came from, you know.
How did you feel in late 1950s when it was a hit, when people started hearing it all over the world?
Well, I think they were...
Okay. think this is where they switch topics. Well, to switch to talking about this guy's being sort of repressed. If I recall correctly. Where's the switch? Here?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. If you'd like a copy of today's show, you can go to our website at democracynow.org. Back in a minute.
Rainbows would.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman as we continue on our tour through the life of lyricist Yip Harburg with his son, Ernie Harburg.
We're walking through the gallery here at the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, which has the necessity of rainbows, which dedicated to the works of Yip Harburg, the lyricist. And we're now looking at the various exhibitions, and while we're looking for Finian's Rainbow, I want to tell you that in 1944, Yip conceived and co-wrote the script and put on a show called Bloomer Girl, which was way ahead of its time, because Bloomer Girl was Dolly Bloomer, who was an actual suffragette in 1860 who stood up and invented pants. And it was radical in those days. And the show was about Dolly Bloomer, and she ran an underground railroad bringing slaves up.
I love the thought of pants for women as being revolutionary.
A what now?
What? What are you talking about, woman? Pants? Like a man?
What you talking about?
What are you talking about? So goddamn
And she had
antiquated.
paper, and she was an incredible woman. And this was a political show. Some great songs in there. Maureen McGovern does Right as the Rain in a great way. Lena Horne does Eagle and Me, which was the first song on Broadway that wasn't a blues lamentation about the black-white situation. It was a call to action. We gotta be free, the Eagle and Me, okay? And
Exactly, Chill Penguino. Pants, the world
That's
is
hot.
on fire. The world is on fire. How is society to function with women wearing pants? Impossible.
Wilson, who was in Casablanca.
Inconceivable.
So again, Yip managed to get his philosophy into his show, which was the second truly integrated American musical after Oklahoma. And while, you know, it has been played around, it still marked that historically. After that came
You mean blacks and whites playing in the cast?
No, not in there. In Finian's Rainbow, I mean that it was a political statement. Bloomer Girl was a political statement, and it was a smash hit. In 1946, Yip conceived the idea, the story, the script for Finian's Rainbow, which was meant to be an anti-racist and, in a certain sense, anti-capitalist show also.
Let's find it.
All right,
Let's find Finian's Rainbow.
There's Cabin in the Sky, which is the first all-black Hollywood film in the 40s, which Yip and Harold did also. Happiness is Just a Thing came called Joe. Here's Bloomer Girl that I'm talking about. So we should be somehow coming onto Finian's Rainbow But here's Yip. Here, there's a video of Yip talking if you want to meet the man.
You got into political trouble in this country at a time when a lot of people got into political trouble during the McCarthy years. Were you blacklisted?
Thank God, yes.
During the McCarthy period, were they actually going through your lyrics with a fine-tooth comb looking for lines that might be subversive, that might show Yip Harburg's true political colors?
Yes. I wrote a song for Cabin in the Sky, which Ethel Waters sang, and was part of the situation, the picture. It was a poor woman who had nothing in life except this one man, Joe. And she sang, "It seemed like happiness is just a thing called Joe." One of the producers, with not a macroscope but a microscope, found in this lyric that happiness is just a thing called Joe was a tribute to Joe Stalin. We're kidding about it now, but the country, this was the blackest and darkest moment in the history of this beautiful country.
This is a great headline. E.Y. Harburg. Quote, "I think, therefore I am in jail."
Now, here we are at Finian's Rainbow at last. This was, Yip conceived this in 1946, and Fred Sadie, who was his...
Okay. I'm going to try and wrap this up here.
is a witch. And then the southern white senator, a very stereotypic part, finds out that Finian has this land and tries to run him out of town because there's blacks and whites living together in the sharecroppers, and they claim that Finian's daughter is a witch, and they're gonna burn her at the stake, and all sorts of incredible things that say something about the American scene. But the score was so great that people who see it do not see it as a socialist tract, which is the only one on Broadway. They see it as a very, very entertaining musical, and unique in American musicals, because in the first place there are very, very few musicals which are original. Most musicals are adapted from books. And this was just conceived by Fred Sadie and Yip as a satiric send-off on the American society. So you've got this great song in here, "When the Idle Poor Become the Idle Rich." How are you going to know who is which? So Finian's Rainbow has become a classic. Now, it's interesting that Finian's has not had a tour, a national tour, since 1948, but they play it in every single high school in the United States 3 or 4 times a month in every state of the union. So Finian's was at the time, 1947, when the Cold War was beginning and the House Un-American Committee was starting up, and they were searching for lefties. And by 1951, Yip had been blacklisted from any chance to do any of the wonderful shows that they did in Hollywood, Dr. Dolittle, Treasure Island. He was blocked from working there. And then he was blocked from going into radio and into TV. So, and this is an historical fact which Yip himself says, Broadway, the American theater in New York City, was the only place where an artist could stand up and say whatever he wanted, provided he got the money to put the show on. So for Finian's Rainbow, they had to have 25 auditions because they said it was a commie red thing. And finally they got the money up and they put the show up, but by that time Yip was blacklisted, and his next show was Jamaica with Lena Horne, which is an all-black cast. Oh, one other thing in terms of Yip's drive for racial, ethnic equality, and that is that Finian's Rainbow in 1947 was the first show on Broadway where the chorus line consisted of blacks and whites who danced with each other, and the chorus was an integrated affair.
What happened to him during the McCarthy era?
Well, he could not work on any major film that they wanted him to work on from the major studios in Hollywood. The setup was that Roy Brewer, who was the head of the IATSE union, I'm sorry to say that, was the one who...
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, this is a stagehands union. I'd like to say good things about unions, but they get bureaucratized and they go right-wing, you know. They get bad. This was a bad leader. And he terrorized all of the Jewish moguls who were being accused of communism by the House Un-American Activities Committee, and they yielded to whatever he said to them out of fear that they would get branded as communists or that they boycott the film, all right? And so when, they called Yip in to do Huckleberry Finn with Burt Lane, then Roy and the guys said, no, he's on our blacklist, okay? And you can't hire him. And then Yip went away, and they wanted him to work on Dr. Dolittle. No, you can't hire him. And the same thing for radio and TV. That was known as a, quote, blacklist, which wasn't, that was the first use of the term, because in small towns where you had corporations going, if you did something that the company didn't like, you were blacklisted from town. You couldn't get a job in town. But this was the first time, due to the technology, that a blacklist was national and accompanied by a loaded word, communist, that could get you fired any place. For Yip, it was horrible because his friends who were artists suddenly had no income. And there was suicides, there was divorces, there were people who left the country, there were people whose lives were just ruined. And so Yip supported some of them. Dalton Trumbull, who was one of the Hollywood 10 who were first picked out by the House Un-American Activities Committee to go to jail for a year's citation. Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party? You know, Yip fronted him with money and so forth. It was a horrible time.
How long?
There you go. Look into the life of Yip Harburg, lyricist behind massive cultural hits like Wizard of Oz. who dealt with being blacklisted back in the McCarthy era. Felt like a good thing for us to get into during the holiday. What better time, really? Especially in the time that we're living in right now. As I mean, a lot of people have compared the time we're living into right now and to the new McCarthy era. Granted, we don't have the hearings again quite yet. All right. I blew through the third break. Third break. Yeah, so we're gonna have to take a quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alrighty. Well, here we are. Once again, we've gone through another half. If you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. If you're enjoying the show, of course, we'd be very much appreciative, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Your donos keep us alive. Thankfully, there's a lot of great ways for you to support the stream. Things like super chats and super stickers. You can get yourself a Galactic membership over there on YouTube, or perhaps spread the Galactic love by gifting a membership. Go over to Twitch, bits, power up, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. You got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. That's right. That is the only way to get an avatar. You could be dancing along with the rest of the patrons here by the pool, at the bar, the lake, or the street. Getting a shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside the Discord server and much, much more. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, everybody. It is time, once again, for us to get back to the show. So, you're probably going to want to get back to your seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. All right, Space Fams, we're back. We are back. And it's time for some more holiday fun. Let's start it off here. Start it off here on the road. Fox 10 Phoenix. This is all, although this is technically, this clip is in Ohio, from Ohio. That's how you know it's good. Fox 10 posted it to their channel.
Santa!
CCW, I'm not going to move until you say it again.
Santa has a CCW?
Illegal. You have to.
Times are rough.
You got to protect Rudolph.
Santa, blow your...
Get Rudolph on you.
It's Nick, you know.
You don't mind if we get a picture? She gets a picture with you.
No,
All
you're
right.
good. You guys have a wonderful night. Merry Christmas.
There you go. Santa pulled over for speeding on Christmas, but no coal was issued. Oh, God. Apparently, Mrs. Claus was also there. Thankfully, nothing too terrible transpired. All right. Now let's go here to Hassan Piker and celebrate the little-known holiday known as Socialistmas 2025.
China. 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 I have to have my China.
By the way, look at this fucking guy. I said it the last time, but yo. Yo. Can we talk about this outfit that Hassan's been wearing? Can we? Can we discuss it? Just like briefly. Oh my God. What do you figure? What do you figure this cost, this outfit? I mean, he's got, it's like, it is decked out. This is like top of the line Santa gear he's rocking here. Dollar ballpark.
I don't even have this. What the fuck? I like that you didn't even give me the option to choose something normal priced, okay? I am turning good chatters into bad ones. You got a Fujifilm $2,000 camera in here. What the crayons in bulk to eat? What are you, fucking a Marine Corps veteran? Let's get the mattress and the wood platform so that you and your girlfriend can have sex on this bed. And when you guys do, you should think of me. What? Oh. Sure. Austin Ox sent me a gift, by the way. This is Christmas. So let's see. See what it is. What the fuck? No. Ain't no way.
Oh my god.
Ain't no way he put me in the fucking Zor. Oh my god. He put my dumb.
Oh my god.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
He put me in the fucking Zor. Oh my god. He put my dumbass face on the classic New York Post Zoran after a campaign that promised high taxes, free stuff, hating Israel and vibes. Socialist Zoran Mamdani romped to victory last night and will become the 111th mayor of New York City. Yeah, technically he's not the 111th mayor of New York City, by the way. Technically he's the 112th. Thank you, Austin Ox. Yes, I saw Trump bombed Africa. He bombed Nigeria. Everyone needs to calm down. We're not doing that right now. What we're doing instead is Socialistmas. And this year, as a part of Socialistmas, how we're going to do it is Frogan going to send me the number range is 2 to 2,561. Holy fuck. There's 2,561 submissions. How many are you picking? I don't know. I'm going to go by vibes. Okay. As I did last year, I'm going to go by vibes. And we are going to also incorporate a new thing this year where in the past, Socialistmas, you guys sent in your submissions, your Amazon wish list, and I would go through them randomly. Sometimes I click stuff from the chat too, even though I'm not doing that today. 2,561 submissions, come on now. And I would go through them and I would just like buy some of the things within the realm.
2,561 submissions. It is wild. It is wild.
Reason this year from
I don't even get 2,561 views on a stream. Son gets 2,561 submissions over here, like he's the actual Santa Claus. Next, we get Hassan to shout out GSL. Hell yeah, make that happen. Get Hassan, plug in the Galactic News Network.
Immediately,
do it
if
now.
not sooner.
I understand a lot of you motherfuckers are demanding PCs. Full-blown PCs. Every year, shame dies in this community.
And by the way, if you do get Hassan to shout out the channel, you better get a clip. I'm just going to point that out to you. If you do it and you don't get a clip, I'm going to be upset. Right? Like that much should be obvious. But I just want it to be clear.
Okay? Every fucking year, shame dies in this community. Like, the first time we did Socialismus, everyone was like, oh, I don't know, like, I want breadcrumbs for my starving family, or I just recently had a child, it would be nice to have like diapers or whatever. And then the year after it was like, it'd be nice to have a baby crib for my baby. It's fine. And now every now and then there would be someone who would just go crazy with it and be like, I want a PC. And because I rewarded that behavior, perhaps too much, all of you motherfuckers demanded PCs. Frogan said I've seen
everybody
at least 700
started asking for PCs. No way. Twitch viewers, when faced with the potential for free PCs, opted to ask for free PCs. No way. No way, Hassan. This behavior could not have been predicted. There's absolutely no way that anybody could have ever reached the conclusion that giving free PCs away on Twitch would lead to other people asking for free PCs. That's ridiculous. Completely not foreseeable.
700. What are we doing? Do you think I have Aiden Ross money? Even Aiden Ross is not giving 700 Switch 2s out. Do you think I have cryptocurrency?
He did give the billionaire president a Rolex, though. So there is that.
Gambling websites backing my fucking giveaways? No, this is just out of my pocket. Y'all are crazy. My newborn baby would love a PC. He loves the 5090. Thanks. Yeah. My newborn needs RAM.
My newborn needs RAM, though. That's fair. That's fair. The baby RAM crisis, oh god, babies are dealing with a lack of RAM in their computers, and it is hugely problematic, okay? How do you expect these babies to do any serious amount of computing? I mean, we need minimum, 32 gigs of RAM for all babies. All right? I don't know what that's going to cost, but it's a sacrifice we have to make.
Ladies and gentlemen,
okay?
Jay Schlatt, a very 1999 Christmas album. is going to be the sound, the score of this beautiful masterpiece. The other thing that we're going to be doing this year also is incorporating a new sequence. We're going to be doing naughty or nice lists. That's right. We're going to be taking a look on whether or not you have been naughty or nice, whether you are deserving of coal or you are deserving of the things that you put on your fucking wish list. Instead of just rolling a number and going to the list, since we have the chatter username, we can pull the username up to see if they've had mod actions to determine what / if they get anything, so there's an entertainment factor to it. Well, I'm going to be doing...
Oh my God. Just so you know, I didn't watch this one ahead of time. I know I usually watch videos ahead of time. This one didn't seem super high stakes to me. So actually, I don't know very much about Socialistmas. I'm almost like a Socialistmas virgin, you might say. I'm like the Virgin Mary, okay? And so I had no idea. I didn't even think about that. Hassan is going to check the literal the naughty list. Right? Oh, boy. Oh, you better be nice, chatters. One day, Galactic Socialistmas might come. Oh, boy.
For at least some of the people that I pull from numbers, and then we'll be doing log checks in general. That wasn't part of the deal, Hasi. Never mind. Don't worry about me. Oh, wait. Huh. A lot of chatters all of a sudden taking a very different attitude about this.
Why aren't you more socialist? Are you saying, why am I not? What are you saying, Wedge Wizard? I'm not socialist enough because I haven't done Socialistmas with you all? Look, we're not even profitable around here, okay? I'm barely paying the bills and feeding myself. We'll talk about Galactic Socialist, but that's just okay, that's like a way down the road situation. I'm not making Hassan money over here. Okay?
Let me get the free shit. What happened? Let's do it first, from 2 to 256 first, and then I'll... Wait, how do I do this? How do I... Oh, spin it. Wow.
Wow.
122. Let's take a look at who that is. 122. Hello, Hops. Hello, Hops says, I am trying to build better habits. The Steam Deck is a part of that. Trust me. First user is 122. Hello _ Hops. I'm trying to build better habits. What? Wait, did I do the wrong one? Oh, it's 122. Fuck, I got the wrong one. God damn it, I already fucking failed. Okay, never mind. We'll do Hello Hops and then I'll do 122. You got lucky. My dyslexia actually helped you. Okay. What does Hello Hops want? Oh. What does Hello Hops want in Hello Hops' wish list?
Is it a computer?
The Breville Barista.
Oh my God.
Espresso machine express 500.
These chatters are deranged. $500 espresso machine, $800 Valve Steam Deck. Oh my God. We get some Beats by Dre. No, I'm sorry. The Sony premium noise canceling headphones for $250. Oh, that's a steal. Worth it.
$100. The Valve Steam Deck OLED 1 terabyte SSD plus 16 gigs of RAM, international version, 7.4 inch, 90 hertz, a Sony
this is ridiculous.
WH-1000 1000X M5 premium noise canceling headphones. I feel like this is for audio pervertry. with 30-hour battery.
Yo, pervert tree.
Yo,
pervert tree.
I like that you didn't even give me the option to choose something like normal priced, okay? I like that the first one
price, yeah.
that I went to is literally like, oh yeah, minimum like $200. Like the cheapest thing on this list.
You know what I've been considering doing? I still haven't gotten rid of the throne yet. I've been debating it. Because they're definitely taking some cut of these sales. But I've been thinking about like putting up a shelf over here, right? Like behind me, over here, or like I could make like another spot to put a shelf. But like make a shelf, and if people buy stuff on Throne, like I could like, you could put it up, and we could display it like Hassan.
Fucking Ninja Creamy, $200. The collective total of this be in the thousands.
I love how Hassan.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yep, absolutely.
Now let's look at the chatter and see if they're naughty or nice. No, they're not even in here.
Yes.
That's so funny. Hello Hobbs is not even fucking in here right now. Bloodletting is an effective treatment for hemochromatosis. Give them permission to boost the servers DJ Khaled style. No delay. And then mostly just ad break segues being rated. When will Chavo Trap House become a Montreal-based podcast? Montreal mentioned. Canada mentioned. Montreal rent cheaper. Let's go. Canada mentioned. This guy redistributing wealth by trying to make people leave the stream. Hashtag real leftist. RDJ.
The music makes it funnier. Absolutely. The music totally, production value wise, the music takes it up at least 2 or 3 points. 100. I was thinking the same thing when I was watching. I watched part of it earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I watched part of it. I just didn't watch the whole thing, and I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, the music is doing it for me right now. I'm in the moment. I'm in this Christmas spirit, the Socialistmas spirit.
9 out of 10. What about racism against Quebecois? Quebec mentionné.
What about racism
supremacy.
about Quebecois?
Back from the dead like Brandon.
Quebecois.
Good night, big dog. Thank you. Canucks rise up. Matt Christman once waved the Canadian $10 in my face and called it money for babies. Urbanist Hassan, welcome back. It is mental illness, sorry. Chairman Ford, push the button. I'm Canadian, leave me alone. All right, let's get him the Ninja
I'm
Creamy.
Canadian, leave me alone.
Was I naughty or nice? I don't know.
Okay.
All right, you get the Ninja Creamy. Canadian chatter. I'm in a good mood. That was fucking crazy that you did that.
Wow. Wow.
It happens to be the cheapest one. Okay.
This guy.
The next one is, you got it right?
This guy's done it. I like how he says over here behind me, like, why are you coming at me like I don't have arms? I have arms, okay? I'll prove it to you. I could prove it to you. I'm not going to prove it to you right now, maybe, but I could prove it to you. Don't make me do it. I'm not going to do it. I was going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I don't have time. I don't have time for this. We're trying to get through this goddamn Socialistmas
Did it work? Okay. Up next is BC Matt 25 at 122. Okay, 122. We're checking your logs. He said, holy shit.
Arms.
But you can vibe out a panda. Okay, but wait. Calling into question whether or not I can successfully vibe out a panda. Not a very good start for you, BC Matt. Not a very good start for you. Mao bless you. Okay, point in your favor. Just constantly using heinous shit Republicans do as a platform to run for office instead of actually changing anything. I just want one reporter to ask Trump what he thinks it means when he says prices of oil will go down by multiple hundreds of %. Old boys say 3 goes. DOJ preparing to explain why Trump should be allowed to starve people. I like that a lot of these chatters don't actually chat a lot. Okay? And I kind of respect it. Hundreds of millions. If my mom ever talked about me like this, I'd kill myself probably. Increase it by 200 billion after cutting $1 trillion. That's real good math. Shit reads like a bad 80s rom-com. Remember how I did exact thing that plugs a massive hole for investigators? Elon in front of Congress would give Crash Out Patel a run for his money. Black clothes and Converse as identifying features. Omega lol. This guy in Aruba by now. They ain't catching shit. Okay, this is actually a very good chatter. Okay, this is a good chatter. Let's take a look at what this good chatter actually wanted. He says, the books I've been meaning to read forever but forget to buy, and the audio stuff is just way out of my own budget. LOL. Ooh, good start. Books. Holy shit. Sennheiser HD audio file. Oh my God, it's literally called audio file. It's literally called audio file, dude. I am giving my own community better tools to harass me. I am basically turning good chatters into bad ones that are gonna go, why are you eating at the same time today? I don't like that I can hear you through your noise gate.
God damn it, I was muted. I was saying, I just called that it was going to be a PC. Was I muted for that too? Son of a bitch. How did that happen? I was saying before that, right before that, I was like, it's going to be a PC. It's a good chatter and he's going to ask for a fucking PC. And there it is, right down there. Below the German audio. We have the PC, ATX mid tower.
I don't like that I can hear the hair on your back moving because you got me the Sennheiser HD 660S2 audio file, open back over ear headphones with deep bass extension and refined acoustic performance headphones for PC music, gaming, podcast, and premium black. But it doesn't stop there. There is a Meze audio wired over the ear lightweight audio file, open back.
Right. You're right. It is just, you're right. It's a case. Totally fair. And he's also asked for, he's actually asked for multiple cases. He's like, oh, you don't like that case? Why don't you go for this case?
There's also a chamber, large dual chamber, NZXT, a cyber power. Where are the books? Where are the fucking books?
Where are the books?
I got excited.
Where are the books? Good question, Hassan.
They just added this shit to their list right now, Lamau.
Called out by Frogan. How is Frogan keeping up with this? I mean, wow, she's really getting in there. It's impressive. I'm also impressed that Hassan picked up. I mean, she is spamming chat. So actually, I take it back. She is spamming chat. That's hilarious to me. I didn't realize she was a mod for Hassan. Fascinating.
Are you fucking kidding me? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. We're gonna have to look through 2,000 inquiries that's crazy. That's diabolical. Haha, funny. Don't do that. Gonna need to have people send in screenshots of what they want. That's crazy. That's crazy. Cole chatter. Cole for
the
you.
Great tales.
You were such a good chatter up until this moment too. Okay, the top three are new. Caught.
Oh, no.
Shameless.
My guy's getting coal.
Fucking shit. Not even subscribed.
My guy is getting coal.
Has never subscribed.
Wow. Not even a subscriber, by the way. Says, oh no. My guy is about to wind up on the naughty list over here.
Literally never subscribed on stolen Wi-Fi. Fucking just unfollowed and then refollowed at some point, it seems. Or no, just only follows to September 10th. What the fuck? This is a post Charlie Kirk assassination follow too. Oh my God.
Amazing.
Oh my God. I'm gonna send you a bag of clean, beautiful coal chatter. That is shameless. Okay, art of the deal. Non-sub shouldn't get things.
No.
Yo, they are on stolen land too.
Oh damn! I called it though. I said it. Chatter is about to get coal right now. Called it. Write that down. Write that down. All right. Streamlord was
land
right
acknowledgements
again.
is true. It's crazy. Okay. All right. I'll get you you asked for a display too. Lord of the Rings metal poster. That's crazy. Okay. Let's get the Fall of Numenor, the Great Tales of the Middle Earth box set. Okay, Children of Hurin, Beren, and Luthien, and the Fall of Gondolin.
God damn you, Hassan.
And then let me see.
God damn you, Hassan. Why you're making me look like a fool, okay? You son of a bitch. Large horchata. Thank you for the follow.
Okay, no, get him the Silmarian as well. Get him the Silmarian as well. And then that's it. Okay, Great Tales cannot be shipped to a wishlist, chatter. You done goofed. The other ones are good, though? Okay, the other ones are good. All right, there it is. Okay, generating. Because the number is too high for the Wheel of Fortune, we have to do a Google random number generator. And I'm starting now. 1,306. Okay. 1306. Okay. Scroll. Oh my god, there's so much scrolling. 1306. Frank Fisto. I had a rough year and wasn't able to afford to buy myself gaming and D&D stuff for myself, only the bare essentials, so it would be nice to get these things I've had to hold off on buying. Okay, Frank Fisto. Let's take a look at your let's take a look at if you've been naughty or nice. Frank Fisto, account created in 2014, following since November 4th, 2024. 999 plus messages. Holy fuck. Subbed for 13
Damn,
months.
Frankie. Goddamn, Frankie.
This is a yapper.
Tier
okay,
one.
this is a fucking yapper, dude.
Oh boy.
My heart skipped a
boy.
beat as
Frankie.
someone called Frank. Oh my god. Well, your name is Flan. I don't know what your government name is, Flan. Israel hates Hassan, dog. What kind of logic is that? I hate to say it, but Piers is right. I think in the long run, this hurts him. He's not smart. Sure, you can fire up your base where you have doubling down on racism, but you won't win over libs like this. You're only stuck with the far right, and even that's splintered by the anti-Semitism. Damn, this guy's a fucking yapper. Let's see if I can eat her ass, poggies, fist me. Yo, you got your squad. Your boys got your back. Mecha dork got him. Gay pandas. Doesn't pandemonium mean chaos? My dad's first responder and a hog is so...
Oh my god. This Hassan's chat is so unhinged.
Crazy. He bootlicks the people that denied his healthcare, even he got cancer. He really said Osama did 9/11 to fuck up the Saudi-America relationship. That's why he did 9/11, sure. 18 mod actions and 2 mod comments. Collargate. I saw this on Reddit. How could you? Unbanned. I did a joke, and I should have made it more clear I was joking. All right. Naughty list. No, I'm kidding. Okay, let's see what you got on your list. We haven't even seen what you want yet. Okay, let's take a look. What the fuck? Fave water-based luxury personal lubricant? Natural feeling lube for women? Men? I swear this is for medical...
Oh yeah, that's amazing. Oh my god.
I have to shove a catheter in my urethra ever so often to prevent it from closing. I would have added them too, but they're not. Why would you openly say that?
Oh my god, that is disturbing. It is. Oh no. Oh, why that extra the added detail is just I'm broken inside over that. Oh no. Oh, why Why did you feel it necessary to tell us all this information? We could have all gone on. We could have all gotten through the rest of the year not knowing about that, and yet here we are. And yet here we are, not living that blissful life that we were 30 seconds ago. We hadn't heard that sentence.
It would have been better if you just kept it at the loop. I would have gotten you the loop anyway. Stop laughing. I'm not laughing. That's crazy. Okay, we're definitely getting him the lube.
We're definitely getting him the lube.
Gaming is my life personalized t-shirt. Are you fucking kidding me?
Socialistmas. The new funding source for Medicaid. Oh God.
You know this is not for me. You're getting this for yourself. Christ. Fuck it, put the t-shirt in there too. Amazon Essentials. All right, we got to get him Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Hassan Gaming is my life t-shirt. This is a true Hassan fan.
And the classic encounters and the bundle of Dungeons and Dragons Handbook Core Rulebook.
D&D
Classic
miniatures,
encounters
bulk
essentials,
monsters.
65 iconic D&D miniatures, bulk monsters, and the bundle of Dungeons and Dragons 2024 Players Handbook Core Rulebook. Okay, that's good enough, I think. I hope your penis and your urethra is fine, chatter. Every time you shove a catheter in your urethra with the lube that you're using, think of me, okay? I hope you think of me and you say, thanks, Hassan. Two of them that can't be shipped? Which ones?
Thank you, Hassan. Oh my God.
Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook can't be shipped. And the other Dungeons and Dragons things can't be shipped. Okay, well, that sucks. Okay, well, let's do... Fuck it, let's get him the curve monitor then. Fuck it, double up on the lube.
Damn.
Yeah, fuck it. Get him the price equivalent of the lube. No, I'm just kidding. Why can't it ship?
Get this man.
Amazon wishlist.
Is there an upgrade for that?
Amazon wishlists are very complicated, and sometimes it just doesn't work. Look at the second two for a heartfelt one. Wait, what? Second two. Oh, for the second tab you mean? A must buy tab? Look at the second tab for a heartfelt one. Okay. All right, we'll do a must buy. We got a must buy tab in here as well. Manic Mermaid Ash. Sorry, my brain died. All right, Manic Mermaid Ash. Manic Mermaid Ash says, Christmas 2025. Gift ideas for my kiddos for Christmas. It's their first year ever splitting for the holidays between two houses. My first as a single mom. And it's been a rough year for everyone since their dad isn't working right now and I'm struggling trying to get back on my feet and find a job after almost a decade as a stay-at-home mom. Money is always super tight, so any contribution to making it fun and special for them is beyond appreciated because they're great kids and are always thankful. Even though I cannot get them everything they could want, especially on my own, they deserve the world. Their names/ages are J, 12, loves anime, specifically One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, and gaming. R, 8, loves Sonic, Hot Wheels, cars, and action figures, basketball, gaming, and cooking and learning to cook. J, 7, loves everything girly, sparkly, and rainbowy. Unicorns, Hello Kitty, Barbie, K-pop, Demon Hunters, and Wicked are her favorites. She's into jewelry making, art, and makeup. All three of them game Nintendo Switch and have tablets, so any accessories for games for them they would love. A, 15, likes fashion, skincare, and beauty stuff. I have settings so that gifts that aren't on the list can be purchased using our address, especially because I'm super clueless about anime and what is cool. Y'all probably know better than I do, especially One Piece. Okay. Manic Mermaid Ash. Let's just, I don't know, just get all of it. Like, not all, I mean, there's a lot here, but not all of it, but yeah, just like get like 4 or 5 of everything. It's here, I'll show you the list, guys. Barbie Design Activity Locker, glow-in-the-dark blanket for kids, Dragon Ball Z anime cartoon symbol patch, orange cuff beanie, silver buffalo Hello Kitty rainbow cloud, ceramic ramen noodle rice bowl with chopsticks, kids prefer DC Batman plush, Casbow, graphic hoodies for men, sweatshirt, unisex. Okay, don't get that one. That one's not drip. I'm sorry. Batman interactive gauntlet with over 50 phrases. Sounds. Okay, that's cool. Barbie Dream Closet toy playset with clothes, that for sure. Lego Classic Large Creative Brick Box, also for sure. Barbie 40 Doll Dream House Toy Box and Playmat. Lego Classic Medium Creative. Okay, we got one of the Lego Classics already. You don't have to get that one. Princess Peach Showtime US version. NBA 2K26 Nintendo Switch. Get that one too. You unironically save a child from bullying? Yeah, I know. The DBZ beanie is fine. But the not the sweater. This one, if he wears it.
Honestly, this is incredible content. I'm not gonna lie. Hasan turns into Oprah when Socialistmas comes around. Who knew? How long has he been doing this for? This is the first time. Like I saw this, got recommended to me, of course, on YouTube, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And then I started watching it. I was like, "Oh, okay, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this." This is fascinating. It's a fascinating tradition over here on the Hasan stream. Thank you for the follow, Bean. Wait, I can't read that. Bean Shernia? Is it Bean's hernia?
They're gonna bully him, I promise you. Okay? Funko Pop. No Funko Pop. Wait, is there anything else One Piece related? Funko Pops suck. Let me see. Is there other one? Oh god, there's so many Funko Pops. Okay, no.
Isn't this guy a terrorist? Wow. You know, what I know about Hasan is, I know this. Last year, he won the coveted Anti-Semite of the Year award. Who is it that does that one? Free Press? Is it Barry Weiss? I can't remember who. Lower Loomer? I can't remember who's in charge of that contest.
Fine, if he likes Funko Pops, we'll get him the Funko Pops too. Fuck it. Funko Pops are so lame.
Look at Hasan over here just going all in. He's like, just buy him one of everything. Fuck it.
Okay.
Most
Funko Pops birth
Hamas.
the Treatler. Okay, calm down. Uncanny Brand Sonic the Hedgehog Hot Pot with ramen bowls for sure. Let's get that one. The Cycle Basketball Arcade Game Shoot Creator. That one's good too. Epic Chef Kitchen Wood. That one too. Winky Acrylic. This one too. Oh wow, they really love the Funko Pops in this household, it seems. Okay, well. Oh my god. Okay, this one's fine. It's 8 for an 8-year-old.
Oh damn.
Let's get
It's
the
all
zip up
Funko
Sony
Pop.
Puffer
That's
too.
cute. That's
Sonic
cute.
Puffer, Sega Sonic Puffer, and the action figure. You think we got a good distribution here? Dragon Ball Z Goku, one of the shirts.
Damn.
As well.
They really do have a
Weeb
fuckload of
keychains.
Funko
One
Pops
Piece
in
gives
there.
with straw hat. Okay, sure, that one too.
Weeb keychains. Weeb keychains.
And then Amazon Echo Dot Kid.
I can't
used
believe that's a
model.
product category. It's a hilarious product category. Weeb keychains. Fucking wild.
Sure, let's do that one. Designed for kids. Let's get all 3 of the Echo Dots as well. And I think that's enough, right? All right. Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures as well for the Nintendo Switch.
Hasan going all out over here. My
Merry
God.
Christmas Orange Hasanabi.
I should have gotten in on this action.
Primate Page. Oh, White Page. Merry Christmas, White Page. Congratulations. Merry Christmas, Manic Mermaid Ash. Okay, generating a new number now. 1554. 1554. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Wallflower. Wallflower.
For the love of Jehovah, who actually wants this shit? Children? I believe they're children. Woman, she sent a message with her list saying that all this stuff was for her children. 6 and 10 years old, I believe it was.
5683. Let's see if you've been naughty or nice. I'm not a good chatter, says Wallflower.
You guys are paid by Soros to like Hassan, right? Yes, exactly. I am paid millions of dollars a year to like Hassan. Yes. Yes, George Soros. He's paying everybody. It's a cabal.
Before you even got picked, you already came in hot, not knowing whether you'd get picked or not. You came in hot. You said, nah, I'm not a good chatter. Fuck. What do you have to say for yourself right now before I look through your... I'm just quiet. Oh my God, wait, no way. I'm just quiet. No, that doesn't mean you're a bad chatter. Sometimes the best chatters are the quiet ones. We love Hank Pecker. Get rid of a VIP. Sub for 5 months. Bonus.
Hassan once again coming out after his chat. Actually, the best chatters are the ones who don't chat at all, says Hassan. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired.
January 29th, 2022. Elwig. I just got here. Cat game. Stalin. No, Kaya. Yes, poor baby. Stop. Don't bully her. The flop. All right. Good chatter. Let's see what you wanted. Let's see what you said. I'm an architecture student and my 3D printer just broke. I use it a lot for my models and my projects, but I don't have the money to get a new one. Having 3D printer helps me out so much in my school.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, no. 3D printer.
Work. Wait. Is this also your... Oh, no. This is a different... Okay. Having a 3D
The Anarchist. Thank you for the follow.
So much of my schoolwork. Okay. Let's click on the list and let's see what you got on here. Oh, that's it. It's just a fucking 3D printer. Okay, yeah. Hopefully we can send it to you.
Oh, actually, that's not bad. I was thinking they were going to ask for like a super high level one. $279. I was thinking like $2,000. They've actually kind of gone, you know, sort of very affordable on that one. At least for Hassan.
All right, boom. Anycubic Cobra 3 version 2 3D printer only. New upgrade AI cameras, improved auto leveling. Wait, are there chatters in here that are writing nice things right now, thinking that they'll get on the nice list this far in? Big Ugly Anthony says, wow.
Oh God, I love this. This is truly the spirit of the holidays. This is like a fucking it's like a cartoon. People are like, if we start saying nice things in chat, maybe Hassan won't go all the way back to the time when we were glazing Asmongold or something. You know, maybe he won't know. Maybe he won't notice. If we type enough nice things right now, he'll never know. That's brilliant. These chatters have clearly thought this through. Unfoilable plan. Genius. You're back. You've been lurking on YouTube, but I'm glad to see the stream back on both platforms. Yes. Well, we've been streaming on Twitch the whole time. Even after we got kicked off of YouTube for the last 3 months. We were here the whole time. Not everybody knew about that, unfortunately. People who weren't in the Discord especially. Speaking of which, if you're not in the Discord, you're listening to my voice, I would recommend trying to get in there if I were you. Good place to be. A lot of galactic happenings in there. Space fams sharing all sorts of stuff with each other as well as with me. I also sharing things with you. Good place to be.
Chatter is the GOAT. Kind of like how LeBron James is the GOAT of the NBA and no one has ever and will ever do it like him, except possibly Wemby, who is also cool because he's a Maoist. You think this kind of last second commenting is gonna save you when I look through your entire user history? The answer is yes. It will work, actually. It's a good start. It shows that you are invested.
It will actually.
In brown nosing, and I like that, as a matter of fact. Good job, chatter. Boom. All right, that'll arrive by Tuesday. Congratulations, Wallflower. All right, moving up the list. Let's generate another number. 148, ladies and gentlemen. 148. Let's take a look at who is at 148. I just keep having to scroll through these fucking numbers. It's crazy. Boom. 148. Flamed with 2 Ds. Flammed. Let's take a look at Flammed. Take a look at Flammed. Good, naughty, or nice. Flammed says, things we need, especially the bed. I share a twin bed with my girlfriend, lol. Hustle heart. Oh my God, he has a girlfriend. He's fucking flexing. For my familia, things we need, hustle. Best community. That's crazy. He's flexing on you. He's flexing on all of us. He's flexing on me. He's dabbing on us. All right, let's see if he's a good chatter or a bad chatter. I push him with the man. What the fuck, man? Fucking Nazis. Hopefully they keep getting that. Shaking my head. Don't let these freaks win. We need to copy the impeachment. Insane, bruh.
A lot of keks in there. A lot of kek L's, kek W's. I'm seeing Omega Lols.
Dude, annoying AF. Subscribe for 38 months. Wow. 38. Been a long time community member following since November 1st, 2020. Came in during the election. One mod action. Got timed out by Fossabot. That's it. That's it. All right, that's a good chatter. That's a good chatter for sure.
Not bad.
Okay. We got a Hisense 75.
Look at this guy over here.
E6 Cinema Series.
This guy, he's got the full the new apartment package here. He's got the new TV, he's got the vacuum, the cookware, and a bed.
Shark Freestyle Max cordless upright vacuum, Hexclad, Life Mint, Mellow Naturalista classic 12-inch solid wood platform bed with wooden slats, Casper Sleep Element full mattress. Okay, let's get the mattress and the wood platform so that you and your girlfriend can sleep
Hassan.
and have sex on this bed. And when you guys do, you should
Jesus Christ, that's $750 Hassan.
And have sex on this bed. And when you guys do, you should think of me. Okay? There you go. Think of me, chatter.
Think of me. Think of me fondly.
We got one urethra catheter
when you
situation.
say I mean, it's fair. He's spending like $750, but might as well get that in there.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Have me on the TV anyway, you know? The Hasanabi broadcast stays on during sex. Okay? The first bed frame on the list is the wrong size. Wait, is it? No box spring needed, natural twin. Oh, yeah, it's a natural twin. Yeah, get the other one that's a full. Brother, the Hasanabi broadcast doesn't even stay on during non-sex. Let's be real. What the fuck? Megaphonics, you're the worst person to say this. Megaphonics, who are you talking to? Brother, you could be in like a school shooting style situation and you'd still be in the chat being like, hey, can you cover the school shooting that I'm in right now? Also, did you know that Elon Musk had a statement? Elon Musk had a statement about the school shooting style situation I'm in right now. Isn't that crazy? You'd be sending me Elon Musk links when your life is in imminent danger, okay? This fucking guy. Oh, my wife. He just wanted to say my wife, by the way. Flexing wife as a defense. Okay, did it go through? All right, there you go. Flamed. Okay, up next, let's take a look. Who's going to be the next person generating another number? 2,332. Holy moly, we're going all the way back up to the top of the list. Let's take a look.
It is incredible. Look at it. They got a whole Google Docs the document over here. Spreadsheet. People's names, their chatter, their Discord usernames, I guess their chat name, and their Amazon wish list link only.
2,332. Sacramento Studios. Late stage capitalism is beating my ass. Do you think he has some sort of nefarious plant energy going on? He literally popped into my algae out of nowhere. I saw this statement before. He's talking about clavicular algae out of nowhere, and every other post is one of his quotes. Is he just that viral right now? I saw some dude make a post about some weird conspiracy shit where a lot of his search traffic started at the same time in Israel, Saudi Arabia, and a few others. This guy, this is my favorite type of chatter. Wait, real quick, why was XU saying you broke TOS and need to be banned? Oh God, TOS chatter.
Hassan's favorite kind of chatter. Oh boy, this could be good for Sacramento.
Damn, why
Studios.
did I get banned? Are you mad at me? Damn, did I get banned? This is a boomer 100%, okay? Following since October 18th, 2025. Jesus Christ. Previously subbed for 5 months, though. He followed and he liked what he writes, are you mad at me a lot? Okay. No, it is what it is. Let's take a look.
How do you follow for 5 months, but sub for 5 months and follow
Logitech G733 Lightspeed RGB wireless gaming headset, Pinball Silk Rainbow PLA 3D printer. Oh wow. Govee TV Backlight Pro triple camera. What the fuck is this? Anxious attachment to the streamer. A gaming chair. Yeah, that headset sucks, chatter. The fuck? Also, there's not even a direct buying link. Let's just get the printer.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Logitech headphones. Why would you ever ask for that? It's God.
And whatever this is, the Govee TV Backlight 3 Pro with HDR triple camera. All right, there you go. Sacramento Studios. Merry Christmas. Can you be louder? My wife moans really loud. Okay, stop. Let's be real. That's not happening. Okay. Let's be real. Even if you had a wife, she is not moaning really loud. Okay. With that kind of attitude, you're typing in the Hasanabi chat right now. You're typing in the Piker Broadcasting Service, which is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Wait, you didn't put your address in correctly, Sacramento Studios. Okay, we'll reach out to you privately, but you fucked up. That will automatically put you in the naughty list, okay, in the future, just so you know. Okay, random number generator. Let's get back into it. Let's go. 2071. Okay, let's take a look. 2071. 2071. Chili spider. Anxious arachnid. You really like spiders, huh? To be an even bigger weeb than I already was, says Chili Spider. Let's take a look at Chili Spider. Huh? Monka, huh? You don't even know yet, but you got picked. Man, a near 90-year-old made a 6'7" joke on national Swedish TV yesterday. Oh God, Swedish chatter. Yeah, here's a clip of it though. Hassan caught. Chatter's being unable to read the pinned message. I swear, man. Oh, that's a good chatter. Jesus Christ, I knew what Fuentes is, but until now I had the luck of never hearing him speak. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. Religion is a tool to galvanize the masses, a damn powerful one too. Susja, he only had one wife. He only had one wife. All right, let's see what you got on your wish list. Chili Spider. Holy fuck! It's just one piece box
Look
set.
at Santa going back
Dress
there.
Rose.
Wow. Oh my God. Is $1,000 in One Piece anime manga.
Skypea and water. All right, let's get him 1 to 23 and then set 2. Let's get him the first and second set. Yeah, I don't even have this. What the fuck? Good choices though. Good choices though. Hopefully you'll be able to ship that, but ordered. You're good. Okay, Chili Spider, you're good. Generating a new number. 2295. 2295. 22295. Let's take a look. 2295. Zor-El 21. Zor-El 21. Just some things that were on my wish list that I moved over to this list. Okay, what the fuck? Is this from your registry? What? Is this? Did you just get married or some shit? What the fuck? Lol, oh hi. Sub for 60 months. I don't know, it made it that way. Okay, this is like the GOAT. This is, let me tell you something. This is a mythic pull, okay? The chatter that's been in here since 2020, sub for 60 months. W Japan. Wow, he's live. This is just like marginal reacts, nothing crazy. Okay. You got a Fujifilm $2,000 camera in here. What the fuck? That is crazy. Okay, get him the Superman stuff, the Supergirl stuff, and then the G-Skill Trident Z5 RGB series. Fucking RAM, dude. I feel like that's a...
Damn.
Get him the camera. Sure, get him the soy candle
for
too.
RAM.
Get him the camera. Dude,
Yeesh.
the camera is $1,000. It's $2,000. It's so funny. When people go, aren't you a gorillionaire? He's sub for 60 months. Don't you realize that this cooks your fucking potential? Like, I'm trying to get stuff for as many people as possible. You guys are unironically cooking yourselves. All right, you got it, chatter. Do a mod pull. Lake McGroove. What the fuck? I was gonna fucking make fun of you and be like, what are you getting crayons in bulk to eat? What kind of, what are you, fucking a Marine Corps veteran? What's happening? And then he says supplies for my students.
3 pencils, $1. $1, 3 pencils.
All right, well, we'll get everything. The Acer Nitro, so I can mod better? Get the fuck out of here so I can mod better. Oh, really? Oh, really? You need an Acer Nitro 5 gaming laptop so you can mod better. You ain't slick. You ain't slick, motherfucker. All right, yeah, let's get him all of it. Yeah, also chatters celebrating Lake McGroove getting that laptop. Don't realize that it's actually working against you. You're fucked. He's gonna ban you extra fast now. All right, next up is 2179.
He's gonna ban you extra fast.
2179.
Extra
Stop
fast.
the count. What do you mean? Lake doesn't ban? Are you fucking out of your mind? He's literally the fastest gunslinger in the West. Freezer Bride. Oh my God, Freezer Bride. You yap. You yap a lot. Tier 1 sub for 33 months. Following since December 16th, 2025. Okay, that's definitely not the case. There's Freezer Bride. Explain why you unfollowed and then refollowed. Huh? What happened?
Oh God.
What do you mean? What was the reason? What was it? December.
Oh, no. Oh, that pesky naughty list. Chat. Out on Front Street over here.
When you refollowed. You fucking yap so much. I'm on mobile, sorry. I kind of had Hassan hater brain rot. I'm sorry, crying. Wait, what? No. Mostly just Fossabot spam. Wait, what is it? We gotta nail it. We gotta nail what it is. Oh my God. What was it? Oh God, you speak so much. You've been in here for so long and you've spoken so much.
Speaking and spoken.
Like you came back with a vengeance. You were non-stop spamming. Okay, we identified it. Let's see where the big pause is. 9, 10.
Where is the pause?
12, 18. I never get bored in the stream, lol. What is this? It was Kaya Gate. I'm watching Hassan on the clock right now. Wait, that's it? That was it?
Kayagate? Really?
My brother sent me that electroshock
Come
picture this
on.
morning crying. Wait, but I don't
Really?
understand.
It's a
I had October-
Kayagator. It was a Kayagator. Unbelievable. Kayagators coming out here asking for gifts on Christmas.
7 levers, and I guess I had Shocktober 7 levers as well. But that doesn't make sense. You're like memeing about it. Refresh, they said it's not. I went on a Radfem arc. I went to Misandrist, okay. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Kai. I went on a Radfem arc. Oh, it was the aftershock. It was the aftershock of Kayagate when everyone was calling me a misogynist. It was the secondary impact. That's how it worked. So, see, here's what happened, okay? Post.
Wait, people don't know about Kayagate? Oh, gosh. We were covering it back when we were only streaming to Twitch, so some of you may not be aware of this. Honestly, I envy you a little bit. But there's this clip that came out. Everybody, like, all of the Hasan haters, Ethan Klein, Asmongold, XQC, all these idiots. The dog collar. Yes, the dog collar situation. There was this clip that people started farming clips of farming views over that some people alleged made it look like Hasan had shocked Kaya or something, and it just became this whole fucking thing. It was very dumb. Yes, it was incredibly dumb. Because it was bullshit.
It wasn't enough. There was a lot of people who was like, Hasan is abusive to dogs, right? But not many people, it didn't have enough impact. So a lot of people started talking about how, like, I'm a misogynist. I'm really fucking bad. Then they started calling me a racist too. And I think it was a secondary impact from that. Is that correct? Did I nail it? The hater lore is far too dank. Oh my God, this is so awesome. I'm glad that we're doing this with the naughty and nice list. Also, I'm not going to put you on the naughty list for that, for the record. Just, yeah, it was basically the second tower. I'm so sorry. Yay. Wait, what? Why didn't you say it? You went on a RAFM arc, but is that what it is? Did I nail it? You saw all the fucking TikToks of the viral TikToks
What
of
happened
me getting
to
called
our
a
video?
misogynist? That's how it works. That's the second tower, exactly. Or no, that's the tower 7 of it all. Anyway, let's see what you got on your wish list. I didn't even look at that yet. You said, there are a few categories on things here. Some stuff is related to music as I'm currently learning guitar and want to learn piano as well. I also recently moved into my first apartment and I'm still lacking in some random furniture and decor that I haven't gotten around to getting. So I would really appreciate any of those things. And lastly, I have a backpack here because I'm planning on going to law school next year and would love a quality bag. Thank you so much in advance if I get chosen. Whose idea was it to do the naughty and license? It was Frogan. Of course it was Frogan. It was a brilliant idea. She is the devil. Like, she literally is.
Okay. I think that's what we're gonna call it on Socialistmas today. We watched most of the clip. We might watch more. I think it went on for multiple hours on another stream before the holidays are over. Oh no, you're not supposed to make 9/11 jokes, remember? Oh, right.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
How terrible. It wasn't me, though. Technically, I think it was Hasan who made the joke, right? Technically, more tomorrow. Yeah, perhaps. All right, now let's do a few more holiday-related videos here. Move on from Socialistmas to Kwanzaa. As today is the second night of Kwanzaa. Yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Technically yesterday morning at the end of the Thursday night stream, we celebrated the first day of Kwanzaa. Here's CBS New York from yesterday. Get us started off.
Today marks the start of Kwanzaa. The week-long celebration occurs each year from December 26th to January 1st. It was created in 1966 as a non-religious way for African Americans to reconnect with ancestral roots. A candle is lit each night on the menorah, and each day is dedicated to one of 7 principles: unity, self-determination, collective responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith.
There you go. And yesterday, we all learned, what did we learn? Remember, everybody? Umoja. Unity. The first of 7 principles of Kwanzaa. Oh, are you not Hassan Piker? Correct. Yep. True. Shocking, I know. But it is true.
Spirits are high at Malcolm X College as the community comes together today to mark the first day of Kwanzaa, a cultural celebration rooted in peace and unity.
The sounds of Kwanzaa ring out inside Malcolm X College.
We see and pour libation.
A special cultural celebration that's united generations of people for more than 50 years.
For us, it's a time to just remember our roots, where we came from, that we may not know exactly what country, in Africa our ancestors are from, but it's a time where we can come together.
Malcolm X College has hosted its Kwanzaa celebration for more than 2 decades now, a 7-day festival of music, food, arts, culture, and heritage. Giselle Jackson is a vendor who crafts handmade bracelets.
Just that idea of braiding, I feel like culturally connected, and I feel it in my heart. So I appreciate being able to come and showcase the work that I do.
It's a part of their lives, and this is a part of their tradition and part of their culture and a part of their heritage, and they want to come back.
It's celebrated from December 26th through January 1st. Kwanzaa is a holiday founded back in 1966 as a celebration of African heritage and culture. It focuses on 7 principles: unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Kwanzaa is not a religious holiday, so it's observed by people from different religious backgrounds.
This is an opportunity to come together with community. I love and really passionate about being in community, and so this is a great way to be in community.
All right, one more clip on the Kwanzaa celebrations taking place across the nation.
Drums and dance workshops drew crowds to the Brooklyn Children's Museum for its annual Kwanzaa Festival today.
A procession of dancers led attendees to the auditorium in Crown Heights. A new candle representing one of the 7 principles is lit each day. The first candle of the Kinara was lit to celebrate the holiday's first principle, unity. Museum leaders say this is the largest family Kwanzaa celebration in all of New York City.
I think each principle has something very important that children can take away, in which they can use that towards goal setting, use that towards becoming better citizens in their community.
The festival is
all right, and that, yeah, another quick fact. Where was it? This right here, with Hanukkah, you light candles every night. However, it is called a kinara instead of a menorah. For whatever reason. I can't remember the word. I cannot remember the reason right now, but there it is. All right, now to other holiday, winter-related things. Let's go to Minnesota. CBS Minnesota from yesterday. On some icy festivities at the Minnesota State Fairgrounds.
After struggling during a warm winter last year, the ice castles are making a triumphant return to Minnesota. And they're opening their doors way earlier than usual. Our Connor White takes us there.
After making a few final adjustments, the Minnesota Ice Castles opened Friday afternoon at the State Fairgrounds. Now home to a staggering amount of sculpted ice.
All in all, this weighs about 25 million pounds.
Training manager Wally Bullard says this is the earliest they've ever started a season, breaking their previous record of a New Year's Eve start date.
As soon as it got cold right around Thanksgiving, we turned water on and started making ice, and It's been, 10 plus hour days every day since then to get where we are now.
Where they are now is inviting dozens in to see the spectacle. The tunnels, the slides, and performers like Justine Bacchus, better known around here as Queen Everlight.
Every year, I bring together all of my helpers, and we build a beautiful castle.
The Ice Castle's early start this year comes after struggling last season at a different location in Maple Grove, where the attraction lasted just 8 days in February before warm weather forced it to shut down.
Temperatures.
Pretty wild. Did they say 75 million pounds of ice? That's a lot of ice. That is a lot of ice, if you ask me. All right, now, of course, the upcoming holiday, New Year's Eve, New Year's in general, I guess, is, I mean, it's just days away. It's, New Year's Eve is what? Hold on. It's Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. Yeah. My God, so close. Now, the New Year's Eve ball, which will drop on New Year's Eve in New York City, got a crystalline update. Swarovski? No. Who was it that did it? I can't remember now. It's the other people. The other crystal people. I can't think of it. Dansk? No. That's not it. I can't think of it. My brain broke. What was that sound? Barking. Puppy treats. Gotta get them in there. Yeah. Let's go here. Reuters.
So you can see the precision, the clarity, and the artistry that goes into every detail. A reminder that true craftsmanship is not just something you see, but it's something you feel. And the design itself reflects themes of continuity, unity, and forward momentum, while also helping us kick off our nation's 250th anniversary.
We're starting at 10:30.
Here it's $1 million in crystals that are on this ball. Just the crystals. I don't know exactly how much the ball itself cost, but just the crystals alone supposedly cost $1 million. From Waterford. Waterford crystal. So fancy.
So hot
there
right
you
now.
go. Upgraded ball prepared to drop on New Year's Eve. All right. I think we're going to take another break here. We took a break late on the last half, so I'm going to try and take this one a little faster, get me back on track. Do not worry, though, everybody. We will be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. As of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Got super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships over on YouTube, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs over on Twitch. You got Cash App and PayPal, of course, if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of 10 cents a day, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the freaking solar system. Things like an avatar, shout out, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. That beeping is intended to alert you to the fact that the break is about to come to an end. And the stream is going to begin once again. So you better get yourselves back in those seats. Otherwise, you are in fact going to miss the beginning of the next half. Okay, everybody, we're back. We are back. Wow, YouTube and Twitch are tied for views right now. It's like a competition. 37 and 37. All right. Let's talk billionaire tech oligarchs for a little bit. What do you say?
Sam Cedar, I'm a Vigland, a majority report. Oh, yeah. What is this clip?
This is a quick one.
It's a tech guy being normal.
Oh, okay. Jimmy Fallon had on Sam Altman of OpenAI fame.
Well, it'd be hard hitting, right? He'll probably talk about how AI data centers are driving up electricity costs for people around the country and using so much water.
Mysterious whistleblower deaths.
Yes, and that basically they're racing to get ahead of regulators because they know that this is going to be contributing to people's high electricity, as I mentioned, but also major climate disasters. They're using coal and gas and burning it all up.
No, they're going to smash eggs on each other's foreheads while singing.
Incidentally,
Which Labubu are you?
Use of AI has flatlined in the business world.
Yeah.
It really, all it's been effective at doing is maybe losing some jobs for some people. Again, a productivity gain, which will go only to the wealthiest people.
Yeah.
And let's see if Jimmy Fallon shakes his hair.
And do you use ChatGPT when raising your baby?
I do. I mean, I feel kind of bad about it because we have this like genius level at everything, intelligence, sitting there like waiting to unravel the mysteries of humanity. And I'm like, why does my kid stop dropping his pizza on the floor and laughing? Like,
yeah.
You know? And so I feel like I'm not asking a good enough question, but it is, I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes.
But,
yeah.
So I know it's clear.
Wow.
Doesn't Jimmy's like lead into that question remind you of an infomercial where they're like, so tell me how these knives cut? Like, do
Yes.
you
Is this QVC or NBC?
Yeah. Do you use ChatGPT while raising your child?
Yes, and you can get ChatGPT in a variety of different colors. We
How
got pink.
many nannies do you think he has working for his one child?
I bet he can't even answer that question.
Are we counting, like, I guess it depends, right? Are we talking about strictly nannies, or what about like butlers, or like pool boys, or maids, or other, I'm trying to think, who else, like valets, chauffeurs, cooks, personal chefs, right? Do those count? Because it's got to be in the dozens, right? It's got to be like at least 30 or 40.
Probably has nannies who subcontract to other nannies.
Has there ever been a more obvious PR-driven push to get somebody to sound more relatable? Hey, you know, this technology that's like being sold as something that could be also the death of humanity, which is also helpful, I think, to these investors because it makes it sound more powerful than it is. Maybe you just frame it as like something that's incredibly helpful to raise your kid. It's like a friend. But that is the plot of that movie that came out, that satirical Megan. It's literally the plot of Megan, which was, it's like a comedy horror sort of horror film. It was really funny.
It was good.
But yeah, with the doll that is raising the kid, who of course takes that too seriously, basically. But that's what this is.
Well, he's also trying to give a permission structure for people to use it for banal things.
Right.
Well, and they love to talk about stuff like that because if you just talked about it as like this is going to make all of us a lot of money, it's not that nice. That has to be implicit. So even like when it was NFTs and stuff, it's like, all this crypto stuff, it can actually help the unbanked in third world countries.
Right.
It's like you don't give a shit about any of that. But this is actually a Jimmy Fallon special because a few years ago this.
Yeah, because I mean the reason why they want people to start doing banal things with ChatGPT is because they need to get the numbers up. Now, of course, every time that somebody uses ChatGPT, it actually costs them more money than they take in for it. That's a problem they haven't solved yet, but they first need to get everybody using it and hopefully turn it profitable somewhere in between that and critical mass where they, I don't know, are spending like billions of dollars a day and only taking in millions of dollars a day. I don't know. None of it really makes any sense when you think about it.
January 24th, 2022, so about a few months before.
By the way,
really, genuinely, no matter how much they want to say, oh, no, it's just going to, no matter how much they say, it's just going to improve your job, actually. You're just going to have to stop doing all the boring stuff you don't like, and you can just focus on one good thing. Right. The only way that any of this works out is if it just annihilates just massive swaths of the labor, just labor in general. Right. Like that's the only way that math ever works.
Bear's getting canceled and this guy's still kicking.
But watch, this is one of the most amazing sort of in the same sort of thing of Jimmy Fallon sort of does marketing for a tech scam. Here's him with Paris Hilton.
But since then, Forbes has named you one of the top 50 most influential people in the NFT space. So congrats on that. You know what you're doing.
Thank you. I'm so proud. I love being a part of this community and being a voice and sharing my platform and just getting the word out there because I think it's just such an incredible thing to be a part of.
Sharing my platform. What is Paris Hilton's platform? Can anybody nail that one down for me? What is Paris Hilton's platform exactly? Does she have a podcast or something?
I jumped in.
I know, I heard. I'm so happy I taught you what they were.
You did. You taught me what's up, and then I bought an ape.
I got an ape too because I saw you on the show with Beeple, and you said you got a MoonPay, so I went and I copied you and did the same thing.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
This is your ape.
Yeah,
We debuted.
it's really cool. The hat, the shades.
Now, how did you pick? Because you can pick your ape.
I'll tell you something. If you told me this was a clip of a movie of some weird sci-fi Black Mirror movie in the future, I would be like, this is pretty good. They did this well.
Yeah.
Like, really. That is
dystopian.
Let's just play this next part where he asks her, how did he choose this monkey? I think her response comes from the heart, and then we can do that.
Okay, good.
How did you pick? Because you can pick your ape.
Yes, I was going through a lot of them, and I was like, I want something that like kind of reminds me of me, but this one, it does. I think we made like another.
Does it? Yeah. Does it remind you of you, Paris?
Of it where he takes the hat off and blonde hair comes out.
Yeah, because you can do it now whatever you want.
Animated version.
We're part of the same. We're part of the same community. We're both
community. They're part of the same community.
That is hilarious.
We spent thousands of dollars on a cartoon ape.
Do you think he literally means a community, a gated community in Los Angeles?
Stupid.
That is amazing. That is amazing. I honestly like.
Jimmy Fallon is such a shill. He's such a shill. What is up with that guy? Is he? What is his deal? He's always frustrating me. Let's move on to some of the other plans of the billionaires. We'll all be buying bread next year with NFTs and meme coins, I'm sure. And asking ChatGPT how to raise our children.
All right, guys, so I got to talk about this. The billionaires have a plan. They have a plan to effectively make you a slave peasant. They have a plan to take away your rights. And so I want to walk you through it here. First, let me play this clip of Trump being asked about housing and housing prices. Watch this.
You have a lot of people have housing that because we have such a strong time and such a strong market there, houses are very valuable. It's a big part of their net worth, their house. I don't want to knock those numbers down because I want them to continue to have a big value for their house. At the same time, I want to make it possible for young people out there and other people to buy housing in a way they're at conflict.
And others.
In other words, you create
and others, okay?
People out there and other people to buy housing in a way they're at conflict. In other words, you create a lot of housing all of a sudden, and it drives the housing prices down. So I want to take care of the people that have houses that have a value to, to the house that they never thought possible, that have sort of made them wealthy and happy, and especially in their later years. Got to be careful with that. I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible.
Got to be careful. Look, you don't want to make housing affordable. That would be bad for all the people who already own homes, okay? It'd be very wrong of us to make it harder for those landowners and property owners, to make their life more difficult by being slightly less wealthy, okay? Just for the benefit of society? To benefit the poorers who don't own homes? That would be wrong. So we got to find a way to make the rich even richer, while also getting the poorers, some of them, in homes, maybe. Okay? Does it make sense that everybody...
Especially in their later years. Got to be careful with that. I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible for people to go buy houses.
So this is Trump siding with the boomers, siding with the people that have all the money, saying, I don't even really want to build new housing because I don't want to affect the supply and demand. I don't want the net worth of the people who own the houses to go down. So there he is kind of saying, I'm not interested in solving the housing crisis. I'm not interested in it. Okay, ready? So here is Boston Smalls on Twitter. Shout out to Boston Smalls. He says, let me read between the lines for you. He's going to sell off chunks of land to billionaires and allow them to have their own charters. It will be this century's version of company towns. They will be called Freedom Cities, Gilded Age 2.0. So he says this. Now, this was on December 22nd that Boston Smalls posted this, okay? Look at this. Here we are, December 23rd, a day later. Boston Smalls says, told you. It says, just in. President Trump's administration is considering giving 775 acres of federal wildlife refuge in Texas to Elon Musk's SpaceX. So do you understand what's happening here? What Boston Small said is correct. This is I want to give you effectively a company town. I want to give you a company town. They floated this idea in the past, this dystopian-ass idea. He already kind of has that with some of his businesses, right? He already kind of has something like that. But they wanted this with Amazon, for example. You had state governments floating the idea and local governments in conservative places floating the idea of, what if we let Amazon have their own city? And like the people who live there, they pay taxes to Amazon. And like Amazon provides.
Now, just to be clear, I mean, this almost already kind of exists, right? In Texas, SpaceX has a bunch of coastline. Like a town is basically occupied by a bunch of SpaceX employees. They've basically taken it over.
Everything. So we are now at the place where there are open conversations about subverting democracy, ending democracy completely, turning our lives over to corporations and billionaires and becoming slave peasants for them. That's what this is. I don't know do people not know the history of company towns? Did they not know the labor struggle history on this front? So, there's one thing, I still remember this. Crystal and I went deep on this a while back. But Matewan, have you guys heard of Matewan? It was like the mine wars in West Virginia. And basically, you had these workers were getting absolutely crushed by this company, this mining company. And the mining company hired a private police force to come, and basically they ended up massacring these workers when the workers were unionizing and standing together. And what you see is they would have these little company towns, and you'd get paid absolute shit. You'd get paid next to nothing. And then what they would do is the same company would own the local store, right? And so they'd pay you a pittance, they'd pay you next to nothing, and then you'd have to take that money and go to the store, which is also owned by the same company, and give that money back to get food and something to drink. So do you see the game that's being played here? That's how you become a slave peasant. That's how you become a slave peasant. Here, you're going to work for this company. I'm going to pay you a tiny amount. You're going to take that money. You're going to go right back to this other store that I own as well, and you're going to pay me back there. And if you revolt, and if you try to unionize, and if you ask for better pay and better conditions, I'll send my private police force to fucking kill you.
Illegal.
Wow. Disturbing, dystopic future Kyle's talking about over here. Speaking of a dystopic future, let's talk about the dystopic present. Let's go here to Mr. Beast, who is really honestly looking older and older day by day, this guy. And he's got all the money in the world, but he is really aging fast. Even though he has a child audience. Beast game, strong, smart, prime. See what Beast has to say.
Because they are learning a little bit of entrepreneurism, and they're learning how to, learn new skill sets.
Entrepreneurism. This fucking idiot. Entrepreneurism, everybody. They're learning entrepreneurism. Entrepreneurism. This fucking guy. Merit-based system we live in. Entrepreneurism, says Mr. Beast. Jillionaire Mr. Beast. They're learning the entrepreneurism.
And they're learning how to, learn new skill sets like filming, and then which will translate into editing, and then posting, and I wasn't the best communicator when I was younger, but through seeing myself on camera, I learned to be a better speaker, which obviously pays a lot of dividends throughout your life. And so I think it's as long as it's in a safe way that the parent is aware of and involved in, I think it's a really good thing to encourage, and it'll develop a lot of skill sets that will make them better. And the entertainment industry isn't going anywhere. And so even if they don't end up making it as a YouTuber, some of our best editors or just best people in the company are people who wanted to be a YouTuber. It didn't quite work out. But in that chase of trying to become that, they developed a skill set that no college degree could ever teach. And then now they're invaluable to me.
And now they're invaluable to Mr. Beast. These failed YouTubers. Hear that, kids? Fuck school, says entrepreneurismist Mr. Beast. There you go. Yeah. Yes. See, you could be invaluable to Mr. Beast. You could be one day a Mr. Beast video editor. That's the dream, baby. Entrepreneurist Mr. Beast says, "Hey, kids, get out there. Get out there. You do it. You're going to be valuable to Mr. Beast one day." Everybody is accusing Mr. Beast of being CGI. That's kind of hilarious. All right, speaking of AI, let's go here to the Wall Street Journal from last week. Talk about AI-run businesses.
This vending.
These guys, car salesmen's like enthusiasm, like all these tech guys have like the same vibe, I feel like. And it's just, we must seize the means of snacks.
Free for all isn't just an event.
Happy Hanukkah.
Manischewitz, L'chaim. Oh god, the PS5 though, the PS5 for marketing purposes, hilarious. How does that help with marketing? Exactly. I need to know. Hey, I mean, it succeeded in something. Morale way up. Look at that. Clearly, communist snack machines really good for morale, as it turns out. Now that might be a problem, because I'm fairly certain Claudius cannot bring things to your desk, so I think Claudius may have hallucinated something again, not quite tethered to reality over here. Okay. All right. Where are we? Yes. All right, let's move on to the environmental portion of the stream. Started off here, PBS NewsHour from yesterday. Talk about the Trump administration's plans to dismantle climate and weather research. Columbia Regan with a sweet super chat. Much appreciated. Damn, this country is so cooked. Even AI either becomes fascist or socialist. It's like liberalism even scares the machines away. All right, PBS. Let's do it.
The Trump administration says it plans to dismantle the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Colorado, which is the nation's premier atmospheric science center. In announcing the closing, Budget Director Russell Vogt called the center, quote, one of the largest sources of climate alarmism in the country. NCAR, as the center...
He talks about that like it's a bad thing. I mean, being alarmist would be problematic if there was nothing. If there was nothing to be alarmed about, it would be problematic. But when you're raising an alarm because there's an actual problem at foot, it really, I mean, it's just honestly, it's just good practice, really. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta do something over here.
Is known was founded in 1960 and has facilitated generations of breakthroughs in climate and weather science. The announcement has drawn outcry from meteorologists and climate scientists across the country. Earlier this week, I spoke with two of them who are very familiar with the center's work. Brown University's Kim Cobb is a climate scientist and director of the Institute at Brown for Environment and Society, and Matthew Capucci is senior meteorologist at MyRadar. Thank you both so much for being here. Kim Cobb, to you first. What is NCAR, and why, as a climate scientist, is it so important and seemingly precious to this community?
Thanks for having me, William. NCAR is a really historic institution in our field. It's, of course, dates back decades now, and over that time, it has really woven itself into the fabric of both weather and climate science across the country and around the world. We're talking about unique, one-of-a-kind facilities like supercomputers, ticked out airplanes, and most importantly, a staff of over 800 people who are at the top of their game in innovating in weather and climate science for public good, putting out data that is on every single climate scientist computer around the country, if not around the world, and a nexus of collaboration as well that is important training grounds for the next generation of leaders.
And Matthew Capucci, as a meteorologist, how important is NCAR to your profession?
I mean, NCAR is really the birthplace of all the tools we use, both technologically and really the discoveries that are made at NCAR are crucial to our understanding of how the atmosphere works. You know, that's where we first learned about the MJO, the Madden-Julian oscillation, one of the biggest overturning circulations in the atmosphere that governs how so many things, for example, hurricanes behave. It's where we first created a special product used by airplanes when they're landing to avoid wind shear, disruptive changing winds with height that could cause plane crashes. They invented a system there to prevent that. That's where dropsondes were invented, those little probes that are dropped out of the belly of airplanes in the middle of hurricanes to figure out how strong the hurricanes are. So many different tools and discoveries have come from NCAR.
Now, there you have it, the Trump administration doing seemingly everything that they can possibly think of to take away the programs intended to make America safer, healthier, better. Yeah, all we're left is with, what are we left with? A bunch of renamed boats. The new Trump Kennedy Center, I guess. A bunch of detention centers. And the tariffs, don't forget the tariffs. So many good things. All right. And now, let's move on to some of the weather. From west to east coast, like I mentioned earlier, we have got storms. We've got storms. Storms in different area codes. Oh shit, hold on. Shit. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I need to take food off of the burner. I'm hungry. What can I say? I've not eaten enough yet today. All right, to the storms hitting both coasts, starting with the west coast. if I can find the video. Somehow I got kicked out of my list. Yeah, start here. This works. Alert canceled. Yes, everybody settle down. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Welcome to the News Hour. A powerful storm battered California,
Oh my God.
triggering mudslides, severe flooding.
Oh my God. How is this quiet?
Welcome to the News Hour. A powerful storm battered California, triggering mudslides, severe flooding, and multiple evacuations. At least 3 people were killed, including a sheriff's deputy. It's a record-setting Christmas day for rain in the Golden State, and more is coming tomorrow. Officials are warning travelers to reconsider holiday travel plans, as dangerous conditions may only get worse. As floodwaters engulf a home in San Bernardino County, a rescue helicopter lands to evacuate the family that's stranded up on the roof. Tim Needham filmed this incredible scene.
We saw there were a bunch of emergency lights down at the end of the road, and we walked as far as we could without getting swept up in the water, and saw that there were people that my neighbors that were on top of their roof, 3 people on top of the roof, just sitting there and waiting.
Similar scenes played out across Southern California today and yesterday. Roads turning treacherous, with mud and debris forcing the shutdown of major highways. On hillsides badly burned by the massive fires earlier this year, a deluge like this can loosen the soil even faster, making conditions even more dangerous.
In the canyon areas here, we have very steep terrain, and we have the creek here behind us. So with the burn scar, it doesn't give water the chance to saturate into the ground.
Northern parts of the state were also slammed with heavy rains and wind that triggered mudslides in multiple communities. And in the mountains, huge amounts of snow blanketing the Sierra Nevadas. In Wrightwood, a ski resort town in the San Bernardino Mountains, officials issued a shelter-in-place warning for residents who didn't evacuate and now must watch as muddy waters course through their town.
There's a little low bridge there. That's the one that's completely covered, had a car in it, and that's gone now.
This colossal downpour, triggered by a storm known as an atmospheric river, also knocked out power earlier today for nearly 150,000 people.
Damn. 150,000 people losing power. Incredible amounts of damage from this flooding. And multiple deaths reported now as a result of this storm. Quite unfortunate. I got some more videos and updates on this thing. We've been watching it last couple of days. Let's go here. It's wild. You can tell it's on a hill. You can tell that this is on a hill. And like the water is going from here, like from where the camera is at, like in that direction, right? And like you can see like on this side of the hill, like I mean it's wild just how high this debris got. It's gotta be easily 6 feet on one side. Damage is somewhat unimaginable, or it would be if we didn't have the video in front of us. It's wild. All right. I got a couple more clips of this. This is from yesterday out of the Associated Press.
Let's see, we've survived the blizzard of 2023. We survived the fires of 2024, and now the flooding of 2025. So, rightward strong. But as far as like just impact on the town as a whole, this is probably the worst I've seen. So today, I mean, we tried to open as quick as we could. We opened today. We are running off a generator. So just like the rest of the town, the power's been out and probably up till Tuesday. But today, people are coming in for different items, fire starting things, logs, wood, propane is a big popular one, tarps, things like that, anything weather.
Homes and vehicles could be seen partially buried in mud and debris in communities outside of Los Angeles, California on Friday. Storm-hit Southern California was at risk of more flooding the day after Christmas, hampering millions of travelers, but the National Weather Service predicts a drier weekend. The holiday deluge started in earnest on Christmas Eve, spawned by the region's latest atmospheric river, a vast airborne current of dense moisture siphoned from the Pacific Ocean. It swept inland over the greater Los Angeles area, dumping 6 inches of rain, with up to 18 inches in the mountains, washing out some roads, spurring evacuations, and some shelter-in-place orders. But forecasters said the coming drier weather should make traveling easier.
Well, supposedly this weekend is going to be drying out. Hopefully that is happening. People to start digging their lives out of the rubble. Horrifying scenes there. Now, let's go to Colorado. While places like the West Coast are getting hit with record amounts of precipitation, Colorado is kicking off the winter season with the worst snowpack on record. That's probably bad. What's that sound? Oh, Dark Sparkle trying to get more doggy treats in here. Okay.
We got to talk snow. We've got a storm rolling into Colorado this weekend, and we desperately need that snow in the mountains. This is Lake Tahoe. So if you've ever been to Lake Tahoe, Heavenly sits there right off the lake. Look at that. You can see all that fresh snow, those deep ruts there coming from the snowcat. They're reporting over 3 feet of snow from that storm system. We're not going to get all that, but we're going to get a little piece of it this weekend. This is the view up at Winter Park. I mean, we are in desperate need of snow. You can see how thin that snowpack is up there in our mountains. I mean, it is about half of what it should be for right now. And that puts us, believe it or not, at tied for the worst snowpack to a start of a winter season. We just need so much snow here to get back on track. Here's my ski forecast. We'll get a little bit of it this weekend. Things start to turn. Saturday midday into the afternoon. Snow rolls into the mountains. The temperatures start to go down. Sunday will be a great day if you want to ski during the actual storm and the snow falling. Several inches up there, and the temperatures turn much colder. Here's what I'm expecting, though. For Denver, the cold front comes in late Saturday, hits through Sunday morning. I think Sunday morning is probably our best shot of seeing accumulating snow, about 1 to 3 inches. I'll show you the entire forecast for the Front Range here in a second, but it's from this storm system hitting California, the one I just talked about. It's going to follow those arrows, that storm track, right through Colorado this weekend. I'll step you through it here on our Futurecast. Today, beautiful Friday, a lot of sunshine, but some overcast building in through the course.
There you go, snow coming in, but Colorado's starting out with a very, very, very low snowpack. Probably not a good sign. Probably not a good sign for the, the water table and things like that. But like we talked about throughout the year, places like Colorado were experiencing near drought. Well, actually, some areas of Colorado were experiencing actual drought conditions A lot of areas, though, experiencing near drought or just incredibly dry, very low precipitation season for Colorado in general. All right. Now let's go to the East Coast, where they are getting hammered by snow.
New York City and some parts of the Northeast are now
CBS.
bracing for a major snowstorm. The area could see up to 8 inches of snow, which would be, get this, the most snowfall there since 2022. CBS News New York meteorologist Tony Sadiku has our forecast.
Good morning, Chanel. We've got an active day of weather for any post-Christmas travel anywhere from the great. Good morning, Chanel. We've got an active day of weather for any post-Christmas travel anywhere from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. Ice storm warnings just east of Pittsburgh will mean treacherous travel across portions of the I-80 corridor, and a winter storm warning for New York City. Could see its biggest snow in nearly 4 years. Look at this as it develops. Already a messy start to the morning in Michigan. This rolls through Buffalo to Pittsburgh. All this rolls through to Philly, down to the south, New York City. By this evening, get ready for moderate to heavy snow that can accumulate pretty quickly. Inch or two an hour snowfall rates will mean treacherous conditions on the road, poor visibility, slick travel right through the overnight hours. This starts to let up a little bit after that, but this will be a lot to shovel, so pace yourself. We're thinking about a 1/4 inch of ice or more, so definitely rough travel, but also we'll likely see power outages too in this zone. Meanwhile,
Yes, indeed. Big snow coming from the east, coming to the East Coast. Pummeling people in New York especially hard.
State and local officials right now making final preparations for that storm and what is likely going to be a long night ahead of them.
A very long night. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Perkins is outside a New York City sanitation yard in Soho, where the crews are very busy getting ready. NJ.
Yeah, that's right, Liz. We are at the Sanitation Department's downtown depot here on Spring Street. As you can imagine, work crews are getting ready. They are bracing for the first really significant snowfall that we've had in New York City in a long time. You know, we've been pretty spoiled. You guys would acknowledge that, right, in recent years. But this storm is going to come in, as you heard Brittany say, hard and fast. It's important that everybody be planning to be off the roads before sundown, because again, that is when the storm is going to begin to intensify. You know, it was easy getting around the city today, pretty easy. It was a holiday week. You know, many people are staying, they're out of town or they're staying home. We did not see a lot of traffic here, but in case you have forgotten what a serious snowfall looks like, let's go back to 2020 and 2021. Those storms blanketed New York City with over 10 inches of snow. Driving, you guys remember this, was tough. Of course, we're not expecting as much snow this time around, for the city anyway, but it'll be enough to make it difficult to get around. Now, speaking on morning television, the city's OEM director, Zach Iskell, urged drivers to stay put this evening.
We're concerned. Look, we are going to have salt spreaders out on the roads, right? And it's really important that people get home early. We're expecting the snow flurries to start, you know, late afternoon, early evening. People should really be monitoring the forecast and adjusting their travel accordingly. So if you can be off the roads by 3, 4 p.m., that would be ideal, latest 5 or 6 p.m. But we are expecting some pretty significant snowfall, some pretty high rates of snow this evening. So really important that people be off the roads at those times.
Yes, indeed, and that snow certainly did come. And in fact, New York officials declared a state of emergency yesterday.
This could be the biggest snowstorm.
Well, I'm going to skip a couple of these, mostly because I was planning to do a stream last night. But I woke up way too late. I've honestly been trying to start the streams a little earlier, like 7 or 8 Eastern Standard Time, and I woke up after like the 10 o'clock hour. It was not a good vibe. It's my fault. I don't know I'm talking about this. All right. Yeah, let's go here.
This winter weather causing some big issues for travelers. You're taking a live look at LaGuardia and Newark airports. Hundreds of flights have been canceled at local airports, with hundreds more delayed.
And we know this really could not have come at a worse time for those traveling for the holidays, whether it's leaving after Christmas or arriving somewhere in time for the new year. It's certainly been a headache.
Christy Kalishian joins us live from Newark Airport. Christy, a lot of travelers wondering what's in store for this day ahead.
Yeah, Aziz and Doug, people were so happy to see snow right around Christmas, but when it comes to canceling their flights and delaying their flights, they're not so happy about that. But overall, the passengers we've been speaking with here at the brand new Terminal A here at Newark Airport, they're all pretty optimistic so far early this morning. We've been monitoring numbers, of course, all throughout the morning. They have really been climbing in terms of those delays. We were seeing early this morning, just over 100 cancellations out of Newark and over 50 delays overall out of here. And again, we expect those numbers to climb. Ground delay has been in place here since early this morning, and we saw the average delay here climb from about 15 minutes or less to now about 48 minutes on average for delays here due to that snow and ice. And we can tell you, just living here in New Jersey and the drive over here, things are still pretty icy, snowy, and wet out there. So hopefully that will let up later on today. But passengers here we heard from, like John, are just trying to get out of here as early as possible.
Anxiety, I want to get out of the snow and get back to Vegas, but hopefully there won't be a delay. It says no delays so far, so I live in Las Vegas, so we're not used to this. So yeah, I was very nervous. I want to get home. It's been a long 10 days here and get from here.
Why does he keep making that fucking gesture every time? He like jerks his head back. You know, Vegas. Gotta get back. Okay.
So yeah, everyone again.
Like what? It almost sounds like something shady is happening in Vegas. The way he's talking about it, like I gotta get back. Gotta collect
Stay
on the
optimistic,
books.
people. We haven't seen anybody frustrated yet. People have been monitoring the boards out here in Terminal A. As you can see, there are a lot of people here still quite busy. And looking at the other airports, of course, JFK, we're seeing a lot more delays, just about 130 overall looking at these numbers now. LaGuardia seeing just about 62 delays overall. But yeah, about almost 200 cancellations out of JFK. So unfortunately, we do expect these numbers to climb and more passengers to expect to be patient as they fly out throughout the day. But of course, keep it locked on CBS News New York as we bring you the latest. We're live at Newark Liberty Airport. Christy Kalishian, CBS News New York.
Thank you, Christy. Great job. There's always something shady happening in Vegas. That's fair. That's fair. That's a good point. All right. Yeah, well, a couple more clips here. Global news from 5 hours ago.
And south of the border, another major winter storm is hitting parts of the northeast United States. It could complicate travel for millions returning home this weekend after Christmas.
I'm a little surprised because they said that the north side of the island was going to get hit a little bit harder and that we might escape with 4 inches. I think we got like 5 or 6.
Yeah, 7.
7?
Almost 7.
Lucky me.
Is this a pain in the butt? Did you kind of forget how to shovel?
No. I mean, I thought we'd get a little less, but, you know, it was nice to come out and see it when it's new on all the trees before it turns gray and starts melting everywhere, so.
I mean, we get hit like, what, once a winter bad, so you just get out and shovel, get it done, and it's over.
There we go. Even the puppies out there enjoying the snow. Now, as a result of all the stormy weather during the holidays here, thousands of flights are apparently canceled across the country. And while we're talking cold weather, let's go up to Antarctica. Talk about what one University of Minnesota staff member has been up to there.
One Minnesotan spent Christmas closer to the South Pole this year with a team drilling for ice in Antarctica. Ashley Grams takes us to their remote camp and shares what the team is searching for.
You could say setting up camp in Antarctica requires some grit. Minnesota winters are cold, but Antarctica is another level.
That's right. But I will say, having lived in Minnesota for a while, I feel more prepared than some of my other colleagues to be down here because, Minnesotans know winter.
Martin Frogger Silva is with the University of Minnesota and the National Science Foundation Center for Oldest Ice Exploration, also known as COLDEX.
And our mission is to search for and collect and then analyze the world's oldest ice. And the world's oldest ice happens to be out here in Antarctica.
Inside the tent, researchers are hard at work, drilling down, bringing cores of ice to the surface. Frogger Silva is there to document the process.
This is very tedious work. It's cold work.
A COLDEX team found 6 million-year-old ice in this area and published their findings earlier this year. Measurements from the ice show a period of gradual cooling occurred at that site. Scientists who study the ice are most interested in air bubbles trapped inside.
And those little bubbles contain a snapshot of what the atmosphere looked like whenever the bubble was trapped.
That snapshot gives researchers a better understanding of Earth's climate history, which can help scientists understand Earth's changing climate.
Yes, indeed. Now, here's my hot take. I don't know how much more of this we need. Just hear me out. And, I do see the reasons for doing this, but there's also this, feeling in, the pit of my stomach every time I watch people doing this. I'm like, what data do we need left? What more do we need? We know the current trajectory that we're on. We have a fairly good understanding of, climate changes of the past. We've drilled a fuck ton of ice cores. And people who are still ignoring the science are not going to be convinced by the science. I guess that's my thing. It's I'm fairly certain the people who are continuing to ignore the science are never going to be convinced by it. And we already know what we need to do. I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing the research. I'm just saying. Sometimes it feels a little bit irrelevant because we genuinely know what we're supposed to be doing. I feel like the only thing we're gonna find out is actually things are worse off than we already think they are. But no, I'm just kidding. I'm just being a pessimist. Probably relevant things will come from this research, I'm sure. All right. Let's see. What's next? Okay. Yeah, why not? Let's go here to TRT World from 3 days ago. Talk about the dark climate side of Christmas.
And
for many in the Western world, Christmas is shaping up much like it always does.
The elves have been very busy.
Despite a few familiar challenges, rising costs, inflation, the season rolls on. But in other parts of the world, The obstacles go far beyond economics. Coming up, the people losing everything during what's meant to be the most wonderful time of year.
Start again, we've lost everything.
And while millions don't have enough, others are left with far too much.
The waste generation increased dramatically in that period of the year.
We unwrap the uncomfortable statistics behind the holiday season and ask what all that festive joy really, truly cost the planet.
I mean, surely there should be a sustainable way of fixing this problem. We can't continue like this, taking one step forward and a couple of steps backwards.
Just 2 degrees is on. Now.
So we're talking climate change here as it pertains to Christmas. Has the world been naughty or nice this year?
Oh, this is a very big question.
This was one of the scores of wildfires that burned through around 10,000 hectares of bushland in Australia's New South Wales in December. I mean, how can anyone truly celebrate Christmas after losing their home and belongings? Authorities had warned of a high-risk bushfire season. They're recalling the so-called Black Summer fires of 2019-2020 that destroyed an area, well, the size of Turkey and killed around 33 people. But Australia isn't the only country dealing with climate disasters this Christmas. Floods in Indonesia killed more than 680 people and left hundreds missing. Ghani's wife was one of them.
Yang saya inginkan itu, Pak. Ketemu istri saya sepotong asal bisa diadili itu lebih dari itu, Pak.
Some of the most heartbreaking images are coming out of East Africa. It's hard to believe that in 2025, so many people still don't eat every day. Drought conditions in Kenya, for one, have been made worse by the US's slashing global aid programs. It's affected thousands across the region, including 4-year-old Peter, who is severely malnourished. And this is East Africa's most advanced economy. Yet around 179,000 people are experiencing emergency levels of hunger in Kenya, well, according to the UN. Even already...
Thank you for hydrating me, whoever that was. Yeah, we actually talked about both of those disasters. If you weren't watching us on Twitch, you probably missed it. We talked about this fire. This was from like a couple of weeks ago. This fire in Australia, New South Wales. And then this Indonesian, the same thing. It's like from like 2 weeks ago as well. It's actually not, it wasn't just Indonesia. It was Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Thailand got hit, if I'm not mistaken.
By the US's slashing. It's normally a lot colder around this time of year, experiencing emergency levels of hunger in Kenya, well, according to the UN. Even already dry countries are struggling to keep up with the climate crisis. And check out this frozen market in Yakutsk, Russia. It was an incredible minus 45 degrees Celsius on this day. I mean, that would be unthinkable for many of us. But residents say it's normally a lot colder around this time of year, as low as minus 55 degrees.
Надо одеваться хорошо. И горячий чай пить почаще. Если на улице термосы. У нас мы с собой в термосе чай берем.
So we've seen how droughts and floods have once again shaped December for millions of people. But as many families come together to celebrate Christmas, there's another side of the season that often goes unnoticed. The sheer amount of waste we produce and the impact on the climate that comes with it.
Did I talk about the dinosaur-killing asteroid impact? What, Chicxulub? Chicxulub? What do you mean? No, I don't think we've talked about that in recent history. I mean, we've talked about it briefly in the past, I guess. But no, unless you mean there's like some new asteroid.
Merry Christmas! Tivoli Christmas! Christmas in Tivoli! Welcome to all of you!
Christmas, one of the most joyous times of year. Homes light up, and for a brief moment,
life seems to slow down. But once the celebrations are over, the waste quickly starts to pile up.
My guess is that a lot of people don't have a stigma against secondhand, but when it comes to buying presents, they think, should I do that? Because they feel that people expect something new.
And that expectation comes at a cost. Globally, studies show household waste jumps by around 25 to 30% during the holiday period. Much of it comes from wrapping paper, excess packaging and decorations. Each year, millions of tons of wrapping paper and Christmas trees are used worldwide. And because a lot of it is coated in plastic or metallic finishes, most of it can't be recycled. So some communities are getting creative. In the US, one farmer has found an unusual solution for discarded Christmas trees.
The goats will gladly eat them. Right now we're feeding them hay, and the hay could get boring around this time of year. So definitely the pine trees are going to be a nice treat for them.
Food waste is another major part of the problem. The United Nations estimates that roughly 1/3 of all food produced globally is wasted. And during the festive season, that figure climbs even higher.
Obvio, me da a veces bronca y digo, ¿por qué Dios? ¿Por qué esto? ¿Por qué tanto desperdicio? Habiendo tanta hambre, hay gente que más necesitan. Yo el otro día, hace 15 días vinimos.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, this time of year, a lot of waste. A lot of unnecessary waste. Much of it not even necessarily a result of consumers. Corporations. They produce, as much as they are hoping to sell. And if they don't sell it, a lot of it just gets thrown away. While we're talking about wastefulness, around the holidays, let's talk about this disturbing situation which plagues oceans and seas all over the planet. Ghost farms.
What you talking about?
Lack of corporate responsibility on this planet are literally just destroying us. I mean, this is not just a fishing problem. I mean, this video only discusses that, but I mean, same thing happens with oil wells, right? Zombie wells are a massive problem, all across, the oil fields of the United States. They just leave. They just when the well stops being profitable, they just leave the mess for somebody else to clean up later. Oh my God.
It's quiet to give a down payment, which is
unfortunately the mechanism here for holding people accountable is garbage. Like, if you go back, look at those numbers.
And sanctions.
Somewhere between 3 and 30,000 euros. It's nothing to these people. They don't care. It's more expensive to clean it up, so they just leave it. Disgusting. All right, final story of the half. Let's just quickly go here. Since the year is ending, let's talk about the
climate change is
most expensive. Excuse me, ma'am. 10 most expensive climate disasters of 2025. France 24 English. From 11 hours ago.
Climate change is coming at a cost. According to a 2025 report from charity Christian Aid, the year's top 10 natural disasters equated to more than $120 billion in insured losses. At the top of the list was the Palisades and Eaton fires in January in the United States. More than 9,000 hectares burnt across Los Angeles. 31 people were directly killed, and the economic cost was at least $60 billion. In late November, the year's second most expensive disaster hit. The combination of two cyclones and a typhoon wreaked havoc across Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Indonesia and Vietnam. The damage to homes, railway lines, power grids, farmlands and other infrastructure is expected to cost at least $25 billion. Between June and August, torrential rains and flash flooding in China caused the third most costly disaster of the year. Streets turned to rivers, scores of people died, and the devastation amounted to at least $11.7 billion in damages. Christian Aid's chief executive officer says climate change is fueling these extreme events.
The data continues to show that climate change is increasing both the likelihood and intensity of extreme weather events, including floods, heat waves, and tropical cyclones.
Top 10 climate disasters in 2025. Costing over $120 billion. And that's, of course, completely excluding all the rest of the natural disasters that happened. Horrifying. And really, natural disasters is the wrong thing to call them now, since this is all being fueled by human activity. Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. 7.5 hours into the stream. Do not worry, though. We still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about here tonight, and we will do just that after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, follow and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support and help produce the show. YouTube, you got the super chats, the super stickers, the memberships, the gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits, the subs, power-ups, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go into Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a wonderland of space benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, Space Fams. It is time once again for the break to come to an end and you to get your butt back in that seat so that you can enjoy the possibly final half of the show. It's not clear. Either way. Hurry up, or you're gonna miss it. Okay. We're back. Oh, we are so back. So back in all the ways. Back on YouTube. And back on air here. No more break. No more break. Perhaps no more breaks for the rest of the show. I'm still trying to do the math on that. I might be able to do it. This is possibly attainable. We'll see. All right. Yeah. Oh, I don't have any space news.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
No space news. Straight to the Earth news. And let's talk about El Salvador vicariously through this Democracy Now! Piece discussing the scrapping of that CBS News documentary. Or report, whatever you want to call it.
This is Democracy Now!,
Got
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Very right.
I'm Amy Goodman. The new head of CBS News, Barry Weiss, is facing growing criticism after she abruptly canceled a segment on 60 Minutes about Venezuelan immigrants who were tortured in El Salvador's Secat mega prison after being sent there by the Trump administration. CBS announced the segment had been pulled 3 hours before the broadcast Sunday, after Weiss requested multiple changes and reportedly urged 60 Minutes to include an interview with Trump advisor Stephen Miller, who has orchestrated Trump's immigration crackdown. On Monday, Weiss told colleagues at CBS, "I held that story because it wasn't ready," unquote. CBS correspondent Sharon Alfonsi, who reported the segment, wrote an internal note criticizing the decision. She noted that her team had requested comment from the White House, the State Department, and the Department of Homeland Security. Alfonsi wrote, quote, "If the administration's refusal to participate becomes a valid reason to spike a story, we have effectively handed them a kill switch for any reporting they find inconvenient," unquote.
Yeah, this is an incredibly troubling trend. I mean, I think we all kind of knew that this was the likely path that CBS would go down after the right-wing billionaire takeover of this place, but boy, oh boy, it seems to be already near complete. Just giving the Trump administration editorial control over CBS's journalism. Wow. Might as well just get everybody to sign loyalty oaths.
Alfonsi went on to write, quote, "Our story was screened 5 times and cleared by both CBS attorneys and Standards and Practices. It's factually correct. In my view, pulling it now, after every rigorous internal check has been met, is not an editorial decision."
How are you supposed to daydream about aliens beaming you up off of this planet without space news? Look, B-Cat, I said I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what else I can do.
Huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. I can't solve it. I can't just conjure space news out of the blue. I'm afraid, but it's true. It's sad, but true. I'm sorry.
Every rigorous internal check has been met is not an editorial decision. It's a political one, she wrote. The controversy comes less than 2 months after Barry Weiss was installed as editor-in-chief of CBS News. In October, she sold her right-wing digital media outlet, The Free Press, to CBS's new parent company, Paramount Skydance. Paramount's biggest shareholder is the billionaire Larry Ellison, a close ally to Trump. Paramount CEO is Ellison's son, David, who installed Weiss in her post. Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts said in a statement, quote, "This is what government censorship looks like. Trump approved the Paramount Skydance merger. A few months later, CBS's new editor-in-chief kills a deeply reported story critical of Trump. A sad day for 60 Minutes and journalism," unquote. Barry Weiss made the decision to hold the segment, even though CBS had already begun promoting the story online.
Began as soon as the planes landed. The deportees thought they were headed from the U.S. back to Venezuela, but instead they were shackled, paraded in front of cameras, and delivered to Secat, the notorious maximum security prison in El Salvador, where they told 60 Minutes they endured 4 months of hell.
Did you think you were going to die there?
We thought we were already the living dead, honestly.
The full episode was actually streamed in Canada because CBS sent the finished piece to its Canadian distributor before the segment was spiked. Many
You know what I love about that, though, is that, you know what that means, right? Because 60 minutes is traditionally 60 minutes long. This thing was on air for an hour and nobody noticed. It's incredible. It's fucking incredible. They're so incompetent. Even in the cover-ups. Especially in the cover-ups, it would seem. Maybe their worst... Maybe their worst... class, if you will. Cover-ups 101. They are failing right now.
media commentators have noted Barry Weiss's decision to hold the segment came shortly after President Trump publicly criticized CBS on Friday.
But NBC is really bad. And CBS, I mean, I love the new owners of CBS. Something happens to them, though. 60 Minutes has treated me worse under the new ownership than they just keep treating me. They just keep hitting me. It's crazy.
We're joined now by Alexa Koenig, co-faculty director of the Human Rights Center at the University of California, Berkeley, where she is also a research professor of law. Alexa Koenig was interviewed for the unaired 60 Minutes piece, talking about her students' research into human rights abuses in El Salvador's Secot megaprison. The Human Rights Center's Investigations Lab recently aided Human Rights Watch in its report on Secot, titled
Cover up with a fishnet blanket. Yeah, these guys, the ineptitude displayed by the Trump administration, honestly, they make Watergate look like top-level spycraft.
You have arrived in hell. Torture and other abuses against Venezuelans in El Salvador's megaprison. Alexa Koenig, thank you so much for joining us in this first interview since the 60 Minutes story was spiked. If first, as you are both a professor of law and also teach in the journalism school, can you talk about the significance of this story being spiked?
I'd be happy to, and thanks so much for having me this morning. One of the things that the Human Rights Center at UC Berkeley is really committed to is training a next generation of students, whether they're journalism students, law students, or otherwise, how to find facts in online digital spaces, how to assess the quality of that information. We know that online places can be rife with propaganda and other mis and disinformation, and getting that truth, those facts out to the public. One of the first tenets of ethics in journalism is, of course, to seek truth and report it. That is something that we really try to ingrain in our students and to make sure that that doesn't fall along political lines, but that there's a fidelity to finding those facts and to getting them out as broadly as possible. When this story was spiked, that was, of course, incredibly disappointing, given the extraordinary amount of work that was done by Human Rights Watch and its partners, also by our student investigation team, who'd been working pretty much around the clock for several weeks to pull together some of the digital content that could be used to corroborate or potentially disprove what the individuals who'd been released from Secot prison had said they'd experienced while in captivity. So I think that this is a big moment for American politics. It's a big moment for getting facts and truth out to the public about what has been done in their name, what is being done with taxpayer dollars. And I do think this is a story that eventually needs to come out.
So if you can explain exactly what this story was. I mean, you have Sharon Alfonso.
Since we already covered this the other day, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole too much further. But I just felt it was necessary to remind everybody of this. I mean, it's been a wild week. Every single week seems to just top the last week on ridiculousness. But here we are. Okay.
Producer Sharon Alfonsi's internal memo. Read more from 60 Minutes producer Sharon Alfonsi's internal memo about the decision to hold the segment. She writes, if the standard for airing a story becomes the government must agree to be interviewed, then the government effectively gains control over the 60 Minutes broadcast. We go from an investigative powerhouse to a stenographer for the state. These men risk their lives to speak with us. We have a moral and professional obligation to the sources who entrusted us with their stories. Abandoning them now is a betrayal of the most basic tenet of journalism, giving voice to the voiceless. Again, those are the words of Sharon Alfonsi in an internal memo responding to the spiking of her story. We're speaking to Alexa Koenig, who participated in the 60 Minutes report with her students at the investigations lab at the University of California, Berkeley. If you can talk about this tenet, giving voice to the voiceless, and what it means now that this story is out, it may end up being the most viewed story in 60 Minutes history precisely because CBS tried to kill it. And what this is teaching your students at Cal.
What it's teaching our students at UC Berkeley is really the importance of rigorous reporting and really tight fact-checking. One of the gold standard for any investigation is to bring together physical evidence with testimonial evidence, so the stories of survivors in crisis and conflict, with documentary evidence, so the written reports and records that can actually be collated, now increasingly from digital spaces. I think what these students are doing is trying to bring that process deeper into the 21st century, pulling from social media and having advanced skills. We often now train journalists and others in basic fundamentals of digital open source investigation precisely because so much of people's lives today are lived online. I think they learned just how abundant the kinds of information is, even for something as locked down as a prison like CCOT, that there is always, or almost always, going to be information that circulates in these digital spaces, and that it can be an extraordinarily powerful way to help find the facts. What, again, I think was so important about the work that these students did was to bring that together with the incredible reporting that's been done by journalists, including at 60 Minutes. And I think when you get everything pointed in the same direction around the who, what, when, where, why, and how, and what people really experienced, you have a high degree of confidence that what you're getting at is the truth. And today, when there's so much noise circulating both online and off, to be able to get to that truth and have some common understanding of the facts of what is being done on behalf of the United States is a really important means for us to preserve democracy and ultimately fight for the rule of law.
Finally, there's a really interesting point in the 60 Minutes piece. It's the story of Kristi Noem going to El Salvador, standing in front of caged men, most of them all tattooed. Can you talk about what your students found? Who were those men?
Yes, so the implication by Kristi Noem standing in front of them were that these were the men from Venezuela that had been sent to El Salvador. But what you can tell from the tattoos and the types of tattoos on the men in the background is that these were almost certainly not the men from Venezuela who had been recently deported from the United States. These were likely Salvadoran gang members and others who were there for a backdrop, I think, for her particular presentation. So I think even just from that imagery and being able to
backdrop. So like human props. Is that what I'm to understand about this? A backdrop. Wow. That is disturbing. Fleshy props for Kristi Noem. She's got to get that Insta photo
particular
just right.
presentation. So I think even just from that imagery.
Ooh, can you get this? Can you get some of the scary ones with the tattoos
for
behind
her
me, please?
Particular presentation. So I think even just from that imagery and being able to pull together an understanding of who in what countries use tattoos as a symbol of who they are and their affiliations and who does not, became really powerful visual information to strongly suggest that these were not the men she was implying that they might be.
And I wanted to ask you finally about the significance of the breaking news, just as the story broke, of the spiking of the story. Paramount Skydance announced that Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle and the father of Paramount CEO David Ellison, who installed Barry Weiss as editor-in-chief at CBS, Larry Ellison will personally guarantee $40 billion in the company's hostile bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. This comes about a week after the board of Warner Brothers rejected Paramount's offer in favor of Netflix. So if you can talk about the significance of this, if Paramount were to take over, they would take over, is this correct, HBO and CNN as well?
One of the trends that I am concerned about is the concentration of ownership over media. We're seeing that with social media sites being purchased up. We're also seeing it with more traditional media, when so much of our ability to communicate out facts to the world is concentrated in a small number of people. And there's a squeezing of independent media and the ability to get independent perspectives and voices out more broadly. I think we're working with an information ecosystem that is highly dangerous for ensuring that there's a diversity of voices and perspectives that can be used to hold power to account and to strengthen the ways that we operate in society. We need that diversity. It's one of the hallmarks of America. And I think the ability to bring facts to the American people in ways that they can at least have a common basis of understanding for what's happening in the world.
Alexa Koenig, I want to thank you so much for being with us, for doing this first interview since the 60 Minutes piece was spiked with Democracy Now!
Okay. Yeah, it is so disturbing just how inhumane this administration seems to, treat people. Really is just kind of just unbelievable, really. Now, let's go to Honduras real quick. Talk about this unfortunate circumstance. Another right-wing victory in Latin America. Trump-backed candidate Nasri Asfura winning in the Honduran presidential election earlier this week. I think it was Wednesday. Might have been Thursday.
El Pleno de Consejeros del CNE declara electo.
The full council of the CNE declares Nasri Juan Asfura Zabla elected as the constitutional president of the Republic of Honduras for the 4-year term beginning January 2026 and ending on January 27th of 2030.
Nasri Juan Asfura Zabla ha obtenido 1,470,000.
He has obtained 1,479,748 valid votes.
Nasri Asfura, the conservative businessman backed by US President Donald Trump, finally declared winner of the Honduran presidential vote. The declaration weeks after the razor-thin election, which was marred by delays, allegations of fraud, and accusations as well of interference by Trump, and Simon Moritz reports less than 1 percentage point in it.
Supporters of conservative candidate Nasri Asfura celebrated Wednesday night as he had just been declared winner of the presidency by the country's electoral council.
Papi is the man Honduras needs. Papi Nasri Asfura.
The race was so tight that results were delayed for 3 weeks after technical delays and accusations of fraud.
Yeah, and it's interesting. This is, but not the first time this guy's been accused of fraud. In fact, he was indicted by Honduran authorities in 2020, 5 years ago, on charges of embezzling public funds, money laundering, fraud, and abuse of authority. He and co-defendant Nilvia Ethel Castillo Cruz were accused of misappropriating more than 28 million lempiras for their personal benefit. And in 2021, the judiciary seized 9 real estate properties and 3 businesses belonging to Asfura Cruz and associates, of which 6 properties valued at totaling 28 million lempiras were ordered to be returned to their owners following a ruling against the government department Unidad Fiscal Especializada contra Redes de Corrupción. But eventually the charges were appealed and the assets were returned. The case continued until 2 weeks ago, when the Supreme Court fully annulled all charges against Asfura and Cruz. Fascinating. A guy, Trump likes a guy who's been accused of committing real estate crimes. Shock of shocks that Donald Trump would see anything, would have any like camaraderie with a person who's committed, or at least allegedly, real estate crimes and fraud. It's weird. Very weird. Yep, and Chile just got another right-wing president elected. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't even full 2 weeks, I think. It was like 9 or 10 days ago, I think. It's not looking bad down there. Going the wrong direction, Latin America. I don't know what's going on with you. I've lost my place. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Down in South America. Let's go across the pond to Greenland, where earlier this week, Donald Trump said some very crazy things once again, appointing an envoy, a special envoy to Greenland, even though we already have an ambassador. And saying a bunch of things once again about how the United States has to have Greenland and Denmark doesn't even need it or deserve it. That prompted Denmark to summon the ambassador. Let's go here to DW News from Tuesday.
Denmark says it will summon the U.S. ambassador over the appointment of a special envoy to Greenland and has warned Washington to respect its sovereignty. U.S. President Donald Trump announced that Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry would take on the new post of special envoy to Greenland, which is a Danish territory that Trump has repeatedly threatened to annex. Posting on social media, Governor Landry said it would be an honor to serve in this position and, quote, make Greenland a part of the United States. The conflict between Denmark and the U.S. over Greenland began after Trump said the U.S. needs the island for security reasons and its resources. He has refused to rule out the use of force to secure it.
We need it. Okay, look, Denmark doesn't even use it. Like, it's crazy. What, they showed up there on a boat like a while ago? We have boats. We have boats too. Okay, we can show up. It's like they don't even care. They got like no army. It's crazy. Well, there you
We
go.
have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Trump basically threatening one of our allies. Let's not forget, we have a military base on Greenland, right? They're our ally. They're our ally. Okay, let's go to the United Kingdom. Talk more Epstein file stuff. Little former Prince Andrew talk with Navarra Media from Friday.
"2025 was the year that the past finally caught up with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew. But even though he's been stripped of his titles, thrown out of his grace and favour mansion and publicly shamed, that may not be the end of disgrace for the late Queen's favourite son, with some calling for the government to take a much closer look at the ex-prince's finances. Last week, while the rest of the royal family met for their annual pre-Christmas lunch, Andrew, who lost the last of his titles just the day before, took a bleak solo horse ride in the rain while a photographer looked on. According to allies, Andrew now spends his day...
Oh my God. Sad Prince Andrew riding in the rain. Oh God, woe is me. Only one horse. Oh God, how am I to ever live properly? Oh, just atrocious.
While a photographer looked on. According to allies, Andrew now spends his days playing video games and watching TV, feeling abandoned and embittered. That's according to his biographer. One told The Telegraph this: "What's he going to do with the rest of his life? It's a very interesting question, and I don't think anyone has the answers yet. I mean, it's not that interesting. He'll probably just carry on doing what he did before, which is not very much." But at the beginning of the year, Andrew's allies seemed upbeat about his future again, according to The Telegraph. It's hard to imagine why, given the seriousness of the accusations around Andrew's links to paedophile billionaire sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. At the centre of the storm, of course, was this photograph, you'll have seen it many times before, taken in London in 2001, showing Andrew with his accuser, a 17-year-old Virginia Giuffre, while convicted sex trafficker and Epstein acolyte Ghislaine Maxwell grins in the background.
What did he do before? Yeah, I guess this is Exhibit A. This is one of the things Andrew used to get up to before losing his titles.
Giuffre alleged that she had been trafficked to Andrew, saying the former prince sexually abused and raped her at least 3 times.
Of course, now who will he get up to all this nefariousness with? I guess he could call him Donald Trump.
In 2001, while a teenager. In 2019, Andrew denied ever having met her in an excruciating BBC interview.
Oh, it's definitely me. I mean, that's a picture of me. It's not a picture of... I don't believe it's a picture of me in London, because when I go out in London, I wear a suit and a tie. I was at home. I was with the children. I'd taken Beatrice to a Pizza Express in Woking. There's a slight problem with the sweating because
Pizza Express.
I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat. I admit fully that
This was such a shameful moment for Prince Andrew. I don't sweat. And yet there seems to be some amount of dampness happening over here. What you don't understand is that I actually have a horrible condition in which no sweat is capable of leaving my incredibly privileged pores.
My judgment was probably coloured by my tendency to be too honourable.
Giuffre later filed a civil suit against Andrew in New York.
I was too honourable. Don't you see? Don't you see? I was actually much too honourable.
2022, Andrew settled that case, paying Giuffre an alleged £12 million, partly funded by the late Queen, but making no apology or admission of wrongdoing.
You should be
That was
ashamed
also
of
the
yourself
year
for
that the
having
Queen
that thought.
began stripping Andrew of some of his titles in an effort to distance the royal family from the growing scandal. Things went relatively quiet after that, with allies of Andrew reportedly believing he could make a comeback if he kept his head down. Of course, Andrew is not very good at keeping his head down. In December last year, revelations began to emerge about Andrew's links to an alleged Chinese spy. Earlier this year, it was revealed that Andrew had also met 3 times with Kai Chi, a senior member of the Chinese Communist Party, alleged to have run a spy ring in the UK Parliament. And it turns out the former prince also fixed private visits to Buckingham Palace for the owners of a cryptocurrency firm, which has agreed to pay his former wife and housemate Sarah Ferguson up to £1.4 million to be their brand ambassador. That deal has led to questions over how Andrew and his former wife have funded their pretty lavish lifestyles, with even King Charles said to be unsure about where they get their money from. The only income that Andrew declares is his £20,000 per year pension from his 22 years employed part-time.
Even Daddy doesn't know where the money comes from. The king!
Like the British Navy. Since 2010, when his access to public funds was...
Wait, is Andrew... Wait, no, I always forget how these idiots are related. Andrew, they're brothers, right? I'm trying to remember. Oh, God. Are they brothers? Yeah, they are brothers. Sorry.
Andrew is thought to have received £1 million a year from the Queen's personal wealth. Now, even harder questions are being asked by Andrew's biographer, Andrew Lowney, who appeared on US channel News Nation earlier this month.
So how much money does he have right now?
Well, no one knows. I mean, there's this opaqueness about royal finances. I mean, he has offshore accounts. He has, we know, a Chinese bank account. Stuff is paid through nominee accounts. His company accounts aren't audited. We don't even know all the sums that he's made over the years. We get little glimpses from court cases and whistleblowers. So we just don't know. I mean, there needs to be a proper audit of his finances. And I've been calling for years for something called a royal register. Our parliamentarians have to have a register of their business interests, and that would avoid them getting involved in deals that might be embarrassing, make sure that everything is above board.
Andrew's daughters, Princesses Eugenie and Beatrice, may also find themselves drawn into scrutiny.
They did ask Beatrice and Eugenie to open up their finances and just have someone to look at them, and they both rejected it, correct?
They did. I mean, the thing is, while they're princesses, they're earning large sums of money in the Middle East. We've seen Beatrice promoting a Saudi bank recently. We just don't know what's going on. I mean, again, one of the ways that they're paid is through jewelry, and they then fence that jewelry through various jewelers. And that's been going on for years.
They sound like criminals. Paid in jewels. Don't worry, I'll sell them on the black market. I've got a fence. I've got a royal fence. He will sell them. What's happening? Oh, God. No. I think my trackpad just died. Oh, no, and my keyboard's about to die. 4%. Oh, that's a disaster. Oh, God. Oh, how could this happen simultaneously? This is next level. This is a next level meltdown. Crisis level shit right here. Oh, God. Okay. Keyboards are powered. That's true. Some keyboards are powered. Mine is Bluetooth. And so is my trackpad. What's that? Treats. Okay, get those in there. I'm going to send you to this next story. Talk about what's going on in Nigeria. Donald Trump yesterday announcing U.S. strikes inside of Nigeria. I'll be right back. I got to plug some shit in over here. Charge some batteries. Try and salvage this situation.
Trump has been warning about possible actions such as this for a while, and just last month he talked about preparations for possible U.S. military action in Nigeria, saying that American forces may go into the country, quote, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists. I suspect the timing of it being Christmas Day is no coincidence. In Trump's framing, this is all about the persecution of Christians, and I think critics would argue scoring some political points with his Christian nationalist base. And again, in his Truth Social post today, part of it said, Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there'll be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues. This has been a talking point among the Trump supporters, the Make America Great Again movement, this idea of Christians being persecuted around the world, even in Europe, they would argue in some cases. And supporters include even the rapper Nicki Minaj, who spoke out in support of Trump's position on this a few weeks ago, and she was prominent just the other day at a right-wing conference of Trump supporters. The Nigerian government certainly historically has put things differently and said, this is not an issue of religious persecution, and these armed groups tend to target both Muslims and Christians. But for Trump, I think probably Christmas Day is resonant. It probably also doesn't do any harm from his point of view that this is another way of distracting attention from the Jeffrey Epstein files. And among his evangelical supporters, he regards this as a winner. Among other Trump supporters who are wary of foreign entanglements, they will look at this along with the military buildup around Venezuela and other recent actions, and I'd wonder if Trump is losing his way in terms of the America First ideology.
Yeah. Is this airstrike inside of Nigeria an attempt to distract from the old Epstein files? Oh, the old Jeffrey Epstein files? Who knows? Could be. I mean, his support is utterly just plummeting right now. He's trying to come up with, I guess he's trying to come up with anything. And who else to listen to but Nicki Minaj? I mean, that's effectively what we've got here. We went over this earlier today. But, Nicki Minaj is basically the one to alert Donald Trump to the situation. Supposed Christian genocide happening in Nigeria.
Breaking news this morning, we are learning new details about the deadly strike operation that President Trump says he ordered on Islamic State terrorists in Nigeria. Listen to this. That, as you can see, released from the Department of Defense yesterday evening. The U.S. military reports multiple ISIS terrorists were killed in the attack, which the president first announced on social media. This comes after the president for months has warned that the United States could take military action in the African nation, claiming that ISIS had been targeting Christians in the region. The president writing in part this on social media about it: I have previously warned that these terrorists...
By the way, these videos are filled with comments of Trump supporters just coming out and being like, "This is beautiful. Finally, We must protect the Christians and like all this other fucking nonsense. It's wild. Like these supposed like anti-war people are like, oh my god, yes, yes, obliterate the black people. The black Muslims are literally the worst. I know I said I didn't want foreign involvement, but this is great. I love you, Mr. Trump. Trump is the second coming of Jesus.
Jesus ain't say that.
If they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, he goes on to say, there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Now, Nigeria confirmed the two countries coordinated in this effort, in this strike. Their foreign minister joined CNN earlier this morning.
What took place yesterday clearly underscores the fact that Nigeria is not lacking in will and a commitment to the fight against terrorism.
CNN's Nada Bashir tracking this one for us. Nada, what is the very latest that you're picking up?
Well, we're still not getting full details just yet from U.S. officials with regards to the details surrounding this strike. What we do know is the U.S. Africa Command has said that multiple Islamic State targets and militants were killed overnight in these deadly strikes. We've heard, as you mentioned, from the U.S. President himself addressing this military action in social media, saying and describing this as a powerful and deadly strike against Islamic State terrorists. And this
Powerful and deadly. Everybody loves it. Now, one thing about this whole situation, even talking about this for weeks now, really ever since Nicki Minaj came out and started claiming there was a Christian genocide, she was sort of the impetus to us talking about this situation. But of course, Christians are not the only ones who are dying here at the hands of ISIS or Boko Haram, whomever. And it's just ridiculous to claim that somehow this is, in fact, solely something Christians are enduring in Nigeria. And what I honestly, I hate to do this, but fact is if you're one of the Christians who is cheering these strikes, I'd like to ask you a question. How many Christians do you think there are in Ukraine? Tell me how many Christians have died in Nigeria at the hands of ISIS in the last month, and then explain to me, and then tell me how many Christians have died in Ukraine at the hands of Russia. Just a question. I mean, do you object to them the same or what? I'm just asking for consistency. That's really all I'm getting at. It's just something that came to mind while listening to all of this. Like, just the hypocrisy of it, right? Like, is everybody, like, following what I'm saying here? Like, I feel like it's pretty clear what I'm saying here. But, like, it's fascinating that Donald Trump, like, by this same logic, like, Donald Trump should be missile striking Russia. I'm not saying he should. Get that straight. But I'm just saying, if you steel man this argument, if you follow the logic to its natural conclusion, if Christians are under such threat in Nigeria and like a dozen people have died in like the last month, like what about the hundreds of people that have died in Ukraine in the last month? Ukraine is a majority Christian country. The vast majority of those people who died are Christian. By that same logic, if you support these strikes, you would support Donald Trump doing a fucking missile strike on Moscow right now. Once again, not saying that would be a good thing for anybody, but just pointing out the flaw in the logic. The hypocrisy, if you will. All right, we got a bunch more clips on this Nigeria situation.
President Donald Trump used Christmas night to announce that he'd authorized what he called deadly and powerful strikes on Nigeria, on Islamic State terrorist groups in that country. This came after the president spent the last several weeks decrying the government of Nigeria and saying that they had not done enough to protect Christians specifically in that country, and they'd been the target of recent terrorist attacks. The government of Nigeria pushed back on those assertions and said that essentially that terrorism was affecting all sorts of people in the country.
And yet, no missile strikes on Israel. I mean, Israel is doing fuck all to prevent settlers from murdering Palestinian Christians in the West Bank. No missile strikes there on Tel Aviv. Right? What's the difference? See, it's the lack of consistency that's frustrating me. Truly.
All faiths, Christians, Muslims, others, and that this wasn't a sort of Christian issue, but they cooperated with these strikes. They offered intelligence and other support, and the Pentagon says that the U.S. cooperated and did these in conjunction with the government of Nigeria.
Like, it's wild hypocrisy, and it takes almost zero effort to just unravel it. And that's all I'm trying to point out right now. If you have any concept of U.S. foreign policy at this moment, then it's just, it's ridiculous. Oh, we must protect the Nigerians, specifically the Nigerian Christians. Only the Nigerian Christians. Everybody else, sorry. Also, we're going to take away healthcare from millions of Christians in the United States. And, like, it's like, do you really care, though? No, you don't. You're just using this. This is a political game played with multi-million-dollar missiles and human lives. All right, I'm going to move on from this story. It's idiotic. Not leaving Africa quite yet. Let's go to Somalia, where a first in a very long time election happened. A first in decades took place. Unfortunately, not everybody got the opportunity to vote. This happened. Therefore, that opportunity is lost. Yeah, that seems pretty undemocratic, if you ask me. You wait decades to have another election, and then you're like, but we're not going to tell anybody. And we're not going to, like, it's like sort of strange if you really wanted that democracy to be happening. It's a sham. Yep. It's a sham. That's at least what it would seem. I haven't done a ton of effort into this story tonight, unfortunately, but that's what it would seem. All right. Now let's go to Ukraine, where Russia has not eased up any of its attacks through Christmas. Strange. Crickets from the Trump administration. Airstrikes on Christmas. No big deal. No big deal, that's fine. This is in Chernihiv. Yeah, that one was 2 days ago.
I think that restoring our traditions is also one of the options for fighting the occupier, because he wants to trample our traditions. Moreover, Putin refused to take a pause during Christmas, which means he terrorizes us during Christmas as well.
Reality combines both joy and suffering. Therefore, in my opinion, it is important to continue living during the war, to continue celebrating Christmas and other holidays. Of course, it is important to combine the understanding that we are now in a state of war. The war costs us very dearly every day, extremely.
Yep. Staying with Ukraine, let's go here to France 24. Apparently, Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky are slated to be meeting on Sunday, I believe in Florida.
On Kyiv's Independence Square, Christmas decorations were barely visible under the flags, pictures, and messages commemorating fallen Ukrainian soldiers. As the conflict with Russia approaches the start of its 5th year, and despite an ongoing diplomatic push by Washington, residents of the capital remain skeptical of seeing the war end anytime soon.
Unfortunately, there's little hope for change. My husband and my brother are both serving in the army, and we hope things will turn in our favor. But we're not willing to give up any territory.
Volodymyr Zelensky, meanwhile, struck a more optimistic tone. The Ukrainian president said he would meet with Donald Trump on Sunday to discuss security guarantees and put the final touches to a joint 20-point peace plan that will be presented to Russia.
Well, not sure what to expect from that meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump. Honestly, I don't expect a lot. I do not expect a whole lot. If anything, I expect maybe a replay of meeting number 1. But who knows? Donald Trump is completely unpredictable. And he needs a win. I need a win. And who knows what that entails for him in his mind. His self-tanner-addled brain. You know, and at one point earlier this year, if you recall, I had like a modicum of optimism about the meetings, even though I had also criticisms about the way they were going to be done. But here I mean, we have once again just a replay. Like Volodymyr Zelensky was already here this year. Ukrainian officials have been in the United States like 4 or 5 times. U.S. officials have been overseas. I think more than that over this issue. There's been like 8, I don't know, like a dozen plus different like meetings and other things over this thing. Like, And we have gotten nowhere. Endlessly frustrating.
We begin here with Russia launching a large-scale attack across Kyiv that lasted nearly 10 hours, one of the longest of the year. Ukrainian officials say at least 2 people were killed and dozens were injured. Now, they also say the strikes knocked out heat to thousands of buildings in freezing temperatures. Russia's attack comes just a day before Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to meet with President Trump in Florida. The two leaders plan to discuss the 20-point peace plan that Ukraine unveiled this week following discussions with the U.S. Now, we have full coverage for you. We have CNN senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak. He's near Mar-a-Lago, and correspondent Nada Bashir in London. Kevin, I want to go to you first. Tell us, what do we know about this 20-point plan that's on the table for these talks?
Yeah, and this is essentially Zelensky's version of the multi-point plan that President Trump had put forward. You see the two sides kind of going back and forth, trying to come up with something that they can agree on. And what Zelensky's plan includes is immediate ceasefire. Of course, that has been his prerequisite for trying to get this war to an end. A legally binding agreement. It includes provisions that sort of mandate Ukraine's sovereignty. It talks about security guarantees that the U.S. and Europe would provide to ensure that Russia doesn't invade further once this war ends. And it includes some discussion of the territorial concessions. Now, when we talked to American officials a couple weeks ago, they said that they were about 90% there on this peace proposal. But of course, that 10%.
We've been hearing that all year. 2-3 weeks. We're almost there. Very, very close to a deal. Closest than we've ever been. That was an exact quote from earlier this year. Closer than we've ever been to a deal. It'll be a perfect deal. You'll be absolutely floored. 2-3 weeks. That was like 6 months ago. Yeah, there you go. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Russia carrying out strikes all over Ukraine. No response from Trump. Tons of Christians murdered on a Christian holiday. Nothing. Crickets. But we're gonna strike Nigeria. Okay, that's all. It's all making sense. Perfect sense. No further questions. No more questions. We're not taking questions anymore. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter. Let's go to the Middle East, where Israeli settlers are committing crimes against people of other religious affiliations.
Video that aired on Palestinian TV shows a man in civilian clothing plow into a Palestinian man praying on a roadside in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli military said the man driving the off-road vehicle in the Thursday attack was an army reservist. It said his military service had...
What a demon. This dude is a literal demon. Who does this?
terminated and his weapon confiscated. The man struck Majdi Abu Mukho went to the hospital after the attack, but was unhurt and sent home. His father told Reuters the family was returning to the village of Deir Jarir when they encountered a roadblock.
We waited for hours so we can cross with other people. While waiting, it was the time for prayer. My son decided to get out of the car and pray. He went to pray, and I was waiting in the car. Suddenly, we saw a settler in a tractor. He deliberately rammed my son, and he attacked me, and he sprayed pepper gas towards me.
The Israeli military said the reservists acted, quote, in severe violence.
It's just a disturbing video. This guy's minding his own fucking business. This dude just runs him over. No concern for human life. It's attempted murder, in my opinion. They took his gun away. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Thanks. That's good. By the way, he didn't shoot him, so I don't see how that has anything to do with this. How about you put him in jail? Now, one country over, in Syria, things continued to devolve as explosions at a mosque in Syria happened on what was this? This would have been the day after Christmas, I guess. Today, during Friday prayers, a blast took place inside the Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib mosque. The bomb was planted by an individual. We are continuing our investigation, and with God's help, we will soon identify those responsible. Unfortunately, 6 people were killed and 18 were wounded. Things in Syria just seem to be getting worse and worse. Is it just me? Is it just me? I mean, things didn't start off super good, you know? With Israel just doing a fuckload of strikes on infrastructure inside of Syria directly after the fall of Assad, even though they had a peace accord with the country, as well as seizing, like, territory. But then, like, all of this other stuff that's happened as we're, like, it's just been like one thing after the other. It's not a great vibe in Syria right now. It just seems to be getting worse. But maybe I'm a pessimist. How are we doing? Actually, we're doing pretty damn good. Oh, but we hit 9 hours, didn't we? Got like... Let me just power I think I'm going to power through this. We're at 9 hours. I'm going to power through it. Because we don't have that many stories left to get through here. Okay. Well, we have made serious progress tonight. Got through nearly 100 videos. Might have skipped a couple in here. But we did good. We did good. Alright. Is stability in Syria deteriorating? Oh yeah. It's been getting worse and worse. It's been one thing after the other. I mean, this is like number 6 in like the last like 9 months of just more instability in that country, unfortunately. Doesn't help that we allow Israel to do whatever the fuck they want in that territory, while we simultaneously occupy part of it. It's totally a fucked situation right now. Like, it's incredible. Like, we're willing to spend millions of dollars bombing, like, and air striking Syria, like ISIS rebels in Syria, but not willing to put like a fucking penny towards trying to actually help stabilize Syria. Shouldn't be shocked by it. It is America after all. All right, let's go to Asia. Talk about the latest developments in Thailand, Cambodia. We have, of course, been talking about this in recent weeks, mostly on Twitch, I think. But it's, so if you haven't been around recently on Twitch and you've just been on YouTube, then sorry for this. I'll give you a quick update. But Thailand and Cambodia, we've talked about it in the past, like long ago, earlier this year. There was fighting that broke out along the, one of the more disputed parts of the border, and well, the same spot led to more fighting, which has led to practically I mean, I wouldn't call it all-out war, but war. I would call it war. Near war. It's hard to find a different word for it, because there's been like airstrikes and mortar shellings and displacement of like 1 million plus people from the border area for like, what, like a week and a half, 2 weeks now?
Now, on Monday, there was much optimism as Southeast Asian foreign ministers met in Malaysia. Both Thailand and Cambodia agreed to meet today, this Wednesday, for bilateral talks to negotiate an end to the deadly border clashes that have killed more than 40 people and displaced approaching 1 million. The latest, though, that Thailand has rejected a request by Cambodia to hold bilateral talks in Malaysia's capital, Kuala Lumpur, leaving those talks in doubt. Thailand's defence ministry, though, it says a bilateral border committee meeting will go ahead in Thailand itself this afternoon, although for now there's no evidence that that is happening either. Well, we're going to talk now to senior lecturer at the Centre for East and Southeastern Asian Studies at Lund University, visiting scholar in ALCO, Astrid Noren-Nielsen. Thanks very much for joining us on the programme today. It still does remain very unclear if these talks, wherever they may be, are happening or not, and if or not, whether they don't, whether Thailand particularly is coming up with excuses to avoid them, might you say?
Right. So the latest information I have is that they will go ahead, and they're supposed to start at 4 p.m. Cambodian time, Thai time today. So that would be in roughly 50 minutes. But as you say, the place of the talks has been an issue. Cambodia would want it to take place on neutral ground, which is understandable. Whereas Thailand has insisted that they should take place in Chanthaburi province. There are also a number of conditions, information coming to me this morning from Bangkok. So Thailand has repeated the demand that it had set ahead of the meeting, the big ASEAN Prime Ministers meeting on Monday, that Cambodia should declare a sort of unilateral ceasefire first. Cambodia must declare the ceasefire first, and added to that.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I don't know why Cambodia should have to declare the ceasefire first, especially because Thailand was the one, if I recall correctly, to launch the first attacks. At least that's how I understood it up to this point. It's weird that the onus is on the people who didn't start it to stop it. But hey, that's just me. Maybe I'm just a weird guy. All right, let's keep this puppy moving now from Thailand to Bangladesh. And yes, I'm just now realizing we're going from east to west. Pretend like that's not happening. That'll help me out, and perhaps you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Okay, it happens to me. I've got a lot to cover. Sometimes my brain is like, oh, this country is in this spot. Or just doesn't even recognize the fact that I've put a clip in the wrong position, even though I know clearly that it's not in the right spot. We're right to give it even a second's thought. All right. Bangladesh. Leader Tariq Rahman returns to Dhaka after 17 years of exile in the UK. Whoops.
A prominent opposition figure has returned to Bangladesh after nearly 17 years in self-imposed exile. Tariq Rahman had been living in the UK since 2008 to evade criminal charges, which he denied. Rahman is widely viewed as the front-runner for prime minister in the general election in February. His Bangladesh Nationalist Party said the charges were politically motivated. He was acquitted last year. Millions of supporters are gathering in Dhaka to welcome Rahman home. His opposition party is regaining momentum after longtime leader Sheikh Hasina was ousted last year. Rahman is expected to address the crowd shortly. He comes from one of the most influential political families in Bangladesh, known as the Zia Rahman dynasty. For decades, its party, the BNP, has been locked in a power struggle with Hasina's Awami League. Tariq is the party's acting chairman. He had been living in London since 2008 to evade charges of bribery and money laundering. His father, Ziaur Rahman, was an army general who declared independence in Bangladesh in 1971. He founded the BNP and served as president until 1981. Tariq's mother, Khaleda Zia, was the country's first woman prime minister. She and Hasina are longtime rivals.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping that a new party would form in Bangladesh, give people a new option rather than the sort of two-party, bifurcation that they've dealt with this for so long. Now, as of the end of the July Revolution, the charges against this guy, which they were just talking about, of like corruption and other sorts of stuff, were dissolved. So it would seem that the people want, to some degree, whatever, to have to have the BNP back in power. So I guess we'll see what happens with all this. But his return to Bangladesh would seem to signal that Tariq Rahman is planning to in fact run for president in the upcoming election, whenever that's going to be. I don't actually know when that's going to be. We've been kind of waiting for it for a while now. Jeez, how long has it been now? A year and a half, I guess? It's been a minute. Has it actually been that long? I gotta look it up. God, my phone's dying now. Yeah, it was. It's been almost a year and a half. That's wild. That's crazy. Feels like, just yesterday we were covering that story. Jesus Christ. July of 2024, you say? Okay. Now, let's go to Myanmar, where they are also having an election. First in 5 years after the coup. Which is a shocking revelation here.
This is not about public consultation. This is about engineering an outcome where the military's favored party wins a landslide. This will enable them to shift from direct military rule back to semi-civilian or quasi-civilian rule for other countries in the region, ASEAN, India. It gives them the possibility to kind of draw a line under this crisis, re-engage with Naypyidaw and say, well, these weren't great elections, but at least there are civilians in power now. And
yeah, this is a farce. This is a farce. The fact is they're still waging a war against the civilian population right now. So to hold this election in the middle of a civil war is insane. Right, the civil war is not over. They're just saying, let's do a quick election, try and legitimize our power. That power that we stole 5 years ago. That's basically the vibes of this. That's effectively what's happening here. Unfortunately, I got one more clip on this. By the way, this is the penultimate clip of the night. Yes, that's how far we've made it. We've made it very far.
Myanmar's military authorities are preparing to hold an election Sunday.
Are they still genociding the Rohingya? They've basically completed the Rohingya genocide. I mean, there's probably a few Rohingya left in Myanmar, but I mean, after the coup, the vast majority of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar were ethnically cleansed or murdered. And since then, there's just been all-out like civil war between multiple guerrilla factions and this illegitimate military dictatorship.
That they hope will legitimize their 5-year hold on power, but which their opponents have called a sham. Myanmar has been an international pariah ever since the generals seized power from the elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi in February 2021. Since then, the country's descended into a brutal civil war. This election is their bid to show they are returning the country to a multi-party democratic system. But those opposed to the military say it won't be free and fair and have called on people to boycott it. Why? Well, the main reason is because the party that won the last 2 elections by a landslide, the NLD, has been dissolved, as have other popular parties. So it's guaranteed that the winner will close...
What a fucking farce. We're going to get rid of all the political parties that pose any threat, and now let's have the election. Go. Wow. That's democracy, people. Enjoy. The great democracy of Myanmar. Oh! All right, final story of the night in Japan, where their government has approved a record defense budget. Yeah, and if you're not familiar, the new Prime Minister of Japan, Sanae Takaichi, is a big-time hawk. Big-time hawk. She's been talking about turning Japan's defense force into an actual military, among other things.
Japan's cabinet on Friday approved a record defense budget plan exceeding $58 billion for the coming year to fortify its strike-back capability and coastal defense with cruise missiles and unmanned arsenals as tensions rise in the region. The draft budget for fiscal 2026 beginning April marks the 4th year of Japan's ongoing 5-year program to double annual arms spending to 2% of gross domestic product. The increase comes as Japan faces elevated tension from China. Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi said in November that Japan's military could get involved if China were to take action against Taiwan, which Beijing says must come under its rule. Takaichi has pledged to achieve the 2% target by March and speed up a revision to the ongoing security and defense policy to further strengthen its military.
There you have it. Japan increasing its military budget massively over a potential rout with China. There you go. There's your week in a nutshell, somewhat. Since we didn't have an actual week-ending report yesterday. Oh, shit. How am I supposed to do this up my keyboard? I need the keyboard. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Prisla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, and CJ from the 6. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.